Hey gang, Vassal, y'all, welcome to the stream for December the 8th. It is Tuesday today, which makes this the last day of work before my weekend, basically, my days off, and I actually do get days off this week. We had a shipment come in early today, and another one's not coming in till next week, which means they don't need me this Wednesday, which means we'll have all day tomorrow to play some video games, probably some Facts Anadu. Man, I only got to play that for one stream. We have not had time for Facts Anadu for like a week now. So that's very fun. I'm looking forward to that. But for the time being, what I'm really looking forward to is some Danganronpa. We are not on the verge of the Chapter 3 trial like I thought we would get to on the last stream, because we've got a double murder to deal with here, which means we got a second investigation to go through. So for once, my prediction's somewhat accurate so far as who was going to be involved in the current mystery. So far I've been way off with my predictions of like who's going to get murdered and who's going to be murderers. Yeah, nobody who I predicted might be murdered or murderer in Chapter 1 ended up coming true. None of my predictions for Chapter 3 about who is going to get murdered or do the murdering ended up being correct. Here I got it exactly right, sort of. I said that Tenko and Angie were at odds, and one of them was going to be murdered. Is like one was going to murder the other was the likely outcome, and it turns out that they both got murdered. So, you know, they were both involved in the case. So I'm going to count that as a half correct prediction this time around. All right, let's resume the investigation. I jinxed them both. Oh god, are you saying it's my fault? I guess I'm fine with that. I wasn't too attached to either of them. I kind of liked Angie. Anyways, what's going on? What's going on? Because I'm a detective. And then it said, investigation resume, and we are resuming the investigation. Did we get to know if it was the same murderer? We didn't. What Monokuma told us was that the rule is only the first... Hey there, fantasy girl. Jeez, I'm getting blamed for everything here. Shit, I'm the murderer. I'm gonna get... Maybe that's it. Maybe Shuichi's gonna get voted out right here. So yeah, the rule Monokuma said, he didn't say whether the same person was responsible for both murders or not, but he did say that only the first one counts. So we could end up with a situation where, like, the person who murdered Tenko is still at large after this case, which I think would be a first for... Gotta get that penguin dance in there. Would be a first for the series. I don't think a murderer has ever gotten to stick around past the chapter where they commit their murder. We've had a couple attempted murderers survive to see future chapters, but we never had an actual murderer just get carried forward into the next chapter. How's everyone's day? My day was really busy, so I might end up being a bit tired for today's stream, which I guess is fine because we're probably not going to get to the trial. We'll see what happens. Like I said, we had a big shipment come in today, so I pretty much spent all my time at work today lugging boxes to and from the back room and unpacking those boxes and putting them on shelves. And on top of that, you know, it's the Christmas season, so also answering people's questions about board games. Oh, no, nothing like that. I'm just not working tomorrow. My boss asked me to work Wednesdays for the rest of the month because this is our busy season, but he said he wasn't going to need me tomorrow because we aren't because we know for sure there aren't any shipments coming in. Because yeah, that's the main thing they kind of need me around for those days, is that it's too much to just like deal with all the increased customer traffic and unpack shipments at the same time. But since we know that we got our one big shipment already, and the next one definitely isn't coming until next week, and we are not expecting anything else right now, yeah, they don't need me, so I get to stay home, and we get a Wednesday back. Like, honestly, I've been working like the last... it's been a while since I've had a full weekend to myself, like a full Wednesday, Thursday, Friday to myself. Like for the last 3 weeks now. 3 or 4 weeks, I think, I've been asked to work one of those days. What am I trying to unload on my customers this season? Whatever we're not sold out of at this point, because the shipment we're expecting, the one that we're late on... Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. Fantasy girl. Yeah, that's dark. Yeah, I guess it depends on the circumstance. I suppose there's no good circumstance where something like that happens, but it can always be worse, I guess. I don't know. I don't know what to say for stuff like this. I had a cousin who died in a car accident maybe a decade ago at this point. And I kind of the same for me. I didn't know him very well. But, like, yeah, he died young, so it was really sad. Actually, him and his dad, which was super sad. But, yeah, my condolences. What was I saying? Oh, yeah, so the shipment we're expecting is... like all of our Ticket to Rides and Catans and like all the biggest board games that we're sold out of. So I'm like having to rack my brain all the time for other suggestions to offer people, because we're sold out of all of the popular stuff that we sell a ton of all the time. Yeah, that's fine. I don't mind. You can talk about whatever you want. Hell, I know I let people talk about whatever they want. if Saturn Meteor can talk about whatever nonsense he likes to talk about whenever he wants to talk about it, yeah, you're fine sharing if you feel the need to. I do not mind at all. And yeah, Vasil is here for Huggles, I guess, even if I'm not good with that kind of thing. It's too dark in here. We can't investigate even if we wanted to. That's right, how did we... Oh yeah, that's right, we had matches. We had matches, and then we lit the candles. And that's how we turned the lights back on. Going to bring candles from other room to make this room bright, okay? Now, I wonder if the other rooms are going to factor into this, because it looks... We'll wait till we investigate the body. No, that won't be necessary. Oh yeah, Kibo's gonna turn on his super high beams to illuminate the area. Oh, and Miyu also says, yeah, that's not necessary at all. Huh? Why? Show him, Kibo! Show him your new power! New power? Did she install flashlight eyes for him? She did too! Just watch, laser beams are gonna shoot out and he's gonna like decapitate Tsumugi. And then we're going to have a third murder on our hand.
I, Muiruma, the gorgeous girl genius, have installed a new function in Kibo.
Oh boy, apparently she's been working on his body.
Just leave it to me. I will become the guiding light that shines on you all.
Shine on, shine on! Shine on, you crazy fucking diamond!
Wow, she's like really head over heels for Kibo, it seems. Oh wow, it is super bright right now. Man, what a lame function. You should have made him like a transformer or something. Miuruma? Did she? I didn't actually notice. Miuruma. Iruma is her last name. Hello, can we hear that again? Muiruma. Muiruma.
It's okay.
It's bright now, so we should hurry and investigate.
Okay.
Yeah, you're right. Kibo's flashlight function has been added to Truth Bullets. Is he going to be a suspect? How is that relevant to the murder here? Yeah, the thing is I don't know, is there a way to change? Yeah, I wouldn't want to change to Japanese voices halfway through the Actually, I wonder if I can change it, like, right now in the middle of gameplay. Some games don't let you do that. Because apparently, like, it's just a lot of audio files to reload all at once. Voice language. Yeah, only from the main menu, so you can't do it in-game. Which is... Some games do let you do it. I wish they all did, but oh well. Okay. Okay, so we got a second crime scene to investigate, and let's look at the body. Let's look at the body first, because I'm pretty sure I saw a hole in the floorboards here. There's a rock next to Tenko's body. This must be... Please rest your forehead upon this stone marker I've placed here. It's just a stone I brought from the courtyard. Are you sure it'll work? Oh, that was Himiko. It's just a stone from the courtyard, etc., etc. Certainly, it is merely needed as a marker for her forehead to rest upon. Like this? Tenko had her forehead on this rock, hunched over. Yeah, I feel like the Japanese voices tend to be, like, more emotive. I do think that the acting sounds better, typically, in Japanese, and I tend to prefer it. But for streaming, it's just, especially for a game like this, it's better so that viewers can listen to the dialogue being read out without having to actually read with their eyes. She had to make herself small to fit inside the cage. Marker stone added to Truth Bullets. You know, they've ruined Kiyo's, like, intricately drawn salt pattern on the floor. I wonder if that was, like, evidence somehow. Like, what if someone disrupted the salt circle to kill Tenko? Probably not. Probably happened from under the floorboards. Ah, this floorboard is loose. And it's the one right under Tenko.
Why?
Why is this floorboard loose?
If I remember correctly...
It wasn't like this before. It must have come loose during the seance.
Why?
Why would it come loose during the seance?
But...
A floorboard this thick and heavy wouldn't have come loose easily. Then someone must have loosened it on purpose. Loose floorboard. Yeah, I don't know. It seems totally obvious to me that someone was messing around under the floorboards and killed her from there. I could try that, Vassal. Yeah, that was the one weird thing, is they still stabbed her in the back. Maybe they, like... It was in the darkness, though, so maybe they, like, got the floorboard next to her and, like, reached around behind her neck. Although that would beg the question, how would the killer see in the dark? There was a similar murder, or like a similar murder method in Danganronpa 2, where someone stabbed someone else from underneath the floorboards. They had night vision goggles to help them with that. Anyways, I'll look into that. I'll look into uploading that penguin sex face emote that you're so interested in. Yeah, look about uploading that after tonight's stream. Yeah, like I think I might just upload it to Twitter or something, and then can you right-click and save as on Twitter? I'm not sure. We'll see. I'll think of something. Tenko's dead body, she took her last breath crouched over like this. According to the Monokuma file, only her only injury is the stab wound to her neck. That's right, we didn't hear her scream or anything. We just heard a thunk, just thud. And then Kyo kept repeating for the child to identify themselves or something. Which again, like I said, according to Tom Clancy novels I've read, that is the most quick and silent way to murder someone is, single forceful stab to the base of the neck. This wound was fatal. This must have caused instant death. I didn't hear a scream during the seance. Ah, wait. Understood. I will not say a word until the seance is over. Okay? Okay, maybe she took Kyo's instructions incredibly seriously. Would Tenko really keep her mouth shut despite the pain? I mean, if it's Tenko, maybe she would. She was a martial artist, so I guess she had that mental discipline. I am being stabbed in the back of the neck, but I must not speak so as to not disrupt the crazy talking to the dead ritual.
Nope.
Her death might not have been instant, but she couldn't have gone far before she bled out.
Huh?
What do you mean?
What's the point?
You are concerned about that, right?
Okay.
With a wound this deep, the victim is too shocked to do anything except die. You're speaking from experience.
That's obvious.
Of course, quick deaths are my specialty. Well then, that makes sense.
By the way,
The real question is, what was she killed with? I don't see a murder weapon around. Yeah, and if we are entertaining the wrap around, the reach around hypothesis, you couldn't really do that with a katana. You're right, I don't see an obvious murder weapon. That could be a clue. Tenko's last moments has been added to truth bullets. Anything else here? What about the cage? Interesting. I guess a blood spurt might have just splurted up from the back of the neck. Yeah, I guess that's the only way that could have happened. That blood could have gotten there. This is the cage used in the seance.
is this?
It looks to be around 3 feet high and 5 feet wide. It's a pretty large iron cage.
Okay.
Big enough for a person to fit inside. No, you don't say, Shuichi. There's those master detective skills at work. During the seance, Kokichi and I covered Tenko with the cage. We were supposed to remove it as well. Broke their neck. Up to the cervical curve, one of the first 6 vertebrae. Huh. Could they speak? That's the big question. Could they scream? Probably not easily. But it was Himiko who rushed in and removed the cage first. Did she lift it on her own? Because it took the two of them together to put it on her. Hey, look at this. A blood stain on the bottom of the cage. Probably Tenko's blood, yeah?
That's true.
Yes, I imagine so. This spatter must have been made when she was killed.
What do you mean?
Which means Tenko was killed while she was inside the cage. I wonder if there... We should investigate that dog statue. Maybe there's a trap door with a blade inside that thing.
Okay.
I think you're right. Tenko went under the cage before the seance. But when the cage was lifted after the seance, she was already dead.
Then?
If she was stabbed right when the cage was lifted, that would explain this blood stain, right? Perhaps she wasn't killed during the seance, but the exact moment the cage was lifted. What? That's wrong, though. I saw the blood peeking out from under the cage during the seance. Right before they lifted it. They didn't see it, because, again, Shuichi, Master Detective, isn't that good at noticing obvious things like neon pink blood seeping out from under a blanket. But I saw it. I commented on it at the time. That is a possibility. Iron Cage has been added to the Truth Bullets section. How would that even work? I guess it would be, like I said, some kind of apparatus involving the dog statue? Where's the blanket, anyways? There was a blanket over the cage. That should also have some blood on it. Are we done here? Yeah, I don't see a way for that to work. It's the white sheet we used for the seance. Didn't Himiko... Yeah, Himiko removed the cage. Yeah, they just reviewed that. Which makes her a bit suspicious, but I don't know. Kyo was the one who removed it. Like, Himiko seemed pretty upset when Tenko died. This cloth is pretty thick. It's similar to a window curtain, but it's completely opaque, and on the back... There we go. Look, there's a blood stain on it, right around the middle of the sheet. Also, if for my blade trapdoor out of the dog hypothesis to be true, there would be a hole in the sheet, which would be really obvious. But no hole in the fabric, so there you go. Which means Tenko wasn't stabbed through this cloth.
Okay.
She was stabbed while underneath the cloth. White sheet added to Truth Bullets. Yeah, I don't know either. I don't know what exactly they're on about. Ruined magic circle. It's the magic circle Kyo drew on the floor. Well, at least it was. It's been completely stomped over. I suppose it was inevitable. Or unavoidable. Was this drawn with salt? Whenever I perform a seance, I always use salt. Are you feeling alright? You sound ridiculous. Ridiculous? I've performed many successful seances. Why, I've even had spirits enter my butt. Shut up, I don't want to hear about your stupid delusions. Maki really doesn't beat around the bush. It's kind of refreshing, actually. Isn't it, though? Isn't it? Yeah, Shuichi knows what's up. In any case, with all these footprints, I can't make out the original circle.
So what?
We'll find out in Kyo's lab. It should be written in the Caged Dog Village document.
Hey.
Isn't that right, Kyo? Why is she looking at him with spooky eyes? ... He seems depressed. I suppose that makes sense. Magic circle Korekiyo drew has been added. Alright, let's check out this dog statue. Oh, there's writing on the wall. The writing's on the wall. It's also red. Was that there before? Did I just not notice it? The room was dimly lit, so we might not have seen it. It's the wooden dog statue used in the seance. I believe it's called the Dog God. Yubi. During the seance, this wooden statue was on top of the cage. It took 4 of us to remove it. This wooden statue is pretty heavy. Did Himiko throw the wooden dog statue off by herself when she went to see what was up with Tenko? I can't remember the specifics of how the scene played out.
If I remember correctly,
Kyo said it was about 175 pounds. I guess she could have tipped it over. That's about the weight of 2 girls. Those are some pretty thin girls. I don't know about that. I'm talking about like some 80, 87-pound girls there. I don't know. I think these girls are lying about their weight. Maybe Himiko. Actually, Kokichi's pretty thin too. Like, yeah, maybe the weight of 2 Himikos. And of course, yeah, Miyu's the heaviest at 123. We all know exactly where that comes from. It's about the weight of 2 girls. What do you know about girls? What do you know about girls? Have you ever even touched a woman besides your mother? Harsh. Harsh but true. It's like we've got Miyu as a sidekick all of a sudden. What? I'm kidding. Oh, she's kidding. That was her I'm kidding face right there. I'm kidding. Anyway. Is this heavy? If this heavy thing was on top of the cage, then Tenko wouldn't have been able to get out easily. Okay. Yeah, you're right about that. That didn't sound like you were kidding earlier. He's still on about that. So now we got nothing left but witnesses. Actually, no, we can look at the candles. Oh yeah, writing on the wall. Okay, it looks like it's just for decoration. That might have been here before. Bet I would like this key holder. Oh, that's so good. That's so good. I do really like that. That's awesome. Not only that, it reminds me of the art style of panty and stocking with garter belts. Actually, I think I saw artwork with stocking drawn in kind of a similar style before. But yeah, that is great. That is great. I'm gonna save that. I don't know where I'm gonna save it. Video game art? Sure. Sure, apparently we're talking to Kokichi. Man, what a lame function. You should have made him like a transformer or something. Okay, you said that already. Candles hung on the wall. They're the only source of light in the room. There are no windows in this room, so without candles it was pitch black. But how did the culprit kill Tenko in complete darkness? What's that site? 1999.co.jp? I've actually never ordered anything from Japan before. They got a whole series of them. Oh, they got one for Gonta too. Nice. Cool, 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 cool. There we go. But how did the culprit kill Tenko in complete darkness? Some idiot is gonna mention at the trial that, like, oh, Kibo could have seen in the dark with his light, like his flashlight eyes. And that's gonna be a stupid idea, because we all would have seen it. Unless the cloth was heavy enough. If that's... How opaque is this cloth? Surely if we saw blood seeping from underneath the cloth, though, we would have seen lights. Or did we? Was there a flash of light during the seance? I don't remember. It's quite thick. Oh, it's like the window curtains that don't let any light in. That doesn't look good for Kibo. Oh, his flashlight eyes are entered into evidence too. He could have used the flashlight eyes to see what he was doing, reach up through the floorboards, and stab her in the back of the neck. And we wouldn't have seen, because they go out of their way to tell us the sheet is quite thick and doesn't let any light in. It could also have been literally anyone else who had access to a flashlight. I think they have flashlights in the storage room. I said things that made Tenko look suspicious, and now this. Mind you, if Kibo killed Tenko, he's still off the hook if he didn't also kill Angie. I'm sorry, Tenko.
Stop it.
Cry later.
What?
Huh?
Because
Crying won't bring Tenko back, and if we don't investigate thoroughly, we'll die too.
Okay.
I need to find the truth and pin down the culprit for Tenko and all of us.
I guess.
You're right. Tenko would want us to figure it out so she'd have no regrets. That would be the best way to apologize.
Well,
Do these floorboards seem a little unstable to you? They're tough to walk on. The floorboards aren't nailed down, they're just lying on top of the cross pieces. That's what Gonta told me. That's probably the reason they're a little unstable. They've only been laid on top. That's why they're unstable. Well, the boards are fairly thick and sturdy. I can't imagine they'd come loose easily.
is this?
But if someone wanted to remove a floorboard, they could easily do so, right? You guys need to crawl around under the floorboards. You guys need to see what's down there.
Okay.
There's got to be clues. Yes, I suppose. Did that say hole? Hole in the corner. I didn't even notice that. There's a small opening in the corner of the room. Oh, in the floorboards, yeah. I didn't even notice this. It doesn't look big enough for a person to get through, but still. Yeah, maybe Himiko, too, could maybe be the one person who could fit under there. Himiko was the one who decided to use the middle room? That's where she was standing, too. That is the corner she was standing in.
Is this?
A hole. Looks like there's space under here, too. Oh, hold on. I can see something below. It looks like something dropped down there. What? Something dropped down there?
Got a minute?
After we check everywhere else, why don't we go under the floor and see for ourselves?
Okay.
Right, let's do it! Like, she didn't make a big deal of it. Like, I remember when they picked the middle room, they said, like, oh, it's natural to use the middle one, yeah? I didn't remember that she was the one who did it, but... Hole in the corner. Do we have anything else to investigate? Let's interview the suspects. Act a bit quiet there, Himiko.
Hey!
Himiko! Hey, Himiko! Be strong, Himiko! Gonta, if you shake Himiko that much, she's going to break. But she not talking. It's like Himiko not even here.
Like I thought.
She must have been really shocked over Tenko. Let's leave her be for now. Okay. Himiko. I wonder if whoever killed Tenko made the decision to kill her after Angie's body was found. Like, maybe they just jumped to the conclusion that Tenko did it and decided to kill her in retaliation. That would make Himiko and Kibo actually both strong suspects.
Why?
Did I say the right names there? Himiko and Kibo would both be the prime suspects. First Angie, then Tenko.
How can this be?
Gonta so ashamed. Why Gonta no could protect friends?
Leave it to me.
Leave it to me. I will become the guiding light that shines on you all. This investigation is over and shut. It's all thanks to me for giving Kibo his new function. Drunk Uncle Bulge, thank you for the follow. Much appreciated. Much appreciated. I was about to say impreciated because I was still tripped up by this investigation is over and shut. Cool, cool. Now then, Cunt Foo's killer. Oh! She's just killing it with the nicknames here. It's obviously Miyu is the murderer with these just on point, deadly nicknames. cunt foo's killer was obviously one of you stupid assholes who signed up to do this bullshit seance in the first place.
No.
Oh, you've been watching the playthrough then. Cool, cool. Glad you've been enjoying it, or presumably at least if you stuck around watching it at least. No, not necessarily. Huh? Seriously? This seance was clearly set up to lure her in and kill her. How could someone who wasn't in the room kill her?
Could it be?
So you believe that Tenko was killed during the seance?
Fucking moron!
There's no other possibility, shit for brains. God, you don't even know that? What did Kuma say? Oh, just a sec. So if there are two different murderers and we found out who performed second murderer, only the first murderer would have the trial and be convicted. Yes, so in terms of like who is the blackened that we need to uncover at the trial, only the first murder counts. In terms of the trial, it doesn't matter at all who killed Tenko, unless they happen to be the same person who killed Angie. Which would be interesting. Yeah, I mentioned that possibility at the start of the stream. It would be interesting, like if, say, for example, it was Himiko, but she doesn't get punished at the trial because this one doesn't count. Yeah, I know. Yeah, that's what I was talking about earlier. Yeah, that's actually a possibility here. Now, in Danganronpa 1, we had a couple attempted murders where like 3 different students tried to murder someone and like really tried. fucked up the victim pretty badly, but she ended up surviving all 3 times. It is true that Tenko was alive before the seance began. That was actually the same case where I've mentioned before that there was a suicide in the first game. That was the same case that was the suicide. It was such a tragic case. It's actually one of my favorites in the series, where Sakura, like 3 different people tried to murder Sakura just because they're terrified of her, because she's like the ultimate martial artist, and unlike Tenko, she actually looks like an MMA fighter or something. So everyone's terrified of her, and they try to kill her. And it's like she's so depressed about how she's causing strife among the group that she kills herself afterwards. And then her best friend, who kind of saw the whole thing happen, or like tried to talk her out of it unsuccessfully, doctored the crime scene to cover up the suicide because she wanted everyone to guess wrong at the class trial, because she thought they all deserved to die for what they did to Sakura. That was a great case, actually. That was actually a really, really good case. Strong contender for the best case in Danganronpa 1. Actually, maybe that is my favorite. Maybe I do like that one better than case number 2. Anyways, we'll see if we end up with anything here that lives up to those lofty heights. It's true Tenko was alive before the seance began. My controller's not working. There we go. This is the point of no return, Tenko. After this point, you mustn't speak. The next time you open your mouth, it will be Angie speaking through you. Understood. I will not say a word until the seance is over. Tenko answered Kyo, so at that point she was most certainly alive. But when the candles were relit, she had already been killed. That means she was killed in the dark, I'm positive. What time exactly was Tenko killed after the candles were blown out? Interestingly, we did get a Monokuma file, which I forgot to look at, even though this case apparently doesn't count. That may be an important point of this case. Or did we get a Monokuma file? I actually don't remember. Oh, we actually didn't. We actually don't have a file for Tenko. I mean, it is pretty obvious that that was when she was killed, but if we had a Monokuma file, that would confirm it. It would tell us the time of death.
That cannot be.
Why? Why did this?
I knew it,
Kyo, I know the murder was pretty shocking.
but of course.
Of course, I am shocked about that as well. But why did the seance fail? We performed all the steps flawlessly. He seems more concerned by that than the murder. I mean, obviously it didn't work because the frickin' spirit medium was dead.
Ah, yes.
Fucking moron. Oh, if we perform the caged child again and summon Tenko's spirit this time.
This is stupid.
Cut the crap, just tell me what happened during the seance. Both you and Shuichi were present, right? Did she get killed during the seance?
I see, yes.
True, it may be best to move past what happened to know why the seance failed.
Is that so?
Whatever, just hurry up. At the time, in order to begin the seance, we had Tenko, the spiritual medium, position herself as a turtle within the magic circle so her head touched the marker stone. Then Shuichi and Kokichi placed the cage over Tenko. And after that, I placed the white cloth over the cage. Then all four of us placed the wooden statue of the dog god atop the cage. Afterwards, when we stood in the four corners of the room, Kokichi and Shuichi blew out the candles. Yeah, so that's the door over there. And yeah, that's Himiko in the corner next to the hole in the floor. Finally, we all sang the caged child song. The seance should have been complete, but... Ah, now that you mention it, I remember hearing a strange sound during the song. That's right, it was in the middle of the song. That is right. Thunk. I mean, that doesn't sound like a girl falling over or a blade being driven through someone's neck. It is a mystery to me as well. I thought someone may have tripped, perhaps. That was a pretty loud sound for someone tripping. Perhaps Kyo knows something.
What do you mean?
Oh, perhaps Kyo knows something. And then what happened?
Yes.
Ah, we called out to her, but no reply came. I had Shuichi and Kokichi relight the candles. Welcome back, Fantasy Earl. And then we removed all the items from within the magic circle in the opposite order. Did you miss the creepy song? No, they didn't replay the creepy song. They replayed the thud, but that's it. First, all four of us removed the dog god statue. Next, I took off the white cloth, and then... That's right, they all worked together, and we didn't see that she was dead until after the cloth was lifted. And then Himiko lifted the cage herself. Yeah, it could have been sound from under the floorboards. Like someone quickly hurrying under the floorboards to escape the scene. Himiko ran over to the cage, and the moment she lifted it... Then it sounded like Tenko was definitely killed during the seance.
No.
But it would not be difficult in such darkness. But would it not be difficult in such darkness? Besides, she was inside the cage, yes? Then when was she killed?
Well, that's...
Yes, that is a problem.
I see, yes.
There is another problem. And that is, why ever did the seance fail? I simply cannot figure... Okay, is this guy a fucking moron or something? I simply cannot figure it out. Maybe someone moved from their corner. Did someone else sneak in here?
What's the point?
Obviously, since the seance was clearly a sham. Maki never was one to pull her punches. Sound during seance has been added.
Hey!
Maki, we finished investigating up here. Perhaps we should check under the floor.
By the way,
It seems pretty dark down there. What should we use for light?
That's true.
Let's bring a candle. With Kibo's light from up here, that should be fine.
okay.
Then I'll go get a candle. Remove that floorboard so we can go down.
Okay.
Okay, got it. I pulled off the... Do you want to die? Do you want to die, Vasil? I pulled off some of the floorboards near the hole and took the candle from Maki. Then we carefully made our way through the hole under the floor. Do you think something's gonna happen? Do you think he's gonna, like, accidentally touch something? It's just like, yeah, I'll show you whether I've touched a woman. Huh. Oh, that's creepy. It's still dripping. This is a lot more spacious than I thought. You can move pretty easily on all fours. This is actually... I had pictured like a crawl space where they could reach their hand up and like stab her in the back of the neck. But yeah, it looks like whoever was down here would have to be pretty tall to like reach up and stab. I guess they could have gotten her to roll over somehow. This is a lot more spacious than I thought. You can pretty easily move on all fours. Oh, maybe it's not that high. All fours? Yeah, that makes sense. In that case, they could still reach up through the floorboards.
Okay.
Let's look around for clues. It'd look pretty stupid if we found no clues after crawling around in this dusty place.
Okay.
Yeah. You think it's magic. We got blood in 2 places here. 3 places. Well, I guess we've got our murder weapon then. There's a sickle here, and there's blood all over it. Have we seen a sickle before? Where did that come from?
Okay.
The blood on this sickle is fresh. This is it! This is the murder weapon!
Is this...
Okay, there we go. This came from my research lab. It did?
Well...
A sickle can be used to assassinate a target. It can be thrown without losing any lethality, and you can hide it under your clothes, too.
Well...
If she was attacked with this, she wouldn't stand a chance. The blade is about 6 inches.
That's right.
And since Tenko was in the cage, she wouldn't have been able to defend herself. But even if this is our murder weapon, how did the culprit attack Tenko in the cage? Are you an idiot, Shuichi? The blade could fit through the gaps in the cage, but you are a fucking idiot, Shuichi.
That's true.
Anyways, I was so floored by Shuichi's stupidity, I didn't finish reading his line. The blade could fit through the gaps in the cage, but could it reach her neck? Yeah, the world's greatest detective! The cage is 3 feet high. If you were to stab into it with a 6-inch blade... Well, it would depend on Tenko's posture, but I don't think it's impossible. Then her posture is out of the question. Then her posture is the question. Hey, if the weapon is down here, the culprit must have thrown it away, right?
That's true.
Perhaps after killing Tenko, the culprit threw the sickle under the floor in the dark. Or they could have been under the floor the entire time. Either of those is possible. I'd say only one of those is possible. I'd say it is impossible that they stabbed her through the cage, and... Actually, it's not... Actually, no, it's not entirely possible. Actually, they're right. They could have walked up in the darkness, assuming that this was one of the participants. Actually, that is plausible. Himiko has the sickle hidden under the floorboards. She pulls it up, walks over to the cage, and lifts up the cloth and stabs her through it. Although that doesn't solve the problem of how did she do it without any light. And why? And if she did have a light, we would have seen it if she did it from outside the cage. But yeah, the light is what kills that possibility. Sickle under the floor has been added. Blood dripping from the gaps in the floorboards. Fresh blood. This is definitely Tenko's. Why is it there in 2 places, though? Ah, look. Part of the crosspiece that supports the floorboard is cut off.
That's true.
It's near the loose floorboard, and the portion missing is about the same width, too. And from what I can see of it...
That's true.
It wasn't broken off naturally. This was cut by someone. Can you see the blood dripping? I don't know what you're talking about, Ozar Hawk. All I see is like neon, like bright neon pink ketchup. It's neon pink Heinz ketchup. You know, you can get Heinz ketchup in like weird colors now. You can get purple ketchup. Same great Heinz taste, brand new color. I actually don't know if they still sell that garbage, but I remember seeing that back when I worked at the grocery store. There should be saws in the warehouse, so they could have used that. The question is, why? Yeah, we just looked at the left stain, yeah? Another crosspiece is supporting the floorboard, so it might not fall if this portion is missing. So what purpose did this serve? The floorboard underneath Tenko's body is loose, and the crosspiece supporting it has been cut. I mean, probably to mark the space where they need to make the stab. If the culprit did all of this, then why? And also to make it easier to move the floorboard so they could reach up with the scythe. Crosspiece under the floor has been added. Like, are you talking like the blood drip? Yeah, we just finished looking at that. Now I don't... So we got 2 blood stains. We got dried blood and fresh blood, actually. Also, is there anything over here? Oh, we got a... Or is that our candle? Also, that hole is suspicious. Hey there, Deep Fry. How is up? There's a blood stain on the ground underneath the loose floorboard. But that's pretty far from where Tenko's blood is dripping down. It's under the same floorboard, just at different ends. Why is there blood here? Hey, the back of this floorboard has blood on it too. You're right. There's a little bit of blood on the underside of this floorboard.
What do you mean?
Did Tenko's blood spatter here when she got killed?
That's true.
I wonder. I can't really be sure yet.
Okay.
But the bloodstains... Angie had, like, lacerations, or I don't know, some kind of head wound. In addition to her stab wound. This floorboard could have been used to club Angie over the head. For some reason. There must be some reason these particular stains are dry. Dried blood under the floor has been added to truth bullets. Loose floorboard added to truth bullets. And then we got a hole here which presumably leads to the next room. Some of the wood is corroded and is broken off so you can see into the next room.
Hey.
This is the wall of the empty room, right? Looks like there's wood along the wall. This part has rotted away. It looks like natural rot. This hole wasn't made intentionally. But I can get to the next room through here.
That's true.
If I remember correctly, the room next door is also empty, right? Then the culprit could have gone from room to room by moving under here instead of using the hallway.
No.
True, but it would have been difficult moving around under the floor. We did alright because we had a light. Without that, it'd be pitch black. Also, they mentioned that Kibo's light shines through the floorboards, because these are loose floorboards, so if someone were crawling around under here with a bright light, we probably would have seen it through the floorboards. If they had a candle, then that might be dim enough that we might not have seen it. That might make it impossible to move around in here. Then they could have used a light like we're doing right now. True. They used a light to move around under the floor. Is that possible? I think we've finished investigating here. No, you haven't! Go in the hole! Go in the hole and see if there's any clues in the other room. Mackie, you want to head back up? Glad you asked. I was starting to get fed up with all the dust. After Mackie and I crawled out from under the floor, we put the floorboards back and returned to our investigation. You know what it is? Like the piece of evidence that solves this entire murder for us is probably in that other room. Because that's what they've done every time. There's like one piece of conspicuous evidence that they just decide not to give us until the critical moment at trial, where we're about to prove who the murderer is. It's like, oh, we know we know the murderer and the method. If only we had solid evidence. And then suddenly it's like, oh, I forgot. I have this solid evidence right here. I bet you that's it. I bet you that's our solid evidence through that hole they refuse to investigate.
By the way,
We've only been investigating this room. You sure that's wise?
Huh?
What do you mean?
because
If Angie and Tenko have different killers, then the blackened we need to vote for is
You're right.
the culprit for the first murder, the culprit who killed Angie. That's what Monokuma said.
then
So instead of investigating Tenko's death, shouldn't we be investigating Angie's? Yes, of course. I thought we were done investigating Angie's. That's why we were fucking around with this seance nonsense. But this is bigger than the killing game. For the sake of the two who died, I need to reveal the truth of both of their deaths. Well, I understand why you feel that way. But if you plan on investigating the other crime scene again, we should probably hurry. Are we done here? Looks like we're done. When I came to the hallway, a scene more surprising than I could ever imagine unfolded. Oh, cool. Are we gonna have a third body now? What? What? No! Fuck you! Fuck you! Oh, that's great! Oh, that's great! Oh my god, I love Kokichi. He's like the best character. Best character. Oh my god. Oh my god, that was great. Did I surprise you? Were you gonna scream or cry in terror? That would be unprecedented in the history of the series. There have been double murders in the first two games, but there's never been a triple murder.
Huh?
What are you doing? Oh my god. His face is all creepy now that it's covered in ketchup? That actually looks like it's that purple Heinz ketchup I was talking about. Oh, sorry, I'm just a little lightheaded from the blood loss. Yeah, this is real blood. Oh, okay then. He's really committed to this bit.
Why?
Okay, so what are you doing? I got curious about something, so I decided to search the empty room next door. Then suddenly, I stepped through the floorboard. You stepped through a floorboard? Jeez, that got me good. Because of this, I tripped and fell pretty hard.
got a minute?
If you're going to lose consciousness, do it after you tell us everything. Oh, sorry, my bad. I guess there was no crosspiece supporting this floorboard, so I kinda stepped through. Ah ha ha, what bad luck. The crosspiece was gone. Does that mean... What? What? Huh?
Confidence, dreams.
Is it trial time already?
Game is all about. Killing game fans, hold your head high and watch with your own two eyes.
There's no way it's trial time yet, right? We're not done investigating the other rooms.
Baseball, soccer, mobile games. They're all
Oh, cool. We got a
nothing
clip of the big surprise.
The killing game just can't be beat. Behold, students, the entrance to the trial.
Oh, do we have
ground.
new trial grounds? I guess time's up. Aw, man, it's because of you guys. I didn't have enough time to check something. What were you trying to check? Actually, it sounds like Kokichi was trying to investigate that room that we were just about to check out.
See?
I wanted to re-research the seance again, so I brought this document with me. But unfortunately, Oh, did he drop it under the floorboards? I couldn't find anything new that could be used as a clue. Kyo perfectly reenacted the seance as what was written in the document. He drew his magic circle the same exact way as in this picture. Not only that, he used the same exact tools, too. Nothing suspicious about this whole thing. Well, I wanted to check the finer details, but I'll tell you about it later. At the class trials, so see you there. Kokichi left, the blood loss clearly affecting his footing a bit. Bloody Kokichi has been added to truth bullets. I was very surprised. And distraught that we would have a triple murder, and of Kokichi of all people. That would have been nuts. And yeah, that was a really funny joke. That was a really, really funny joke.
That's true.
Yeah, okay. Is Maki nervous? I see, so even she gets nervous sometimes.
Do you want to die?
What are you staring at? Do you want to die? I know, right, Ashley? He looks like kind of creepy. I'm surprised this computer didn't play into the mystery at all. Now I guess we gotta go to the Shrine of Judgment. I had speculated that maybe the computer room would have been like the mechanism of resurrection. Like whoever got resurrected would come back as an AI or a robot or something. Which has happened a couple times before in the series. Maybe that level in the corner is like a countdown to something. Like maybe something horrible happens if we get to level 99 before the game's over. So, it's class trial time, and I don't think... Who do I think is the culprit? It's a good question. I'll review the evidence once we get to the Room of Judgment. Alright, who do we think? Who do we think? Is it a hint? Like, I literally said at the time, when Kokichi showed up with his bloody face, that he looked creepy, with the blood all over his face. So... Like, I would say Kibo and Himiko are my number 1 and number 2 suspects for Tenko's murder. I'd say just about anyone is a suspect for Angie's murder, including Tenko herself. No, it's a fair question, because we are only looking for one culprit. We only need to find out who Tenko's murderer is, which is like, it could be something where it's like we just immediately find out, well, okay, since it doesn't matter to the trial, I'll just confess I killed Tenko. Like someone comes up with it like right at the start of the trial. It could be a possibility. Could be Maki. That would be really sad. I don't think it is. I don't know. That would be tragic if our new sidekick, good old Maki roll, got offed right after she warms up to us. But yeah, I'd say either Kibo or Himiko killed Tenko, and either Tenko or literally anyone else killed Angie. I guess Gonta. Gonta is like the one person that I don't suspect of killing Angie. Probably not Kibo either. He was a member of the cult. Probably not Himiko. Could even be Maki. I mean, frankly, if it was Tenko and he says that only the first murder counts, would we have no execution here? Anyways, I guess we'll see. We will see. I don't know, do I want to review the actual evidence? I always just go based on who I think is sus. Trying to finger the culprit before the trial. But, like, what's the actual evidence here? Like, I got so wrapped up in Tenko's murder, which seems pretty straightforward. Someone, pretty much either Himiko or Kibo, I don't know who else it could be, crawled onto the floorboards and killed her with the sickle. Could be Kokichi, I guess? Probably not. Yeah, like the last two cases, I've been completely wrong. Or I guess no, I suspected Shuichi more than Kaede. I posed the theory in the first case that Kaede might have been a murderer by accident, but that theory was even stupider than what actually ended up happening. I agree, Ashley. I think the Kaede kill was a bit stupid. So yeah, the second murder is pretty straightforward. I got so distracted by the second murder. Like, Angie's murder is still completely mysterious. Like, how did they get out of the room, and yet the room stayed locked? Maybe the floorboard? No, there were no floorboards in the room, I don't think. I don't think that the artist's room has... Oh, maybe it does. Maybe they could have gotten out through the floorboards. Although I don't think we saw anything like a hole in here. Also, they mentioned that Kokichi could have picked the lock shut. I don't know if that's even possible, but if it is, then that's possible. Yeah, we are literally in the trial room right now. I just am making my bullshit speculations. There was the theory, too, where like maybe Rantaro came back to life and killed her and is hiding somewhere. Although I don't think you're allowed to not attend a class trial. Duct tape on her hair. This is so weird. We didn't think to inspect the floorboards of this room, so it could be that they got out through the floorboards, but if they did, we don't have any evidence to that effect. Hey there, Jadis. Nope, it turns out that she is with Atua now. And yeah, as it turns out, Tenko had a bad day too. Yeah, this is just a weird case. Like, I have no idea what's going on with the duct tape. The forehead injury was probably the floorboard. Although I don't know why they would have done that. Maybe it had something to do with the ritual. We do have the... I think we have... Yeah, the Necronomicon describes the ritual. Maybe the duct tape was used to make, like, a secret effigy? That would be a big surprise. Like, someone used, like, Angie's hair and planned to use her as... although the Necronomicon doesn't say you need a human sacrifice or anything. I know, right? Like, my suspicion for this trial was either Tenko, like before the murder took place, I was like, okay, either Angie or Tenko is gonna die, and the other one is gonna be, if not the murderer, then like the prime suspect for the murder. And then they both end up dying. We'll see. I've got nothing. I have no clue with Angie's murder. It would appear we have all gathered. I'd say Korekiyo is maybe our prime suspect. I'm gonna lock that prediction in. It's my two prime suspects for Tenko's murder are Kibo and Himiko, and my prime suspects for Angie's murder are Tenko and Korekiyo. Just because his seance bullshit is super suspicious, and he had access to the katana, I guess, although everyone did. It would appear we have all gathered, but it seems there are less and less of us. Less friends mean it that much harder to solve mystery.
Don't worry.
Well, don't worry. I'm sure you've gotten a little smarter by now, Gonta. Yeah, Gonta do his best to help. I'd want you to graduate from super idiot level to at least Kaito idiot level. Hey, what's that supposed to mean? Kaito's been a total non-entity for this whole chapter. I wonder if he could have done something.
Are you okay?
More importantly, are you okay, Kaito? Yeah, I'm feeling better now. But wow, Maki Roll sure does pack a punch. Hit him again, Maki Roll.
I don't know.
It's your fault. You don't need to worry about our dwindling numbers. Only dipshits have died so far. Mostly accurate. I liked Ryoma, but, yeah.
That being said,
I know it's a tall order, but try to use your brains this time so I don't have to use mine.
Booyah!
These golden brain cells of mine are a gift to the entire world.
Unacceptable.
It's as though every time you open your mouth, you become less likable.
rest in peace.
Atua, please lend us your power.
But
It may be difficult for us to rely on Atua, considering what happened to Angie, whom Atua loved most of all.
well, you know.
She shouldn't have relied on Atua in the first place. But seriously, it's kind of funny seeing a robot believe in God, especially Atua.
I also.
So what? Robots can believe in God.
Indeed.
Actually, before I even met Angie, I had a similar experience. Similar to what? Hearing voices, I mean. You might call it an inner voice. It tells me what to do whenever I'm in
Got a minute?
How long are you going to say that for? Atua and ghosts don't matter right now.
Jeez.
Yeah, the trial this time is gonna be rough. We got caught in Monokuma's trap. His trap?
That's right.
He probably made the fourth floor so scary on purpose to prevent me from investigating.
All right already.
No, he didn't.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's no way.
Hey, so
Shuichi, say something! What should I say? Why did the seance fail? I never did figure out why. I see he's still more interested in that than the case.
damn.
This trial is gonna be rough, since I couldn't do any investigating. You know, it's almost nothing but morons left for the class trial. Like, really, the only people who are helpful and have good ideas at class trial left are, like, Kokichi and Maki. Everyone else is an idiot. Like, solely, purely there for comic relief. Actually, I guess Korekiyo's alright. Korekiyo is alright during trials. But yeah, like, we lost Kirumi, we lost Ryoma, we lost Kaede. Like, all the most sensible people are getting picked off one by one. Oh no, maybe that means Maki's next. Or Kokichi. Actually, Kokichi would have had a strong motive to take out Angie, I think. He seemed to really dislike the way she formed that cult.
Damn.
This trial is going to be rough since I couldn't do any investigating. Wah! I respected Angie and Tenko so much since the moment we met.
Shut up.
Shut up! Nothing's going to be solved by crying about it.
Right already.
Besides, that was a lie, wasn't it?
It's a lie.
Yep, you guys have me figured out already, so there's no point in keeping up the act. Kokichi never changes, no matter what situation he's in.
Listen up.
Try using your brain so I don't have to. She said that already.
Please wait.
It's true, though I do not know if it can be attributed to God, per se. I can hear an inner voice guiding me when I don't know what to do. Does it tell you to kill people? Did it tell you to stab Tenko through the floorboards? I can't explain why, but I believe that voice will lead me to hope as long as I listen to it.
On your knees.
Shut up! Why the fuck is a robot talking about God anyways? It's so unseemly.
You're
That inner voice is probably just a radio or something, like in taxis and stuff.
That is not funny.
It was unwise of me to confide in you all. Going to do his best to help. I mean, if Himiko isn't involved in either of the murders, this is really, really sad for her. Like, Angie was her cult leader, and Tenko was like her best friend, if you round up to the nearest integer. So in the end, the culprit really was... No, it's nothing. We can talk about it once the trial starts.
Okay.
Atua and ghosts don't matter right now. The culprit is among us. Maki sus. Like, honestly, yeah, the way that everyone's been bullying Kibo this whole time, I wouldn't even blame him if he just flipped out and started murdering people. Ramble, 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 ramble. Flex! As usual, we walked toward the elevator in silence. Hey there, Cameronall. Stuck on the Monokuma statue? As soon as we remaining survivors stepped aboard. Oh, the video's stuck. I didn't understand what you meant there. I thought you meant, like, stuck in your mind, like, you know, like stupid, sexy, buff Monokuma, like stuck on it like that. 2 people got murdered? Yes, we got a double murder. We descended. So, presumably Monokuma will clarify the rules about double murders in terms of the murder game, but if he doesn't, I will. Perhaps because there were fewer of us, the elevator seemed to move faster. I don't know why I'm using Kyo's voice for this. Yeah, Monokuma explained what the rules are with regards to the class trial with the 2 murders. He'll probably explain it again once we get down there. And so we fell faster and faster, downward into the black. The elevator stopped, and just like always, the doors parted slowly. The light that shines on us from the other side, the bright light of our future. Or is it? Or is it? Boy, they look really depressed. Must be because there's even less participants now. Fewer. There's even fewer participants now. Don't say they look depressed. You'll make Monodam sad. Monodam's gone back to being a mute. As much as I'd love to keep hearing this adorable back and forth. Let's hurry up and get this started. At last, the class trial will begin. I hope you enjoy it to your heart's content. The third class trial was about to begin. Angie Yonaga, the ultimate artist. Oh, did you miss the previous trial, Jadis? Yeah, we had a Monocub dead last time, too. He got squished underneath Kirumi when she fell from the rope. I forget his name, the yellow one. The blue one died in the first trial. He got shoved under the piano cover when it crushed Kaede. The yellow one, Monosuke? I think his name was Monosuke. She created the Ultimate Academy Student Council to try to prevent the killing game. Then Tenko Chabashira, the Ultimate Aikido Master. She hated men, but I knew that she hated this terrible killing game even more. The 2 who were killed were both trying to stop the killing. Ryoma's face over there on the right still cracks me up. Did we ever find out why she was so anti-men? No. I mean, some women just be that way. They're just born that way, apparently. And who was the one who killed them? Was it one person? Two different people? We need to pin that down in this class trial. In order to live, we have to find the truth. You missed Kaede's trial? Yeah, that was the first one. Yeah, we're on trial number 3 now. And I will fight for it. I will fight with truth and lies in this class trial. Like, he literally means he's going to fight with lies. Like, apparently you lie to find the truth in this game. It kind of annoys me. Do I want to save? Sure, I'll save. Trying to find out what now? Anyways. In an attempt to resurrect the dead, Angie is killed during a seance to search for answers. Tenko is killed. Are the two related? The third trial begins. Oh, exclamation part. Begins! There we go. I don't think I even have that many more friendship points to unlock more skills. Probably just go for something simple here. Max influence, maybe? Because I was running really low last trial. Probably just go with something simple like that. Can I even afford anything else? Oh, we actually have a few options. Like, yeah, these are only effective on one type of minigame. Like, I think more influence is just obvious. Like, Hangman's Gambit, I think we only play that, like, once per trial. Yeah, I think I'll just go for more health. Oh, first death this chapter was Angie, and while we were investigating her death, another... Oh, yeah. Yep, that is what happened. Okay, so we got the correct, mean logic, normal action. I guess if I was going to try to predict the murderer, I could do it during this screen. So yeah, this is where we review all of our evidence. So yeah, the sequence of events... so the motive that Monokuma gave us this time was the resurrection ritual. They gave us the Necronomicon, which was supposedly the instructions to do a ritual that would bring back one of our dead classmates. Like, bring them back from the dead and revive them, and they would re-enter the killing game. Angie was going to perform the ritual. She locked herself in a room to do it, but when we opened it up, she was dead. And then in the midst of the investigation of Angie's murder, Kiyo really wanted to do a seance, because he had a manual for that too. So we wanted to talk to Angie to find out who killed her. And during the seance, Tenko was murdered. She was going to be our spirit medium. You know, I just thought of this. It's not Monosuke, it's Monosuke. I mean, it doesn't matter, he's dead now, so I'm never gonna have to say his stupid Monosuke name anyways. One thing that I hadn't considered is that whoever murdered Tenko might have done it deliberately to disrupt the seance. Like, we could have this. There's still the possibility that the same person murdered both of them, and it could be that whoever murdered Angie murdered Tenko because they were afraid of the seance succeeding and revealing them as the culprit. That's like the obvious motive, but like who would believe in that? Who would believe so much that the seance would succeed, that they would actually like go so far as to kill someone to disrupt it? Anyways, we'll see. I think I've got a decent handle on Tenko's murder, but I don't have any idea about Angie's, so let's just... There we go. Begin class trial. Tsumugi? She was also just a total non-entity.
Let's begin with the basic explanation of the class trial.
Like, the way Tsumugi's been a total non-entity, like, the entire game so far. Like, every other character, we've kind of learned more about them. They've emerged in more prominent roles in the story. Like, everyone who I said was kind of boring in the beginning, kind of got their moment in the sun. Even Tenko, who I never really liked, had some good moments in this chapter, and kind of developed as a character. Like, Tsumugi is just so conspicuously like boring and such a non-entity. I kind of suspect her of being the mastermind for that reason alone. Anyways, let's auto-scroll since we got voice acting, so now I can rest my voice. Oh, also, Monokuma, or maybe he'll explain it here. If he doesn't explain the rules for the double murder here, I will.
Vote correctly, and only the blackened will be punished. But if you pick the wrong person, I'll punish everyone besides the blackened, and that person will graduate from this academy. Also, refusing to vote will result in your death, so you better vote for someone. Now, smiles, everyone! It's showtime! Let's get this crazy
It's
out
a
of
showtime.
the way!
Sorry, everyone. I don't think I'm gonna be much help this time.
Okay, so Monokuma didn't go over the rules for the double murder, but so I will. According to Monokuma, only the first murder counts. So the first murder triggered the class trial, so this class trial is only in terms of the first murder. Whoever did the first murder is the blackened. The second one doesn't count at all, unless it's the same murderer for both of them. So conceivably, the murderer for Tenko's murderer could be one of the remaining students, and they could just... in fact, we don't even need to solve Tenko's murder. Potentially, Tenko's murder could go completely unsolved as long as we figure out who killed Angie, if I understand the way Monokuma explained it correctly. But yeah, apparently, since we were already in trial mode, basically, after Angie's murder, yeah, Tenko's murder doesn't count for the purposes of the class trial. But yeah, the second murderer doesn't get to go free, doesn't get a class trial. It's as if the murder never happened in terms of the killing game. No trial, no freedom, nothing. Is the way that Monokuma explained it. Hopefully they'll go over the details in the trial.
Disruptions, I couldn't do a thorough
One question that remains unanswered is, what if it was Tenko? Like, if Angie's murderer is dead, does that make the second murder active? Like, since the first murderer can't reap the benefits of getting away with it and graduation and all that, does the second murderer get it since the first one's ineligible? Hypothetical second murderer doesn't get to go free after all? No, as far as the way Monokuma described it, he didn't go into a lot of detail, but yeah, he said it doesn't count, is I think the way he phrased it. So basically, yeah, no trial, no blackened, no freedom, nothing. Does not count for the murder game at all.
I can tell Monokuma is overcompensating to hide his self-consciousness.
Next time, spend less time fixing your hair and more time investigating, spaceman!
Oh, called
Some
out.
comedy act from you two weirdos.
Oh, wonder if Tenko knew about the first murder? Everyone knew about the first murder. That's part of the rules of the game, is everyone, once the body is discovered, everyone in the class gets an announcement saying, a body has been discovered, please gather at the crime scene, which is in whatever room. So everyone always knows about the murders as soon as they happen, or as soon as they're discovered. Poor Himiko.
Who killed Angie and Tenko.
She seems mad.
Let your emotions hasten your judgment. There may be two killers.
So, our other culprit might not be one of us here.
Will they be free to walk around after the trial? I believe so. Yeah, like if it. Yeah, that's what I was saying at the start of the stream. Yeah, like if they killed her and if it doesn't count, then yeah, like Tsumugi could have killed Tenko and it doesn't matter because she doesn't count as a blackened. I'm guessing that won't be it, just to avoid complications, because that gets kind of complicated. I'm guessing that either Tenko was the murderer or the same person murdered them both.
What do you mean?
The transfer student. Maybe our resurrected transfer student dragged Angie and Tenko into the grave.
That didn't happen.
Say something, Shuichi. It'll be a mess if this keeps going on.
Is it even possible for a revived corpse to be the culprit? Ask Monokuma. Well, in the interest of being thorough, I should clear things up here. I mean, I think this is an appropriate time to be talking spooky. Since we had, like, what? Resurrection rituals from the Necronomicon and a seance.
Committed by the recently deceased. They came back to life and killed 2 of our classmates.
How do I disprove this, though? Shouldn't we just ask Monokuma if that's allowed? Shouldn't...
Ritual did work?
Oh, the ritual...
Who was resurrected, I wonder?
Angie did say she was gonna bring Rantaro back.
Yeah, and he's not back, so yeah.
Rantaro was resurrected.
Then why isn't he here? He should be part of the class trial.
Rantaro, a mommy!
You're not allowed to skip class trials. Oh god. This isn't about believing in reviving the dead. I have to focus on their statements.
This crime was
Oh, what did he say? I can't review it. Were all those statements correct?
came back to life and killed 2 of our classmates.
I think Necronomicon on completed the ritual because she didn't complete the ritual.
So, ritual did work?
There we go, yeah. It didn't work because the Necronomicon says what the ritual is, and those things were clearly left undone.
I don't think Angie's ritual succeeded.
Which options do you actually have in these scenes?
Necronomicon Monokuma showed us.
So as far as I know, like the way that the debate scenes work is you have to find, or there's a couple ways that you can solve them, but the normal way is to find evidence. You have your evidence bullets. You want to pick the evidence that contradicts a yellow statement that someone is making and fire the contradicting evidence at that statement. So the Necronomicon, the details of the ritual in the Necronomicon contradict the statement that the ritual was completed.
We have to burn the Necronomicon in the ritual.
Yeah, that specifically is the main problem. So yeah, the Necronomicon itself proves that the ritual wasn't completed. After preparing the effigy, burn the Necronomicon. Use caution, be mindful of carbon monoxide poisoning. Hey there, Catsbox. I am having a good evening. So far. Although that'll depend on who
If Angie's ritual had
ends up being the culprit in this trial, partly.
So she must have been killed before the ritual was complete, since the book was still intact.
Then, going to think Rantaro probably not culprit.
I just had a thought. It could be Kaito. Since Kaito gets, like, freaked out by, like, ghosts and spooky stuff, he might have been so wigged out by, like, the resurrection ritual and the seance that he just, like, hates all spooky magic and just flipped out and murdered everyone to prevent all of it. It's kind of a wild theory. I don't think that's really what happens, but that's a possibility. Oh yeah, so yeah, there's the lie mode as well. That's right, which I kind of hate. But yeah, you can hold down the fire button to turn one of your evidence bullets into a lie. That's like the opposite of the evidence. And then you can lie about the evidence to try to contradict someone's statement, which works sometimes for no good reason. Hey there, Xenoplays. Wow, we got a busy time in chat here. Gonto think Rantaro probably not the culprit.
person could resurrect.
Now hold on a second. I can't let that comment stand.
Yeah, the thing about the contradictions is it's pretty straightforward. Like, you find the evidence that contradicts the statement, and then you move the debate forward. It's not exactly clear how lying moves the debate forward. Like, it's not intuitively obvious.
Sure, everybody knows that you can't bring the dead back to life. But it's easy at the Ultimate Academy, as long as you use the Necronomicon.
What are you talking about? There's no way that's possible.
Like, yeah, with lying for me, it's like, for me, it's more like, why am I lying? What purpose does this serve? How does this possibly advance the discussion?
But it's true. I never lie about motives.
Daddy said so, so he can't be wrong. Raising the dead is totally possible.
I don't believe you.
Man, I can't believe you guys wasted such a perfectly good motive
How did we waste it? It totally caused, like, 2 murders.
to bring Monodam back to life.
Oh yeah, that would have been good. That would wait. Monodam's still alive. Yeah, that's right. Monodam's the one that's still alive.
I'm just kidding. I wouldn't waste a resurrection on Monodam's corpse.
The trial mechanics in the first 2 games are basically the same.
So resurrecting the dead was
The debates are basically the same.
whole time?
The hangman's game, like the other mini games, are different from game to game.
That could happen, idiots.
Slight differences,
Trying to confuse us.
but the debate scenes are basically the same.
Hurry up and find out who the Blackened is.
I think the sword thing was introduced in the second
The
game.
blame falls to one of us.
Who? Who did it?
Though I could be misremembering.
Step aside, Half Pint. I'll handle this. I don't know about Tenko, but I'm pretty fucking sure Kyo murdered Angie.
Whoa! Well, I guess that clears Kyo, basically. If Miu said it was Kyo, then it definitely wasn't Kyo. This game does have agreements as well.
Why?
Don't play dumb with me, Creepshow. I already know what happened.
Oh, this will be good.
Culprit used a katana to kill Angie. And it was found in Kyo's research lab.
Okay.
Which makes you, Kyo, automatically suspicious.
Okay.
Anyone could have taken that katana, you see.
Yeah.
So that rusty katana was the murder weapon.
Yeah.
You were the only one who cared about that thing, Kyo.
I don't know if that's
Care
true.
about some katana.
Just admit it, you shit-eating worm.
Can I agree with that?
The classroom broke in.
The way shit-eating worm moves like a worm. That's great.
Yeah, I'm a fucking genius!
I love the text animations. Is Korei Kyo really the culprit? Does that story fit the facts of the case? So we have to have something that disproves. We should think about it from the beginning. We gotta have evidence that disproves him breaking in.
And it was found in Kyo's research lab.
Angie locked herself in the lab. Student council. She wouldn't unlock the door unless someone from the student council asked her to. So it could be that.
Makes you, Kyo, automatically suspicious.
But anyone could have taken that katana, you see.
So that rusty katana was the murder weapon.
Yeah, I saved at the start of the
You were
trial.
the only one who cared about
Although you do get infinite retries,
I
basically.
did not care about some katana.
Just admit it, you shit-eating worm. You went to the classroom, broke in.
I'm not sure about that. Went to the classroom, broke in. Like, the doors are basically the same thing. No, I think it's gotta be Sumugi's account.
Used a katana to kill Angie.
Like, the problem is there's no sign of a break-in.
Kyo's research lab,
There's no sign of a break-in.
which makes you,
Either
Kyo,
door
automatically suspicious.
works for that, though. Both of the doors are locked. Kokichi's lockpicking, maybe? Yeah, maybe. That's the thing. Any of these work. The front door was locked, so he couldn't break in. The back door was locked, so he couldn't break in. Only Kokichi could get in with his lockpicking, so he couldn't get in. And she wouldn't let people in.
About some katana.
if they weren't on the student council. So Sumugi's account means that he didn't get in. I'm gonna try Kokichi's lockpicking.
Classroom broke in.
Damn it. Whether Kyo had a key or not, Angie still would have let him into the lab, and from there he could have pinned her down and murdered her just like that. Okay, now she says the wrong thing. Now I know what I have to do.
Katana to kill Angie.
That's misleading the way she says he broke in.
Kyo's research
What she said there, that Angie let him in, is the wrong part.
Suspicious.
But anyone could have taken that katana, you see.
So that rusty katana was the murder weapon.
Like, really, she should have said
Cared about that thing.
that Angie let him in and he murdered her.
Care about some katana.
Just admit it, you shit-eating worm.
We get to see that shit-eating worm
Broke.
animation again, at least. Boom! Didn't see the part about letting him in. The part about letting him in didn't show up. She didn't mention it until we gave the wrong answer.
Angie's lab.
That slightly annoys me.
Isn't that right, Tsumugi?
Yeah. Before Angie locked herself up in her research lab, she said she wasn't going to open up for anyone but student council members.
Woo.
And Kyo is not a member. She wouldn't have opened the door for him.
Kyo couldn't have killed Angie even if he wanted to.
Oh?
I had no desire to kill her in the first place.
So whoever killed Angie must have been one of the student council members, yeah?
I was doing a bit to lead you to the right answer. Can't believe you actually got it.
Yeah, sure thing, shit for brains.
You can just ignore her, Gonta.
The remaining student council members are Gonta, Kibo, Tsumugi, and Himiko.
You got airbags in your head too, Miyu?
That'd be Himiko. She was besties with Angie. I trust their friendship. You guys do too, right?
Yeah, of course.
Can we trust their friendship so readily?
Nah.
Obviously. Let's believe in them.
Himiko's having none
That
of
turns our
this.
list of suspects down to 3. Gonta, Tsumugi, and Kibo.
Shit, I wasn't paying attention. Kyo couldn't have killed Angie. Must have been a student council member. Remaining student Gonta, Kibo, Tsumugi, and Himiko. Can't be Himiko because she was besties with Angie. That was the line I missed, so I didn't know that that's what they were talking about.
You mean one of those two people? Because a robot ain't people, Jack.
Surprised to hear that from Miyu.
I will let that remark slide. Anyway, aren't these accusations just a tad too hasty?
Interesting that he'll let it slide coming from her. Anyone else, he'd be like, that's robophobic. But no, if it's from Miyu, he'll let it slide. They're totally in love with each other.
What else? The culprit should confess already. Gonta, Keyboy, or Tsumugi? Well,
No, not Gonta. Gonta would never kill Angie.
Yeah, Gonta's a gentleman. You shouldn't suspect either of us.
God, I hope it's not Gonta.
Hey, stick up for me too.
Gonta definitely not hurt anyone. Torture Gonta if you don't believe.
Torture might be a bit too far, but Gonta and I aren't the culprits.
And I'm not the culprit either. Jeez.
Oh no, we're gonna have a three-way.
Not the culprit.
Wait, so they're all saying that they're not the culprit, and I have to disprove one of them? This will be a quick one. So I have to contradict one of them. I have to contradict one of them. One of them is the culprit.
Surely there must be suspects outside the
Not
student
betray
council.
student council.
Did he betray the student council?
totally impossible.
A dead chick
Not just
can't be
anyone
the
can open
culprit.
the door. Only student council members had access. I didn't know robots killed such boring lies.
Only student council members had access. I forget how to... Oh yeah, you have to rapid fire those to take them down.
You must consider
Okay, let's just look... Okay, let's just go one by one.
Surely there must be suspects outside the student council.
Must be suspects outside the student council.
That's utterly impossible.
That's utterly impossible. Why not?
A dead chick
Not just
can't be the
anyone could open
culprit.
it.
Not just anyone could open that door.
Only student council members.
Only a student council member had access.
I didn't know robots told such boring.
Oh, yeah.
Is that a robophobic remark?
Kokichi's lockpicking. Kokichi's lockpicking disproves that statement. There were several suspicious statements, but one is obviously inconsistent. I kind of want to see what the other characters are saying, though. Gonta is gentleman.
Surely there must be suspects outside the student
Gentlemen, not betray student council.
And do you have an alibi?
And do you have an alibi for last night?
Dead chick can't be the culprit.
Gonta in room talking to bug friends. There are no bugs in the school. Or unless it's in his, like, lab room. Ask bug friends. That's a good idea. We should interrogate his bug friends.
Remark?
I can't question an insect.
You must consider other
Honestly, I don't even care about Tsumugi. I'm fine just listening to these two.
Student council.
That's utterly impossible.
A dead chick
Not just
can't be the
anyone could open
culprit.
that door. Only student council members.
Vui! I heard it. That was actually pretty obvious.
No, it wasn't just student council.
I hate the idea of those three-way debate things, but they've been pretty easy so far, thankfully.
What was it you said earlier about Kyo opening the door, Shuichi?
The counter was red this time? Is that the lie? I don't know. I thought it was the same as any regular contradiction.
Unless you're a student
Like the-
council member,
the s-
you can't enter Angie's
Like the
lab.
screen was tinted red because that's just what the screen looks like during during the three-way debates. No, it's just like the background is like the whole screen is blue during debates and the whole screen is red during, what do they call it? The panic debates?
I was referring to Kyo. He couldn't have done it, but you could have. Because I saw you open the classroom lock by picking
Mass panic debate, that's it. Paniku! Oh, Kokichi pulled out some thin needles and stuck them in the lock and click, click, click. Clack, click, click, clack. There, open sesame. We have flashed back to that line like 3 times now.
That happened? I totally forgot.
So you're going to pretend you don't remember, huh?
Quit glaring at me like that. Of course I remember. Yeah, I did it.
What? Did what?
Killed Angie.
What? Okay, you're lying.
Wait, what? What did you just say?
I picked the lock to her lab, snuck into the room, and then wham! Killed Angie.
Wham!
The culprit was me.
Wait a second. Wham! That's interesting, because I had the theory that the lacerations on her head were from the floorboard. So it is actually possible that Kokichi got in there, smacked her on the head with the floorboard, and knocked her out, and then someone else went in there and finished the job. Although, I have no idea why Kokichi would be confessing here, if that's the case.
What?
What are you saying? Is this some kind of joke?
Nah, no joke. I thought that if I confessed, I could atone for my sins. And it helped. I feel so much
This is gonna be
better.
easy. That's exactly what's gonna happen, and we're gonna present the Monokuma file
Kichi really
that
is
says that the cause of death was the stab in the neck.
No, he's lying. I think. Maybe?
He's lying. I'm certain of it.
Why?
No, definitely
No,
not.
no.
I killed Angie. Shouldn't you guys believe the culprit when they confess?
What's he doing though? Why is he lying?
How did you lock the room?
Yeah, we speculated about that too. He was Like, that would solve the problem of how did the room get locked after the murder took place. Like, after the murderer left, how did they re-lock the room from the inside? If it's possible to lockpick a room shut, which I'm not clear on the mechanics of that, then Kokichi would be just about the only person who could have done it.
Huh? Well, it's the same as opening it. You pick the door closed from the
Okay,
outside.
is that possible?
No, that doesn't make sense.
Apparently not.
Huh? What doesn't make sense? Can't you lock a door by picking it?
Yeah, I wasn't clear on this.
Maybe, but that's not how the culprit locked
Oh, am I supposed to know this?
it. They used a different method.
Oh no, Shuichi's thinking 3 steps ahead of me. I don't know what he's talking about. Am I supposed to know this?
Use your big boy voice and explain yourself.
There were 2 doors to the classroom, and the one locked last was.
The back door.
That's it!
Okay. And there was gold paint on it.
The back door. That's how they made this a locked room mystery.
That's not good logic. If Kokichi picked it shut from the front, then there would be no trace. The fact that someone with gold paint on their fingers locked the back door doesn't mean that they could have also not gone out the front door. No, you're making wild assumptions. You're making an ass out of you and me here, Shuichi.
The back door had a sliding lock, yes? How was it locked from the outside?
Yeah, how?
The culprit used a certain tool.
Fuck. Oh, they're gonna make me go through all my evidence bullets. I don't know the answer. Oh, cool. Cool. Cool, we just have to solve this dumb puzzle to get the answer. Sick music during this little puzzle game. Oh, that's right, we're timed on this one, so actually what we want to do is go fast, fast, fast. The scythe, maybe? I mean, if not the scythe, then what? I don't fucking know! It could have been any of these. The sheath, that's probably too big. The katana, maybe? The scythe, maybe. No, I wasn't sure about this. They're collectibles in the casino version of this minigame, but apparently not in the trial version. I'm gonna go with katana, since that's the one that was used in this. Is it not considered uncovered? Was it the sheath? I mean, this is an option, so I guess we'll go for it. Why not? Why couldn't it have been the scythe? Fuck this. And the katana's... Oh. Oh, the tip of the katana. Okay.
I see it.
Oh, I should have tried to pick him up. Oh, that was a secret Monokuma, wasn't it? Shit. We gotta replay the whole game now so we can get all of those.
Coyote's effigy. The culprit used that to hit the knob of the sliding lock to lock the door.
Why couldn't they have used the scythe? Prove that they didn't use the scythe. Fuck you, Shuichi. World's shittiest detective.
So the gold leaf was on the sliding lock because...
Ah, the gold leaf. That's,
When the katana hit the lock, some of the gold leaf rubbed off on it.
that's maybe a reasonable explanation. How would that work, though?
Heal rather easily.
That evidence rings a bell. Specifically,
Can they diagram this? I'm not sure I understand the physics of this.
Huh? Are you talking about a different school? What school was it?
now, that doesn't matter anymore. Let's not dwell on the past.
Ooh, the gold leaf landed on the sliding lock when the katana touched it. So that means the culprit used the katana to move the sliding lock, right?
From the other side of the room? From the other side of the door? How?
And from outside Angie's lab.
Yeah, actually, now that I think of it, it's a sliding lock, not a
The layout of the area
latch.
It was an odd
Oh?
setup after all. The katana stabbed into the effigy. The effigy's hung upside down.
Angie didn't do that as part of the ritual?
I mean, this is fucking stupid, but, like they swung the Kaede effigy like a pendulum and had the katana sticking out the back, and they, like, swung it and used it to hit the lock back into place. That would be kind of dumb.
No. Nowhere in the Necronomicon did it say you had to hang the effigies.
No, that's not the
It
answer.
was not part of the ritual.
That's too stupid
It
to be
must have
the
been for
answer.
a different purpose, right?
A different purpose? What could that have been? No, no, no! The culprit somehow used the setup to lock the room. Oh god, that's it, isn't it? In that case, I need to know the reason behind every step of that setup. If I do that, the way the culprit locked the room should be clear. Oh cool, the taxi's gonna solve it for us. Good. Like, this is the same problem I had with Kaede's murder plot in the first chapter, which it would just take so much trial and error to set something like that up. It's just totally implausible that they could just, like, impromptu set it up and get it to work the first time. And not get, or if they did do it by trial and error, for them to not get seen. Well, they went through all the work to set it up. Who turd the handle sliding dick? I don't know. I've done badly on this minigame before because I don't read the question until the last second. It's like, oh shit, that's the question? I don't know, and I don't have time to think about it. What turns the handle of the sliding lock? The katana? The katana. The katana, right? The katana's hilt. Oh, we're still accelerating. It's always the girl, isn't it? There's a boy and a girl at the center of the road, and it's always the girl. I guess Shuichi just swings that way. Wo toi ka turth. Won toi turth kata turth. Wa dun toi the kana turthi. What was done to the katana to turn the lock? It was swung, it was stuck in the wax effigy and swung like a pendulum. I don't know how they're gonna turn that into like a one-word thing that I select. I don't really get a lot of thinking time here. What was done to make the katana turn the lock? Katana stabbed into the effigy. How does that turn the lock? Fuck if I know. Oh, they're both girls. They're both girls. The last girl just looked like a dude. Next question. Gian. Gayat O Manfe. Sefkiat Oma Afti Talk. Okay, I'm gonna stop trying to read that until we get some more letters in there. The controls in this minigame are so bad, you guys, you don't even know. Or maybe you do if you played this game. I almost didn't see that car there. How was the effigy manipulated to make the katana affect the lock? It was swung. Swinging it back and forth. What? Spinning it? Making it fall? What? What? Spinning it? What the fuck does that even mean, spinning it? Oh, I get it, I get it. They spun it. Oh, the hilt, because the hilt had the gold leaf. That's right, that's how the gold leaf... Because the gold leaf was on the hilt, not on the katana. That makes perfect sense. Okay, okay. That's actually easier to set up, too. That would take less trial and error than the pendulum swing. That means that our murderer is a fucking madman, because who the hell would think of that? Kaede would, but she's dead.
Was so that it would hit the sliding lock as the effigy spun.
Effigy spun?
Thank you, we got the diagram.
The effigy, the rope it was hanging from would twist.
This just makes it look ridiculous.
Then, if you let it go, the rope would unwind and the effigy would spin the other way.
Hear me? I guess Maki's always a possibility too.
I see. So the culprit used the katana's counterspin to push the lock into place? The culprit simply needed to spin the effigy's rope and then swiftly leave.
Now you could set it up so that it just like slowly spins, although it would have to be... Although it would need enough force to move the lock.
The back door of an empty classroom locked from the inside.
Anyways, that was crazy. I would have never guessed that.
Yes, that's how Angie's lab was locked. By using
Like, without Shuichi to lead us down this train of logic, I would have never guessed that, just from the evidence.
Traveling through the air to intercept us. Oh, but could it have moved the slide lock so easily?
No.
The sliding lock was pretty loose. A little push could move it. As long as the spinning katana hit the lock, it would have slid into position.
Even if the culprit failed the first couple times, they could keep trying until it locked.
So just to make this clear, Angie didn't hang the effigies up to, as part of the ritual or anything. The murderer killed Angie and then decided that the best way to escape the room and keep the doors locked was to hang the effigies upside down and stick the katana on one of them and then twist it and swing it to hit the sliding bolt lock shut. That was their master plan here. Yeah, that's how I interpreted it to Vasil. Is that just that's how that he got it wrong when he played the game?
Which is why the culprit chose to strike at nighttime, as to avoid detection.
I mean, if he's just following along with this playthrough, he doesn't know if he's wrong yet because we haven't solved the murder.
Prohibited anyone from walking around at nighttime.
Are you saying it's the student council's fault?
Yeah, fuck the student council. I'll say that.
The culprit probably used the murder weapon for this trick. It had to have been the right length to hit the sliding lock from the effigy.
Well, isn't that convenient?
Find a blade long enough in my lab, so they settled for the katana.
Spears in the lab. Tons of spears in the assassin lab.
Up, so we think it was some kind of ceremony. That way, we wouldn't notice the lock trick.
This is crazy. This is so crazy.
Kokichi did say earlier that he could have picked the lock closed.
Yeah, prove that he didn't.
I don't want to completely ignore that possibility. But I can't imagine the culprit would have done all this just for a distraction.
If that's the case, then Kokichi's confession earlier was actually...
A lie.
Seriously? You fucking lied again?
Cough it up, Kokichi!
Man, you guys got me. Okay.
I mean,
not the culprit.
those who live in glass houses should not throw stones, because apparently it's totally normal to lie to advance the trial forward, right? So Kokichi's just doing the right thing. He's actually better at this game than I am. I never know what the right lie to tell is to advance the trial.
You're telling the truth this time, right?
I want to say I'm lying, but I'm not.
What?
Why did you say you were the culprit?
Yeah, I know, right?
I wanted to lure the culprit out.
I commented on it at the time too. Like, we went out at night and like everybody else was out at night. We saw Kaito, we saw Kokichi, like all of the kids were just hanging out in the hallways at night.
If I claim to be the culprit, then the real culprit would agree as well. You get me? And if they pressured me to confess, then that would have looked mighty suspicious. Sheesh. Darn it. It didn't go my way because Shuichi butted in on my plan.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm so bad at this.
You and your fucking lies! Go sit in the corner and play with yourself!
Okay, I'll start right now.
Alright, so who's the asshole who set up this locked room mystery?
Man, he was eager.
I can't hold it up anymore.
What?
What's the matter? You going soft on
Okay.
me now?
Okay, we're doing this.
Who made the locked room mystery doesn't matter since anyone could have done it. Don't you even understand something as basic as that, you filthy cum dumpster?
Whoa!
Cum dumpster!
That escalated quickly.
Finally! Someone finally called me a cum dumpster!
What should we talk about now?
Anything but what we were just talking about.
On the locked room, but on who entered Angie's lab.
Frankly, I'm surprised it took that
Only
long.
one of the student council members or Kokichi could have gained entry.
She keeps picking fights with him at these trials, too. Like, every fight, she says something to antagonize Kokichi, and it's the same thing every time. Almost like she's doing it on purpose, because she likes what she gets in return.
Therefore, the culprit must be among their number.
That leaves us with 4 suspects. Tsumugi, Gontak, Kibo, and Kokichi.
Don't forget Himiko. She's also a part of the student council.
That's right.
Doesn't matter if she was besties with Angie, she's still a suspect.
That contradicts what you said earlier, which I can prove using my recording function.
Hey, we're bringing that back.
It's fine. That's just a waste of time.
I actually don't remember what he said earlier.
Suspect. Never kill Angie.
So, calling all suspects, what should we discuss next? I want to hear everyone's opinion. What would you say to get yourself off the suspect list?
Why are you trying to lead the debate? You're a suspect too.
Silence, outsider. Only the suspect rangers are allowed to speak.
Suspect ranger?
Oh my god, I love this kid.
I agree. Those under suspicion should explain themselves thoroughly.
Are there 5 of them, too?
We might catch them with their
Are they
pants
color-coded? There's the Pink Ranger. She's not a suspect, though.
Anyway, I want to ask the suspect rangers. What should we talk about? What should we say to get ourselves off the suspect list? Well, guys, I want to hear what you think.
That's sort of a difficult.
I totally agree about the recording function on Kibo, by the way. And everyone was like talking shit about it. I'm like, oh, that's great, Kibo. And like they were underwhelmed. Like, oh, that's not impressive. That's just another one of your lame robot functions. And yeah, they were all dissing him. Yeah, it's like, no, this is the most amazing thing. We can just solve every mystery this way. Just constant surveillance. Solve all the mysteries by just recording everything everyone says.
Gonta not smart enough to know answer to that.
Yes, it is difficult to formulate a logical response to that question.
Not articulate with words, huh? Don't you guys want to prove your innocence?
They don't trust you one bit, and I don't blame them. You're probably plotting.
Why did Tinko have to die?
That's her proof. She's just gonna cry.
I want to know what happened to Angie too.
Oh no, Tenko. Why did Tenko have to die?
Can we talk about Tenko's case now and not just Angie's?
I got you exactly where I wanted, Himiko.
What do you mean?
Nah.
The two victims could have been killed by two separate murderers, you know.
Yep, or Tenko could have been the murderer.
So we need to find the first Blackened responsible for the first victim. We've gotta figure out who killed Angie.
A reasonable point.
Until we solve Angie's case, Tenko's case is meaningless.
Is that true, though?
Would you suggest that to waste our time?
It's not meaningless!
Himiko?
Tenko's death was meaningless? How dare you! Poor Tenko! How could you do this to her? Himiko.
Himiko, stop it with your crappy lies.
Oh? He's an expert, so he might see through her here.
Lies?
Everything you said is total BS.
Whoa.
You didn't give two shits about Tenko when she was alive. But now you're like, oh no, poor Tenko, after she's dead. Come on, really?
Kokichi, enough!
No, let them go through with this.
It's okay. It's no surprise he'd think that. I know I ignored Tenko before. That's why I'm so upset now. I should have faced Tenko. Worked things out with her while she was still alive. But now, it's too late. I can't complain to her or thank her. It's too late.
Yeah, seriously. It's way too late to realize that now.
What?
Our only option is to face her death head on.
What?
Face her death?
Himiko, I understand what you're going through. So I'm gonna help you out. Let's work together to find the truth. I'm not gonna let anyone say her death didn't matter.
Oh, you're gonna obstruct the trial? Is that what you're saying?
I'll put a silencing curse on whoever calls Tenko's death meaningless. The name of the curse is Death Curse.
So where I thought this might be going is that Kokichi was calling her out because maybe she killed Tenko, and he knew something about that. Because like I said, apparently Tenko's death doesn't matter for the trial, so we could potentially get that out of the way like very quickly. Just like, oh yeah, it was so-and-so who killed Tenko. Anyways, back to the murder that actually matters.
Suppose being dead would silence someone pretty good.
What did you miss?
Listen up. All you guys are gonna
You were only gone for like a minute, so not much. Not
abandoning
much.
someone who died and only thinking about your own survival. That's just as bad as a hit and run. I won't forgive something so messed
Apparently,
up.
we all really want to solve Tenko's murder now.
Our friend.
Okay, so let's forget about the murder that actually matters here. We're gonna solve Tenko's murder.
So unnecessary. We're getting sidetracked here.
No, even if it was a different culprit, we need to know how Tenko died. If we don't find out who killed her, we won't be able to work together. Not now, not ever. Even if this trial isn't for her, in order for us to survive, we need to get to the bottom of Tenko's death.
I mean, couldn't we just convince the culprit to come forward,
This trial,
since they won't get punished for it?
and live on.
How long will this mystery drag out? Class trials generally go on for like 4 hours or so, and we're barely an hour into this one.
Finally, you noticed. Jeez, you're so slow.
Oh?
Did Kokichi want us to notice?
Don't listen to his crap. We haven't decided
No,
whether there were two different
I want to listen to his crap.
Let us talk about Tenko's case then. Perhaps that will provide us a clue.
That's reasonable. What is that on Angie's? Oh. Okay, I'm gonna try to pause on Angie's portrait. They're not wrong, but I don't mind going over Tenko's case. But that was an abrupt change of topic. Was that intentional?
So, what do we talk about first?
For now, let's see if we can narrow down the list of suspects.
Who changed the topic? It was Himiko. Himiko was the one who suddenly said out of nowhere, "What about Tenko?"
Tancrouch probably got killed during the seance, so everyone there's suspicious.
What was her... Okay, she got another nickname for her now. Cunt Fu, that was the last one. The people who attended the seance. The people who attended the seance. No, I don't have a lot of time. It was 5 of us. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Like, there were 5 of us, right? So... Although it's not Tenko. Korikyu, Shuichi, Himiko, Kaito? Not Kaito. Kibo? No. Kokichi? I think this is it. Korikyu, Shuichi, Himiko. I think that's it.
That's it!
That's just annoying. That's just like, can you read the list of names and keep track of the characters in 20 seconds?
So those 4 are the culprits.
Kibo was originally there, and then Kibo was going to be part of the group to do the seance, and then Shuichi showed up, and then they decided they like him better, so they kicked Kibo to the curb.
Oh, Himiko's still culprit?
Yeah, that's right. He was dragged into the seance against his will, and then kicked out against his will.
Well, that's probably just a coinkydink. The most suspicious out of the 4 is really
Himiko.
Kyo. He
Oh?
suggested
Oh,
the
that's fair.
seance idea.
That's fair.
True, I may have suggested it, but I explained the procedure beforehand.
Okay, there. On Angie's portrait, instead of the X over the portrait, she's got angel wings and a halo. That's adorable.
If we all knew before the murder, then we are all equals.
She's with Atua now.
Well, I suppose, but...
Oh, really? You haven't heard Coinky Dink as coincidence? That's actually a pretty common thing. I've seen that quite a bit, yeah.
In addition, the seance wasn't entirely in my control either. I was not the one who selected the room we performed it in.
Ah, that's right. Vasil brought that up earlier, although I didn't remember it myself. That was right. However, there are 3 empty rooms. Which one shall we use? The middle room. The middle room's always best for stuff like this. Very well, I shall begin the preparations at once. But like what? What? She prepared like a murder scenario beneath the floorboards before she even knew that we were going to do this seance crap? Like, there's no way she could have prepared this in advance. It's like Kyo suggested the seance, and then they went and did it like 2 minutes later.
Also,
Yeah, I've heard Coinky Dink used quite a bit as well, especially in
seance.
like video games and RPGs and stuff.
Every room had a point of entry from outside, you see.
God damn it, yes, we know what the entry point was.
There!
Kita!
You're talking about under the floor, right?
Huh? Under the floor?
Yes, there's a crawl space under the floor a person can move through. There was also a hole that connected it to the neighboring room.
Yeah, honestly, ridiculously complicated murder apparatuses are just par for the course for the Danganronpa series, no matter who the murderer is.
If the culprit used the hole, they could have entered and exited the seance room.
If we consider that possibility, then there is another suspect.
Like anyone is a suspect in that case.
Ooh,
It's appearing before me.
It would be Kibo, because Kibo was there to hear what the setup was going to be for the seance. No one else would actually... Yeah, that's right. No one else was privy to the information about like what the layout was going to be for the seance. I think Kyo said that he went over it with the rest of them before Shuichi showed up. So Kibo would have known, would be the only one who would have known where Tenko was located in the room.
Ooh, I can see it clearly. The true identity of Tenko's killer.
Does playing this make me want to go back to the first two? Not really.
The culprit sneaked in during the seance.
I feel,
By crawling.
honestly, playing this game for myself now, I feel like I didn't miss much by not actually playing the first two games.
Because it wasn't.
Like, for me, the worst part of the game is the trials. They're not terrible, but they're frustrating sometimes. I enjoy watching them more than actually playing them.
Huh? Now hold on a second.
Huh.
Kibo could have used that function to get under the floor and sneak into the empty room during the seance.
Yeah.
I said hold on a second.
He used his robot functions to commit the murders.
Yep.
Hold on a second.
He did. It's true that with a little light you can move around under the floor. But is that possible?
Sneaked in during the seance.
Loose floorboard, maybe?
Under the floor.
You can emit blinding light. That would have shone up from the floorboard, so that could be it.
How could they even see it?
God. Like, the problem is, all of these kind of make sense if we want to disprove the idea that Kibo, like the loose floorboard, the blinding light, it's blinding light from his eyes. It would have shone up through the loose floorboard. It would have shone up through the hole in the corner.
I mean Kibo's flashlight function.
Let's look for a statement to try to disprove first.
Kibo could have used that function to get under the floor and sneak into the empty room during the seance.
I
Yeah.
said hold on a second.
Wait, what is even the
Robot functions to
statement
commit the murders.
we can disprove here?
Hold on a second.
I didn't actually notice any colored statements there.
The culprit sneaked in during the seance by crawling under the floor.
Yeah.
But it was pitch black during the seance. How could they even see if they were under the floor?
It's got the flashlight
It
function.
wasn't dark under the floor. You see, our villain had a light.
Oh, am I supposed to agree? I'm supposed to agree. I think I'm supposed to... No, he just says that... Yeah, he just says it here.
Hold on a second.
Kibo could have used that function to get under the floor and sneak into the empty room during the seance.
Okay, so Kibo get
I
under the
said,
floor.
Hold on a second.
He used his robot
Why not?
functions to commit the murders.
Why not? Unless I'm supposed to
Hold on a
agree.
second. The culprit sneaked in during the seance.
Let's look at the details. Function that Miyu added to Kibo. He can emit blinding light.
By crawling under.
Hole in the floor. Like, I think the floorboards are loose enough that the blinding light would have seeped up through them. I just don't know whether it's the floorboards or the blinding light or the hole in the floor that I'm supposed to shoot at it. Like, they're closely related enough that any of them kind of implies what I'm trying to say. Actually, this one doesn't work. The loose floorboard is the one that was under Tenko. We wouldn't have seen light shining up from there because of the blanket.
Black during the seance.
Was the sickle dropped in the same corner Himiko was standing? It was actually dropped in the opposite corner, I think.
It wasn't dark under the floor. You see,
In a dark place with no light. I don't think this disproves anything. This would explain why the ritual failed if there was light shining under the floor. I don't know.
our villain had a light.
Light? You mean candle?
I mean, Kibo's flashlight function. Huh? Now hold on a second.
I'm gonna try hole in the corner here.
Under the floor.
Sure, it's cramped under the floor, but there's enough room for one person to move around. Especially if they had Kibo's flashlight. Everything they're saying here is correct!
The culprit sneaked in during the seance.
I don't understand! Blinding light, maybe? Like the light was too bright?
But it was pitch black during the seance. How could they even see if they were under the floor?
Because it wasn't dark under the floor.
I mean, this is correct, so I'm going to agree with it. Yeah, our villain had a light. It was Kibo's... Like you said, that the room was darker than it was, no one would need a light. I agree with you guys! I agree with all these guys!
Oh no! The culprit sneaked in during the seance by crawling under the floor.
But it was pitch black during the seance. How could they even see if they were
Get flashlight function, maybe.
Because it wasn't.
Because the blinding light disproves that...
You see,
I don't know.
our villain.
I don't know.
Light? You mean candle?
I mean, Kibo's flashlight function. Huh? Now hold on a second.
Kibo could have used the... Get under the floor.
I don't understand this at all.
Damn it!
Well, we're gonna fail this one.
The culprit sneaked in during the seance.
Am I supposed to lie here?
Under the floor.
What does Shuichi say at the end of this? Usually he gives you like an obvious hint about what the solution is after the conversation.
To get under the floor.
Yes, he could have.
And sneak into the empty room during the seance.
Yes, he could have.
I said, hold on a second.
Why is he saying hold on? What's Kibo trying to say here?
Hold on a second.
It's true that with a little light you could move around under the floor, but is that possible?
The culprit
I don't... Why isn't it possible?
by crawling.
Okay, that's it. Completely irrelevant. Completely irrelevant. It was not loose before the seance. How did we know that? I think that's irrelevant. Or I guess they would have seen it if it was loose before the seance. There's a space under the floor so you can see what was dropped there. Actually, this is suspicious. Was this hole here at the start of the seance? I didn't notice it at the time. We couldn't walk around the room at will, so I never noticed it, but... So the hole must have been made during the seance. I don't see any reason that Kibo couldn't have done it during the ceremony. And Kibo apparently wants to say something. He keeps on saying, hold on a second, but...
Black during the seance. How could they even see if they were under the floor?
Because it wasn't dark under the floor. You see,
Does the blinding light mean that he can't see when he's using it? Is that what they're trying to say?
villain had a light.
That's not apparent from the description here, but maybe that's it. Maybe that's what they're trying to say. If so, that's bullshit, because that's not apparent from the item description.
Get under the floor.
I already tried shooting
Sneak into the empty room during the seance.
Kibo's lights at Sneak Under the Floor.
He used his robot.
The culprit sneaked in during.
I'll try this, but yeah, we're gonna game over if this is wrong. And this is stupid if this is the
How could they even see if they were under the floor?
solution, because I'm like reading between the lines here.
You see, had a light.
Okay.
I was wrong.
Okay, game over. Oh, I made too many mistakes. Did I think I did? Maybe he did. Maybe he did.
Is this
Like, also, I've fired almost every evidence bullet at... There's only 2 statements to interact with here. And I've fired pretty much every relevant bullet at both of them.
The culprit sneaked in during the seance by crawling under the floor.
I mean, the stone is evidence. It's got to come into play eventually. I don't see how it's relevant here.
But it was pitch black during the seance. How could they even see if they were under the floor?
Because it wasn't dark under the floor. You see, our villain had a light.
Light? Candle?
I mean, Kibo's flashlight function. Huh? Now hold on a second.
Kibo could have used that function to get under the floor and sneak into the empty room during the seance.
I said hold on a second.
He used his robot.
I've been over this like a half dozen times. This doesn't make any sense. Everything they're saying is correct, and none of my evidence contradicts any of this. It's true that with a little light you could move around under the floor, but is that possible? Yes!
Culprit sneaked in during the seance by crawling under the floor.
It was not loose before the seance?
But it was pitch black during the seance. How could they even see if they were under the...
If anyone knows the solution, go ahead and tell me. This is completely fucking stupid.
You see, had a light.
Light? You mean candle?
I mean, Kibo's flashlight function. Huh? Now hold on a second.
Kibo could have used that function to get under the floor.
Nah.
Damn it! The culprit sneaked in during the seance
By
crawling under the floor.
is there some detail in... Like, the ritual is irrelevant here. There's nothing in the ritual that disproves Kibo being able to get in.
Black during the seance. How could they even see if they were under the floor?
Because it wasn't dark under the floor. You see, our villain...
Flashlight... Interesting. Flashlight drawbacks was an option there.
Oh no!
I don't know what that means,
During the
but
seance, under the floor.
you think it's a lie.
But it was pitch black during the
Why would...
seance.
That's fucking stupid. Why would I lie here? This is a totally plausible theory.
Because it wasn't dark under the floor. You see, our villain had a light.
Light? You mean candle?
I mean, Kibo's flashlight function. Huh? Now hold on a second.
Kibo could have used that function. The floor.
What?! Why would you do this?! How does this make any fucking sense at all?!
You gave Kibo his flashlight function, correct?
So what, we're gonna... Also, how is this... okay, fine. How does this make any sense? How does this make any sense?
Didn't notice what?
It's hard to believe that Kibo is the culprit in this case. It's even harder to believe that this trial isn't being manipulated by someone, so even if I have to lie, I need to defend Kibo! Why? He's a legitimate suspect! This is so fucking stupid. This is so fucking stupid. Every single time this lie mechanic has come up, it's made no sense at all.
The drawback of the flashlight function that you added.
That's speculation. Like, if he's lying here, and there is no such drawback, then this makes no sense. Why would you lie about this? This means that this is a plausible theory, and there's no reason to say any of this stuff. If he's speculating that this might be a drawback, and it turns out that it is, then he's not lying, and it doesn't make sense to present this as a lie. Fuck. Garbage.
Right. Even Kibo can't.
Garbage, 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 garbage.
I see. That bright, huh? Wait, what? There's no way a genius like me would make that kind of rookie mistake.
I mean, Kibo's the only one who can tell us for sure.
You make mistakes a lot. A whole lot.
Hey! If you're gonna fuck me in front of
That's a good line,
It
actually.
doesn't matter how bright the area is. He couldn't move like that. Kibo couldn't have been underneath the floor.
How is this a lie, though?
Is that true, Kibo? Is what Shuichi...
It's not exactly a lie, it's speculation. And it's right, it's like I said, it's subtle. It's not exact, or it's ambiguous. It's not exactly clear, but it says blinding light from his eyes. It could be that they're trying to say that it blinds Kibo too. In which case, I don't know why you would have to convert that to a lie. It's just right there in the description. The bullet says it's blinding light, therefore it blinds Kibo, therefore it contradicts the statement. The first thing I tried should have been... Fuck it, this lie bullshit is stupid. Come on, Kibo, please play along. So he's lying. So it doesn't blind him, and we're just bullshitting because we need to protect our boy Kibo. Kibo! Because we're fucking gay. Because fucking Sherlock Homo here.
I'm so sorry. I just don't remember.
Friggin' Sherlock Homo has gotta defend his literal boy toy.
Ah, we get it already. Just turn it off. We're gonna go blind.
You don't remember? What does that even mean?
Well, Shuichi, trying to make a fool out of me, huh?
No, I think I'm the one that Shuichi's actually...
Look pretty before you decide to fuck me.
That's... She's still going with that metaphor, huh?
I'm so sorry.
Damn, that is seriously bright.
Wouldn't the light have shined through the gaps of the floorboard if it had been this bright?
Yeah, I said that too! I was trying to get that in there too. That's also a sensible objection. The hole.
Yes. The culprit couldn't have used a light under the floor. Not even Kibo.
Oh,
They couldn't have.
We were there after all. We would know. There was a hole near the corner of the room we were in. Remember?
Was there? Was it always there, or was it put there
If
after
someone
during the
had a light under
seance?
the floor, it would have leaked through.
Oh,
But when you did the seance...
so you're saying that the hole in the floor contradicts the statement that the killer could have used a light under the floorboards. I could have used the evidence of the hole in the floor to contradict that statement. Is that what you guys are saying here? That's good thinking, Maki. Why didn't I think of that?
That's right. We didn't see anything, so the culprit couldn't have used a light.
I hate this
Because
trial.
I have a built-in flashlight function does not mean I am the culprit. I see. That was a flaw in my theory.
Jeez, here I thought this would be the case where the murder could only be done by a robot.
You have accused me of being the culprit more than once now, simply because I am a robot. My status as a robot does not mean I am capable of performing superhuman feats.
That is well established at this
My
point.
vision is somewhat poor, and I only possess average physical strength and intelligence.
Below average, really.
All right, you made your point. God, now I feel sort of bad for you.
I neither want nor need your pity.
Enough with the flashlight. It's way too bright.
it would have been difficult to move around under the floor in that pitch-black darkness.
So if that's true, then yeah, how the hell did they do the murder?
The hole have nothing to do with this case.
What?
Then why was floorboard under Tenko lined up?
Maki's blowing my mind here.
Going to think that was so culprit could stab Tenko from under floor.
Ooh, nice observation, Gonta. Are you finally getting used to the class trials?
Actually, yeah, that's maybe the first useful thing he said in the whole game.
Thank you.
Don't say it like that. You're better off not being used to this kind of stuff.
Maybe they marked Tenko with glowing paint and
That, like I said, there was a floorboard murder mystery in the first game too, and that's how they did it. That's how they did it. Or in the second game, first case of the second game, that's how they did it.
that'd let the culprit find her. Then they could stab
That's right, they didn't have night vision goggles. The victim did, but the murderer
Sounds
didn't.
really familiar too. But I'm just gonna
The corpse didn't have any trace of glowing paint, though.
Oh, I guess not then.
Oh, yeah. So then why was that floorboard loose?
The loose floorboard was the one under Tenko, right? If the culprit used it while she was still alive, she'd totally notice.
I mean,
Who fucking cares? Fussing over that won't get us closer to the culprit.
will it though?
We shouldn't dismiss
That
it.
is really weird that Tenko wouldn't say anything.
Instead of butting our heads against this, how about we concentrate on another issue?
What other issue?
Perhaps first, we should figure out how and when exactly Tenko was killed.
How and when? With a scythe from under the floorboards
Not during seance?
during the seance.
Tanko was in the metal cage for the whole seance, wasn't she? How could someone have gotten to her there?
Like, if it wasn't from under the floorboards during the seance, this is gonna be wild.
Maybe the culprit killed her before she went under the metal cage. That's not possible. She was alive at that point.
This is the point of no return, Tenko. After this point, you mustn't speak. The next time you open your mouth, it will be Angie speaking through you. Understood. I will not say a word until the seance is over.
Yes, she was unmistakably alive when the seance began.
Was she, though? We heard her voice. Is there anyone who could, like, imitate her voice or something?
That was right before we blew out the candles. But when the light came back...
The floorboard was removed at that point, so it's likely she was already dead then.
So she was killed when the room was dark?
I guess.
But she was inside Cage, right? Going to think it impossible to kill her then.
Through the floorboards would be easy, but if they couldn't shine a light...
When the room was dark. It was a different time.
The thud happened during the song.
Different time?
Like, right before the end.
How the fuck should I know? You'll figure it out, shitheads.
Huh?
Since Gonta said it was impossible, I'm proposing an alternate theory.
Alright. Have at it, genius.
If you want to make my golden brain tingle, start circle jerking your lipstick brains.
Okay, I have a genius idea. Now think of it for me. I don't even know what we're talking about here. Marcus Stone, Iron Cage, White Sheet, Dog Statue, Sickle under floor.
Killed. It wasn't during the seance.
Okay.
It could not have been done at any other time.
Yeah.
She was under the cage the whole time,
Yeah.
and she was dead when the cage was lifted.
Yeah.
What about
Gung.
when Cage was lifted?
What about it?
Like that.
What?
When Cage lifted, culprit stabbed Tenko real fast. So
Eh.
fast, no one saw.
Eng.
Oh my.
What the hell is going on here?
So who lifted the cage?
It was Himiko.
It was me.
Nerd.
Then obviously Himiko is the culprit.
There's no doubt.
I have no idea what's going on. Tenko not being killed during the seance. That might not be impossible, but there's no evidence for it.
When Tenko got killed,
Do I? Oh, there's no evidence. That means I should lie again, right? That means I should fabricate evidence to fit the theory that I want.
She was under the cage the whole time, and she was dead when the cage was lifted.
I was hoping they'd give me an easy one after that last bullshit. I don't understand what's going on here either.
Cage was lifted.
like that.
When Cage lifted, culprit stabbed Tenko real fast. So fast, no one saw.
Okay, what are the statements we have to work with?
So who lifted it?
Then obviously Himiko is the culprit.
Himiko is the culprit. We can disagree with that. I don't see any way to disprove that it was her. Oh, maybe she wasn't under the cage the whole time and the thud was the dog getting replaced on top? I mean, the dog weighs 170 pounds. In that case, we're looking at Gonta as a suspect, because he's the only one who could have lifted it.
When Tenko got killed,
Although he had no involvement in the seance, though. He didn't know the layout of the room. He didn't know what was going on in that room. The loose floorboard had dried blood on it. Also, this is kind of misleading. It says that the blood was on the bottom of the cage, when it's really more like the top of the cage. Like, are we supposed to interpret something from this? Because, like, I think just stab her in the back of the neck and the blood splurts out to the top of the cage. That seems plausible. I don't think that helps us at all. Like, yeah, all the evidence points to her being under the cage the whole time. The blood spurt is on the bottom of the blanket, which indicates that she didn't ever leave from under the blanket.
What about moment?
What about the sickle? The blood was still wet. Yeah, have a good sleep, fantasy girl.
like that.
We'll catch you later.
Culprit stabbed Tenko real.
Dog statue? Like, I think the dog statue disproves all of this.
No one saw.
Nobody could have...
Oh my!
So who lifted the cage?
It was me.
Then obviously Himiko is the
Himiko couldn't have lifted the dog statue? Okay. If the culprit killed her when they opened the cage, then only Himiko could have done it. Oh, the blanket! Okay, I get it. This is straightforward. The blanket disproves that because they removed the sheet before they removed the cage. So that's not possible. Okay.
Cage the whole time. And she was dead when the cage was lifted.
Okay, this is actually very straightforward.
What about moment cage was lifted? When cage lifted? Fast.
So fast, no one saw. So who lifted the cage?
Then Himiko is the
Damn it! What? If the culprit killed her when they opened the cage, then only Himiko couldn't have done it. But they couldn't have done it when they opened the cage because the blood is on the blanket as well. And the blanket was over the cage. The blanket wasn't removed before we removed the cage. So the blanket disproves that theory. But apparently I made a mistake!
When Tenko got killed,
This is such garbage.
the seance.
It could not have been done at any other time. She was under the cage the whole time. And she was dead when the cage was lifted.
Wow, I hate this. This is a perfect example of what I was just talking about how these trials are better to watch. Or maybe moment cage was lifted.
When cage lifted, culprit stabbed Tenko real fast.
Moment cage was lifted. Maybe I just picked the wrong statement. Maybe I just picked the wrong statement. Let's try that. I forgot that that was an option.
She was under the cage the whole time.
That's true.
Moment cage was lifted.
There we go. That's easy. That's easy. I'm dumb. That was easy.
No, it wasn't possible to kill her the moment the cage was lifted.
That one stupid thing, though, this previous debate has me on the lookout for bullshit. So, like, I'm looking for stupid things to be the answer now.
clock was removed before the cage was lifted. If Tenko was stabbed then, there wouldn't be blood on the clock.
What? But how could my golden brain be wrong when it felt so right?
The only possibility is that Tenko was killed during the seance.
I got your remodel right here!
Oh boy. What did she say?
No, it's still wrong to think that Tenko was killed during the seance.
Okay.
What?
What?
I'm gonna prove it right now. My golden brain is gonna go all out!
Okay, Mew's starting to annoy me. Like, this is completely stupid. We have...
Tenko died after the seance.
Oh,
It happened when the sheet was lifted. That was the moment the culprit chose to
like, the reason this is so... the reason this is so difficult is that, like, all of the evidence indicates that she was killed during the seance. So, like, literally any... Like, every piece of evidence contradicts everything that these idiots are saying. So I have no idea what the game wants from us.
If you stick the blade through a gap in the cage, it'd be long enough to reach Tenko. Sitting in there with her neck all exposed.
Yeah.
She wasn't that far from the cage's gap. In which case, the person who lifted the sheet is the culprit, and that's none other than Kyo.
Oh, I gotta...
If you stick the blade through a gap in the cage, it'd be long enough to reach Tenko. Sitting in there with her neck all exposed.
Nope, wrong one. She was probably sitting down normally while she was in the cage. What?
The blade's all you need.
Why is that wrong? Oh, Tenko's last moments, maybe? What does this say? Died in a crouched position.
If you stick the blade through a gap in the cage, it'd be long enough to reach Tenko. Sitting in there with her neck all exposed.
Okay, that... I mean, she wasn't sitting down normally. Her last moments indicate that she was crouched, like the seance says, so my evidence that I put there contradicts that, but apparently that's a mistake.
I was wrong.
Not that that's relevant at all, but the evidence contradicts what she just said there.
Is this...
Was there another statement to disagree with there?
Let it...
It's just everything that she's saying is completely fucking stupid, so I don't know even where to begin rebutting it.
Tenko died after the seance. It happened when the sheet was lifted. That was the moment the culprit chose to stab the fuck out of Tenko through the cage. They stuck the thin blade through the gaps of the cage, and that clean white sheet got stained blood red.
But the weapon was a sickle. Only the blade could have fit through the gaps.
The blade's all you need. If you stick the blade through a gap in the cage, it'd be long enough to reach Tenko. Sitting in there with her neck all exposed.
Okay, maybe there's another statement.
She wasn't that far from the cage's gaps. In which case, the person who lifted the... And that's
Okay.
none other than Kyo.
Like, there's not a hole... I mean, the hole in the logic is that we all saw... Okay. The hole in the logic is that there's no evidence to support this, whereas there's tons of evidence to support the underneath through the floorboards hypothesis, but...
The blade's all you need.
Like, all of this disproves
Blade through a gap in the
her
cage.
stupid
It'd be
through the
long
cage
enough to
theory.
reach Tenko. Sitting in there with her neck all exposed. She wasn't that far from
I
the
tried
cage's
sickle
gaps.
under the floor already.
In which case, the person who lifted the sheet is the culprit. And that's none other than Kyo.
Under the floorboards, similar to the Teru Teru case. Yeah, I've commented on that a little bit so far.
The blade's all you need.
It is a little bit reminiscent of the first case from Danganronpa 2. Or did I try loose floorboard?
Tenko. Sitting in there with her neck all exposed.
Okay. The marker stone, because her head was on the marker stone?
You need.
If you stick the blade through a gap in the cage, it'd be long enough to reach Tenko. Sitting in there with her neck all exposed.
You've got to be fucking kidding me. Oh, the marker stone. Right. This rock
Just a minute.
in the center of the room disproves that. How about her final moments, where the text specifically says that she was crouched down in her final moments? Oh no, it's the stone though. It's the stone. Phoenix Wright used to do this all the time, where the witness testimony is so stupid that all of the evidence contradicts it, but only the one specific one that they want you to use actually works. God.
And the cage itself.
This is so frustrating too, because this is a good case. It's an interesting mystery. It's just the way the trial is set up is completely stupid. Like, none of the intended solutions to these debates makes any sense at all.
The sickle's blade was too short to reach Tenko.
God, I need to end early tonight. This is starting to piss me off.
Then I
So-
messed up again?
That's what I was saying earlier.
I'm so embarrassed.
Like, that's the way I experienced the first two Danganronpa games. I didn't use a walkthrough, but I watched other people stream them, and I kind of fast-forwarded my way through the parts where the streamers got stuck during the trials. Like, yeah, this is just awful.
No worries, Mew. Everyone already knows you're an embarrassment to the human race.
Yeah, no worries.
Hey, Gonta forgives you too.
How embarrassing.
If Shuichi is right, then it's impossible for Tenko to have been killed through the cage.
She couldn't have been killed during the seance since she was in the cage, right?
No shit.
Still then, the cloth over the cage would have been pierced.
Not during the seance or from below the floor. Then it's impossible, isn't it?
Yeah, for a living person.
Oh, here we go, here we go. It was a ghost what murdered Tenko.
What if Angie's spirit killed Tenko?
Oh, I hope that's it. I hope that's the
What are you
solution.
talking about? That's not possible.
We don't know that. Some things are impossible for a human, but not for a spirit.
Lift the sheet before killing her, then letting the sheet down again. We've disproved that already, Vasil, because of the blood stain on the sheet. The sheet was over, or I guess they wouldn't have to lift it all the way, I guess, because it was on the top of the sheet. So maybe that works. Like, lift it up part way so that you can get through the side, and then, although, is the cage, are the gaps in the cage big enough to fit through a whole scythe though? Like, they're big. I think you can fit the blade through, but can you fit the handle through? I don't know if you can.
Don't say stupid stuff like that. Screw
Like, you could fit the blade in through the side, but then you wouldn't be able to kill her in the neck. You could fit it through the top, but then you'd have to puncture the sheet to do that.
Stop that now.
Angie's spirit killed Tenko? Why?
That'd be hilarious. Tenko killed Angie, and then Angie's spirit killed Tenko.
Why would Angie's spirit kill Tenko?
Because Angie
What if
killed...
Tenko killed Angie, and then Angie's spirit came back for revenge?
Totally plausible.
Like I said, that's impossible. Spirits can't be culprits.
Monokuma, can spirits be
Then
culprits?
explain how the culprit killed Tenko under these impossible circumstances.
Well,
See, you can't explain, can you? Only a spirit could have done it.
wait, I know. What if the culprit was hiding inside the cage?
Nope, makes no sense. You kids are being dumb again.
They could have stabbed Tenko during the seance.
No. If there was someone else in the cage, we would have noticed.
I agree with Kaito. The culprit could have been inside the
Wait,
cage.
what? Like, if they were a spirit or something, that supports the ghost theory. You do?
Nonsense. There was no space in the cage for the culprit to hide.
Maybe the culprit wouldn't need to hide in the first place.
Because they were a spirit. It really sounds like you guys were supporting rather than disproving the whole It was a ghost what done it theory.
What?
What?
Also, the culprit could have killed her in the cage at any time.
No, only during the seance.
I think you know what I'm getting at, right?
I have no idea what the fuck any of you kids have been saying this entire trial. The they she's referring to. What? They, if they were the they is the culprit. The they she's referring to. What? Who could have killed? You've got to be fucking kidding me. How? What? I am flabbergasted. Do you mean Himiko? I think you don't, because this line isn't voice acted. Because you're the only one small enough? Angie? I would never kill Tenko. Like they're saying it was a spirit, right? Then Angie. Do you mean Angie's ghost? That's the only answer that makes sense here. Can you stop thinking about such a... You stop thinking about stupid things! We saw her under the cage right until the moment we covered him with the sheet. And there's not... It's not like there could... What?
Damn it!
What about... Rantaro's ghost?
I was wrong!
There was no one inside the cage. There were 4 of us there! We lowered the cage down on top of her! There was not... Did she do it herself? Oh, am I just not thinking outside the box? Maybe she seppuku'd herself. That would make sense. Okay. 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 That's a stupid way to phrase it, but yes, that's the only logical thing. That's a stupid way for them to present that as a theory, but yes, that makes sense.
What did you say?
She stabbed herself in the back of the neck with a scythe and dropped it under the floorboards and stuck it in the corner for some reason.
Are you saying Tenko was the culprit?
She committed suicide.
Why?
Suicide?
If she committed suicide, it would explain a lot of things we couldn't figure out.
Now, the leading theory I can think of is that the ritual was a success and she was possessed by Angie's spirit. And Angie was like, oh shit, I'm in control of Tenko's body. Fuck this bitch. Although, I don't know why she would have had the scythe handy.
She volunteered to be in the cage and then stabbed herself during the seance. It wouldn't matter how dark the room was.
Actually, Maki's line about being closed-minded was helpful. That got me thinking outside the box there.
But the sickle she was stabbed with was under the floor, right? If Tenko had stabbed herself, wouldn't the sickle still be inside the cage?
Yep.
Oh my god. Mew actually
Oh,
said
holy
something
shit.
smart.
Yeah, that's right. Miu said that. Holy shit.
Perhaps that explains why the floorboard was After stabbing herself with the sickle, she threw it underneath the floor.
It was in the corner, though.
So she took off the floorboard to get rid of the sickle?
Yes, that makes sense to Gonta.
Okay, Gonta, can you explain to the rest of the class? Because this
Doesn't make sense to me.
makes no fucking sense. Thank you, Himiko.
No reason for Tenko to commit suicide.
I mean, there might be.
Maybe I wasn't too far off with the theory I had earlier. You know, about Tenko killing Angie.
Is that it?
Yeah?
The seance was successful and Tenko possessed her, or Angie possessed her?
Attention, right?
Hey Angie, when did you brainwash Himiko?
Tenko's pent-up frustration led her to commit such an atrocity. Her conscience couldn't handle it anymore, so she decided to end.
I mean, if that's the line we're going with, we should try to solve Angie's murder first then, and prove that Tenko did it. So let's go back to Angie's murder.
If she was gonna kill herself, why do it during the seance?
She wanted to hide the truth of her suicide.
Really? Why?
So that the rest of us... Actually, I don't know. I was gonna say that, like, so the rest of us would guess wrong at the trial and all end up dead, but she couldn't have known what the rules would have been for double murders at trials.
There could only be one reason to hide it in a killing game, right? It's to take us down with her.
Okay, yeah, that's what I just said.
Take us down?
She wanted us to pick the wrong answer during the class trial.
That is what I said happened in that one trial in
All down. She wanted us to die with
in
her.
Danganronpa 1.
Okay, well, she probably just wanted Himiko to die with her, but still.
But what are you saying? Tenko wasn't like that. She told me.
Keep your chin up and live life facing forward. Survive with me and everyone else. She could have been lying.
All of that was just a lie.
A lie?
Wait, we should believe Tenko's last words.
The true terror of class trials is that you shouldn't believe everything said.
Himiko, you said that Tenko would never do anything like that. But how can you be so sure? Did you guys actually know each other?
Yeah, as he mentioned earlier.
Like Maki.
As he mentioned earlier.
Cold-blooded killer.
Thank you, Mojava Geckos, for the follow. I'm glad you're enjoying this, even if I'm not necessarily.
Naive.
We're all just people, you know? Of course we're gonna have some secrets.
Why is everyone turning stupid all of a sudden? Like even more stupid than usual. Even Kokichi's saying stupid shit in this trial.
How malicious their hidden secrets really are.
Well, duh. It's impossible to know for sure what others are thinking.
Is Kaito gonna get us out of this mess?
It all comes down to whether or not you believe
Okay, never mind. I thought Kaito was gonna make us see the light here.
It's not their fault. It's your fault for believing in them.
Actually, that is sensible.
That's why I believed in Maki Roll. Because I wanted to believe in
That's like the opposite of what he just said, though.
Because you're acting all cool doesn't mean you get to skip training.
Hey, come on. Don't you think you're being a little too strict?
I don't even follow his train of logic here. We're like reaching new depths of stupidity here. If you get betrayed, it's your own fault for believing in them. That's why I believe in Maki Roll. Because I want to. What? Yeah, we're reaching new heights of stupidity right here.
Well, we come from different backgrounds. So for now, let's agree to disagree. No one's ever called me naive before. And from Kaito? Seriously?
Whether or not I believe. My heart can't reach Tenko anymore. But I want to believe in her. She wouldn't commit suicide. She wouldn't try to take us down. That's what I want to believe.
Well, if we just like all believe what we want to believe, then yeah.
Who can believe Tenko commits suicide?
Why did we bother collecting evidence bullets at all? if we're just gonna believe what we want to believe.
Then provide a reason to do so.
We should just have like one big evidence bullet called "I want to believe," that we can just shoot at anything we want to get any outcome we want. A proper reason.
I'll give you a reason.
Thank you, Shuichi. Bring it back. Bring it back for us.
Yes, there is. Will you trust me, Maki?
Oh god, is he gonna lie again?
If it turns out I'm wrong, you can blame me all you like. But for now, I need you to trust in my detective work.
Never trust anyone who says, "I need you to trust me right now." I don't believe Tenko would kill herself because of what she said. Okay, everyone, I'll see you guys after the seance. She said, see you guys after. Oh, that's it. I forgot that she said, see you guys after. Yeah, so Tenko couldn't have killed herself because she said, see you guys later. Oh, it all makes sense then. Cool, thanks, Shuichi. Thanks for bringing logic and reason back into this fucking trial here. I'm sorry. We're going to take a refreshment break here. I need more vodka. I need more vodka for this. There. Okay. I'm gonna have to try to make an effort to keep my noise levels down here too, because it's getting a little bit late, and I want to be considerate of my neighbors here. So please, Danganronpa, help me out and don't do any other absurd bullshit in this trial that's going to cause me to scream uncontrollably. Thank you. Okay, let's continue. Let's continue. We have to believe in Tenko. Oh my god. I'll make them believe. I think okay, he'll make them believe. What are we even talking about? What's the subject of debate here? Yep.
Her plan was to take us down with her,
Yep.
so she hid her true intentions.
Tenko's not that kind of person! But if Tenko did commit suicide, it would explain how she died during the seance. She could have secretly brought the sickle.
She could have.
Stabbed herself with it!
Yep. Oh, that's a cool effect there.
Her strength.
Consider, consider, consider.
Underneath the floor. All the pieces fit.
Do they, though? Everyone thinks that Tenko committed suicide, but only because they're latching on to the easiest answer. To get out of this, I need to make them think... Okay, that probably indicates a lie. What lies do I have access to?
So she hid her true intentions.
Tenko's not that kind of person!
I wish I could...
But if Tenko did
Can I do
commit
this?
suicide, it would explain how she died during the seance. She could have secretly brought the sickle.
How do I cancel out of this? I don't want to fire this. I don't want to fire this.
Finally, with the last
Okay, cool.
strength.
Oh, that still fails you. See, I just wanted... Okay. Okay, what I wanted to do there was to hold down the button to see what the bullet transforms into, and that would give us an idea of, like, what our options are. But I don't know a way to cancel out of the lie once you've started it. It's like, once you've decided, I'm going to turn this bullet into a lie, then you can't... I don't see a way to back out. This is like our third game over on this trial? Fuck.
So far, suicide seems to be the best.
I mean, Tenko died instantly would
Plan was to take us down with her.
disprove the through the sickle thing, so I'm going to try that.
Tenko's not that kind of person! But if Tenko did commit suicide, it would explain how she died during the seance. She could have secretly brought the sickle.
She could have.
Stabbed herself with it!
Yeah, that's a cool effect there where it like goes through. Okay. Well, apparently I'm getting used to this lying thing.
Tenko couldn't have thrown the sickle.
This is actually revolutionary. The logic difficulty is on high. What does the logic difficulty setting actually do? Because I thought that all it does is give you more evidence bullets to choose from and more multiple choice options to make the logic more difficult. If it changes more than that, then I'd be perfectly willing to go down to like medium or even easy logic on the next trial. Do I have any early suspects? So my initial suspicion was... what did I say? Was that... So I had two suspects for each murder, basically. I thought that either Tenko or... Shit, who was our second suspect? Tenko or Kyo killed Angie, one of those two. And either Himiko or Kibo killed Tenko. It looks like they've ruled out Kibo at this point, because they revealed a function of his shiny eyes, although I guess we lied about that function. And Himiko has been crossed off the list because we believe in her, and apparently we just believe whatever we want to believe during class trials. So, I don't know. I think trying to deduce your way to a solution is a fool's errand in this game. Tenko couldn't have thrown the sickle under the floor.
Instantly. Instantly?
I think I'm getting the hang of this lying thing. You can just disprove anything you want if you just lie about it. Just like, oh, well, what do we want the solution to be? Say that. Yeah.
I'm certain of it. My investigation determined that she died instantly.
Wouldn't the Monokuma file contradict that? Oh, actually, no. Actually, no, we didn't get a Monokuma file for Tenko, that's right.
What's your opinion, Maki? I'd like to hear from someone who specializes in murder.
Oh! Is she gonna call us out? Is she gonna call us out? I mean, I know, I'm pretty sure during the lying tutorials, lying is the only option. But, like, I tried everything else during that one debate, and I have no idea what else could have worked other than the lie that I came up with. Like, I tried shooting everything at everything, and nothing came of it. Tell the truth, Maki.
Maki.
Tell the truth.
You're right. I completely forgot about that important detail. Tenko died instantly.
What?
As an assassin, I specialize in killing my targets swiftly.
So, is she lying here, or are we just accidentally right?
I have no doubt that Tenko was killed immediately.
Words of a true killer. Pretty sure we can believe everything she said.
Cool. Frowny face. Thank you, Maki.
How could you forget that, Maki roll? You better apologize to Shuichi.
You know? Oh, I was gonna say, didn't Miyu call nickname Shuichi Sushi earlier? That's not it, actually. I was watching a few clips of Joseph Anderson's stream of this game. Just for the first chapter, because I've played that one already, and he calls Shuichi sushi all the time. So that's actually funny and cute. Yeah, we got sushi and maki roll. Yeah, we're back. Sorry, Vasil. That was kind of a short break, but yeah, we're back.
Anyway, Tenko died.
Anyways, we lied again. We lied again. We thought that the idea of Tenko killing herself with a sickle was too sad to consider, so we just ignored the evidence and lied about it being impossible instead, because that's how we do in Danganronpa V3.
Knowing that, the theory that she killed herself just doesn't fit, correct?
This actually makes me, like, sick to my stomach. This whole lying mechanic, like, borderline ruins the whole idea of a class trial. I hate this so much.
Tenko wouldn't commit suicide.
Thank goodness, Himiko.
Which means someone definitely killed Tenko during the seance.
Hey there, Saturn Meteor.
Suicide was considered because we could not determine how she was killed.
No, there must have been a way. We're gonna figure
There should come a reckoning. There should come a
Did the
reckoning.
participants witness anything peculiar during
A
the
reckoning,
seance?
like, later in the game, where that somehow all this lying and deception comes to bite us in the ass.
If you know something, please speak up. It could be the key to solving this mystery.
Not a bad idea. We should remember what happened at the seance. Let me try to remember. I'm sure there's something. I need some kind of clue that will help me solve. Why don't you just make up a clue? Why don't you just say, like, oh, what? You know what? I've been hiding this from you guys this whole time, but I've actually got a superpower where I have night vision, and I saw
Did anything seem ordinary during the seance?
Sumugi
There is something
murder.
about it.
That's night vision and X-ray vision. I saw Sumugi do the murder through the cloth, so it was her, and you can all just believe me, because that's apparently a thing that you fucking idiots will do, is just believe anything I say.
Well,
And yeah, that's it.
I heard something fall.
Something fall, that's
I'm more
correct.
concerned about how dark it got in there. I mean, it was totally pitch black.
You'd never know if anyone was naked.
Light the candles. Moving along the walls was seriously tough.
I wasn't even paying attention. Maybe I've had too much vodka already. It was pitch black during the seance. That limits... Oh, I can't review. That limits who could have seen what. Just stay calm and think. There must be some kind of clue. What are the clues?
Ordinary during the seance?
Sound during seance. What was the sound during the seance? During the seance, there was a loud sound. Good stuff.
Something that bothers me.
Magic circle.
The fact that the seance failed. The ritual was perfect, and it failed.
Ritual was perfect, maybe?
Now that I think about it, while we were all singing the song, I heard something fall.
Yeah, we heard a sound during the seance was
How dark
something...
it got in there.
I mean, I can agree with that.
I mean, it was totally pitch black.
Was there a thing that you... Was there a different button you have to press to agree? I forget how agreement works.
Moving along the walls was
It's so long since we had to do it. Can I review the controls?
Did anything seem out of the ordinary?
Shoot, truth bullet, concentrate, truth cylinder, controls, silencer, select.
Ordinary during the seance? There is something.
I'm gonna try just agreeing
The fact that the seance failed.
with the sound of something falling.
Perfect, and it failed. How utterly strange.
Now that I think about it, while we were all singing the song, I heard something fall.
Oh, pff, fine.
I'm more concerned about how dark it got in there.
Why would anyone have gotten naked? Wait, that's an important question, actually. Was anyone naked?
During the seance?
Well, it was dark.
There is something that bothers me. The ritual was perfect, and it failed.
We're all singing the song. I heard something.
I let it too much. Okay, don't lead it so much this time.
While we were all
And actually, if this isn't the solution, then I don't know what the hell to do. Okay, cool. Simple. Very simple. I agree with that, yeah. Yeah, consent, baby. That's what it's all about.
Himiko, you think that something fell because of that sound you heard, right?
Bang! Wait a second. That's a lie. That's a lie Shuichi just told there. It was a clunk, not a bang.
sounded like something heavy fell down and hit the floor really hard.
I distinctly remember that it made the sound clunk, not bang.
Falling down. There wasn't anything on the ceiling that could have fallen down, right?
Am I wrong? I thought something fell, but
The sound was pretty loud. It did seem like something hit the floorboards.
Is that what it sounded like? We got no description, no detailed description whatsoever of the sound. Just, it was a loud bang or clunk. A loud sound like something hit the floorboards. Maybe that sound had something to do with the other thing that happened in the dark. The other thing that happened in the dark? The loose floorboard? The sickle being thrown against the wall, which would again support the theory that maybe this. Maybe Kokichi falling over. That has nothing to do with the sound during the seance. I mean, do we know that? Oh, no, because Kokichi was in the room right after the seance. This didn't yeah, him falling over didn't happen until well after that. No one's gonna believe you anymore if you keep saying random things. They think I'm a fraud. Well, they wouldn't be wrong in thinking that, would they? I don't know what they're talking about. The other thing that happened, well, when it got dark. I think it could be the crosspiece. The crosspiece being cut out. I don't know why that would make a noise.
Damn it!
What's the question? What caused the sound that was heard during the seance? The sound during the seance caused the sound during the seance. Oh! No. No, because the crosspiece was maybe used to bash Angie over the head. Was it the dog statue falling over? But then who could have put it back? Was it Gonta? Maybe the statue on top of the cage made the sound. It would be pretty loud if it dropped, but it was still on the cage after the seance. It's not like you to forget something like that, Shuichi. I don't know what they want. What made the sound? Tenko falling over? That wouldn't be that loud. Did I try sickle under the floor? It could be sickle under the floor, the sickle being thrown against the wall. Maybe it was the sound of the sickle hitting the floor. If it was that, it wouldn't have made such a loud sound. It must have been heavier. Like the dog statue? It's like something really, really heavy, like the dog statue. Okay, so that's a hint at least. That's a hint at what might have happened. Something heavy. I've got to be missing something obvious. Tenko's last moments? Like if the scythe being thrown with force against the wall wasn't loud enough, then Tenko just falling over dead wouldn't be loud enough. The iron cage? I don't know why we would think that the iron cage would make a sound.
Damn it!
I don't follow at all.
Is this
This is frustrating.
here? Himiko.
Something fell because of the sound she heard.
It sounded
Sounded like something heavy fell down and hit the floor really hard. What could have fallen down?
Wasn't anything on the ceiling that could have fallen down, right?
I mean, it wasn't the cage, it wasn't the dog statue, it wasn't the scythe being thrown, it wasn't Tenko. Like, what the fuck else
It did seem like something
was in this room that would be loud enough to make that kind of noise? God help me if it's the fucking marker stone again. Did I try loose floorboard? I don't see how the floorboard makes a noise like that. It's not the dog statue. I'm just kind of curious what stupid thing Shuichi is gonna say if I say this. The sound during the seance made the sound during the seance. Isn't it more important to note that the sound happened while it was dark? Let's just try everything. We've got infinite retries. Let's just fucking try everything. I don't care. It's not the sickle, it's not the sound, it's not the hole. It's not the dog statue. Magic circle, white sheet doesn't make sense. It's not the cage. I don't think I tried Tenko's. Okay, so it's not Tenko falling over. And of course it resets the cursor to the initial position every time. Flashlight function makes no sense. Lockpicking makes no sense. Nothing to... And then this is all clues to do with the first case. Okay. Good. Good. I'm glad that didn't work. I think I've tried literally everything. Is it the fucking stone? Is it the fucking stone again?
Damn it!
I think I've tried actually every piece of evidence that's relevant to the second murder. It's not the crossbeam, it's not the sickle, it's not the sound, it's not the hole, it's not the dog statue. Yeah.
I was wrong.
Anyways, the no spoiler backseating rule is nixed for the time being. If anyone knows the solution here, feel free to shout it out. Because this is fucking dog shit, this entire trial.
Himiko.
What else have we got? The wooden boards? I thought I tried that already. Loose floorboard? I was pretty sure I tried that already.
This is it.
What?
I think the floorboard coming off had something to do with that sound.
Why? How?
That floorboard came loose at some point during the seance, right?
A floorboard coming loose. So a scythe being thrown against the wall, no. Yeah, I think this is like the worst case in the series as far as I've seen. I mean, I never actually played the other cases in the first two games for myself, but yeah, this is... Like, ever since that first lie, this has just been complete nonsense at every turn.
Would the floorboard have made such a loud sound, though?
No, not really.
It was the sound of an intense impact.
Why? To what end? Where are you getting this stuff? Why would you assume that?
If the impact was that intense, then it could have loosened the floorboard.
That is true. There would have to have been a strong impact to make that sound. But what was it? What could... Don't make me choose again!
All right then, let's go with that. We all gotta put our heads together now.
I don't even know what we're talking about again. Like, during past class debates, I'm usually like, oh, this is the topic of conversation. I know the evidence to go with that. I don't even know what we're debating right now.
Someone who participated.
Okay, what made the sound? What made the sound?
Maybe that person tore off the floorboard.
That wouldn't make such a loud crashing sound.
I love these text animations.
Maybe the wooden statue fell over.
Like the way that, yeah, fell over and like floorboard tore up and the text flips up.
Culprit hide under floor.
These text animations are great.
Such might.
But we already said there was no one under the floor.
Did we?
Someone must
Yeah,
have
we
stomped
did.
through the floorboard.
A floorboard that comes loose when you step on it is dangerous. God, it's like I'm the only one here who's staying on the ball.
You hardly have any experience with balls to say that, Mew.
Don't be stupid. Don't you know me and balls are the best of friends?
Okay, that's definitely the one we need to agree with. What would have made a strong enough impact to knock the floorboard loose? If I think about everyone's testimony and combine it with the facts...
So what made the floorboard come loose?
Judging from the sound, there must have been considerable force.
Someone who participated in the seance. Maybe that person tore off the floorboard.
That wouldn't make such a loud crashing sound.
Maybe the wooden statue fell over.
It didn't.
But that's
Okay, so we need to find something to agree with here.
Culprit hide under floor. Then stood up with such might.
And no.
But we already said there was no one under the floor.
Someone must have stomped through the floorboard.
No.
A floorboard that comes loose when you step on it is dangerous. God, it's like I'm the only one here who's staying on the ball.
I can't remember what else there
You have any
was.
experience with balls to say that, Mew.
No balls.
Don't be stupid. Don't you know me and balls are the best of friends?
No. What would have made a strong enough impact to knock the floorboards loose?
So what made the floorboard come loose?
Judging from the sound, there must have been considerable force.
So this was the dried blood. Must have happened before the seance, so that makes no sense.
Someone who participated in
Got to have been the crosspiece. They cut it so that they could hit the floorboard? I don't know.
the seance.
I don't see what I can shoot this at, though. Eh?
I was wrong. So what made the floorboard come loose?
Judging from the sound, there must have been considerable force.
Someone who participated in the seance. Maybe that person tore off the floorboard.
That wouldn't make such a loud crashing sound.
Maybe the wooden statue fell over.
But that statue was still on top of the cage.
Okay, so it wasn't the statue.
Then stood up with such might.
Seriously? Like this, and then the others is just joke about
No one under the floor.
Mew's balls.
Someone must have stomped through the floorboard.
I don't even understand what I just said! I don't even understand what I'm agreeing with! Oh, right. The cutout crossbeam proves that someone
The floorboard came loose.
stood up with force. What?
But floorboards fit perfect. Going to make sure first time we go to empty room.
When we first saw the room, yes. But when I looked again during the investigation,
So that play there was not based on any kind of logic. I was just firing the only bullet that's relevant against the only remaining statement.
one of the cross pieces supporting the floorboards was cut off. After examining the cut, I concluded that it must have been done deliberately.
Someone? You mean the culprit, right? Why'd they do that?
What did the culprit stand to gain by cutting the crosspiece?
I don't know, you tell me. What did they stand to gain? That's the question. To solve the case, I'll need to think carefully about the cross piece and the floorboard. Oh, so like he like stomped one end of the floorboard and then... blech. Thinking too hard and not reading. So, Tenko's body was at one end of the loose floorboard, and the crosspiece that had been cut was on the other end of the floorboard. The unsupported part was outside the cage, so it could have been stomped on. Wait, what? Okay, that's a new detail that we didn't know about. Only one of the cross pieces was cut, the other two were intact. One of them was right under Tenko, so what would happen if they stomped it? Nothing, because Tenko was on the other end. And the other was in the center, right about where the edge of the cage was. What was the culprit attempting to achieve by stomping the floorboard? So Tenko's here, and then he stomps... like he was trying to... like seesaw Tenko up to the top of the cage and give her a concussion by banging her head on the dog statue, and there was a scythe there for some reason? What? Please just give me multiple choice options with one obvious answer. Come on, think. No! Oh, you've got to be fucking kidding me. Okay. Okay, 2 words, 6 letters each. What do we got? I said it a while ago. An infamous Danganronpa meme? I don't think I've heard it. Concussion? That's too few letters. Can I pause? I don't even want to look at the letters, I just want to pause. There we go. Trapdoor? Trapdoo, no. Sickle is 6 letters. Statue sickle? Or sickle statue? That's 6 letters and 6 letters. Whatever, S either way, so I guess we can start with that. Oh no! Oh no! Is it statue or sickle? Is it sickle statue or statue sickle? Can I make the light appear? I can. There's no T. There's no T. Swa, swe, sa. Let's try W. Ah, wrong. Yeah, there's no T. Seesaw? Seesaw. Seesaw sickle. Seesaw sickle. Who comes up with this shit? Oh, okay. Seesaw. Seesaw sickle. Seesaw. F is new. I haven't seen F before. Oh. Okay, what's another 6-letter word? Okay, T is new also. C also. Oh, well. Seesaw, sickle, seesaw, floorboard doesn't work. What's another 6-letter word?
Is this...
I should try S. Let's try seesaw S. Sure.
We can't let it...
Oh, we got 2 types of S's, too. Where's my E? They're not... Okay, just don't give me an E then. Or hide it behind the interface. Come on! Okay, there's an E. Do I have an S? Ugh! I tried all the other letters. Seesaw. I think I tried F. I tried F, S. C is new. Okay. Floor or something? I tried F already, though. Seesaw. Okay, maybe let's try to think of this logically, I dare say. Okay, so you stomp the floorboard goes up. Is Tenko's... That would make no sense. No, Tenko's, like, sitting... It's not the floorboard that Tenko's on. That would make no sense. They couldn't hit that hard enough to, like, fling her upwards. If that's the intention here, it's just fucking stupid. Have I tried T yet? Seesaw, C, F, T, E. What? Seesaw, whatever. Oh yeah, I tried T already, I tried F, I tried C. It's a vowel maybe? Yeah, I tried F, I tried C. Yeah, E and A are options. Seesaw, effect? Effect? No, what? What the fuck does that even mean? What does that even mean? What? This is just like the last debate. I have no idea what I just solved. What did I just say? What did I just say?
That's right. The floorboard might have been used as a seesaw.
Okay, Shuichi. Lay it down for us. I can't wait for this.
The other two cross pieces holding up that board were close to the cage. Meaning, if you were to apply force to the end of the floorboard with no cross piece,
I have no idea what the end of this sentence is. I have no idea what the end of this sentence is.
would act as a fulcrum to turn the floorboard into a lever.
Okay, so apparently I was wrong.
Capable of lifting up
Just lift her up.
entire body.
And just lift up her entire body. Sure, why not?
The whole body lifted up?
Even Maki's like, what the fuck are you smoking, Shuichi?
But why bother lifting Tenko's body?
That's a good question.
Unless they use the sickle.
That's exactly
The
it.
tape?
Using the seesaw trick, it was possible to kill Tenko with a sickle.
How?
In order for the culprit to kill Tenko with a seesaw trick,
Give me another Hangman's game. Let's go for 20 characters this time. Taping it the statue makes no sense because we carried the statue. We would have seen a sickle. The floorboard seesaw, the cage, and the blood on the white fabric. What conclusions can I draw from this? There's only one place the sickle could have been that is consistent with the evidence. Top of the cage.
that's it.
Somehow. I don't know how you idiots missed
It
it.
was at the top of the iron cage, with the blade facing.
Don't know how you idiots missed this. Carrying the cage all the way over there. It's just like, oh.
Was because
Oh, was there a
of
cage?
the cage. Also, the wooden statue kept the blade.
But you
in place.
carried the cage before?
It's true that the sickle's handle was thick, which made the statue wide.
Oh, was there a sickle? Was there a sickle on the bottom of that cage there? That like mostly transparent cage that we carried and put on top of Tenko? Was there just a sickle there right in the middle of our vision sight the entire time? Did we miss that? Just like the way that Kaede conveniently left out all the bullshit she did in the first trial. We just conveniently left out this sickle at the bottom of the cage that we put on top of Tenko.
But the statue's weight kept it from falling over. Once everything was in place, if you stepped hard enough on the seesaw,
I said I was going to be quiet for the neighbors' benefit.
Tenko's body would have shot upward.
I begged the game to stop doing stupid things so that I could be quiet for the benefit of the neighbors, and things have only gotten worse and worse and worse from here.
Meaning the sickle's blade was connected with her neck.
The 6-inch sickle blade wasn't long enough to stab Tenko in her crouch position.
It was Kyo, right? I can't imagine anyone else. Like, just think of the scene in your mind. Like, the murderer, like, stomps on the floorboard like that, in that pose. Like, only Kyo would, like, stomp in that fashion on a floorboard and make that pose. He's the only one who makes sense.
But with the floorboard acting as a seesaw, it could compensate for the blade's length.
How did the blade get there without us seeing it?
Rather than bringing the sickle to the victim. That's definitely an unorthodox idea.
It's crazy, but it would explain how Tenko got stabbed while she was in the cave.
How did the blade get there without anyone seeing it? How did the blade get there without anyone seeing it?
So the sound we heard was the culprit stomping on the floorboard.
That impact make floorboard come loose.
Looks like we got ourselves a good old-fashioned seesaw homicide.
Ooh, the best kind.
What the hell's a seesaw homicide? That's fucking crazy!
Man, can you imagine if it were seesaw homicide instead of seesaw effect? We would have been stuck here forever.
The craziness is what really makes the killing game fun, you know?
I'm not sure if I agree with that anymore.
Get away with murder the normal way, so they gotta think outside the box. Kudos, culprit! You did a great job keeping me entertained.
Fuck you, Kokichi.
Indeed. Well played, Himiko.
Nah, it was Kyo. It was Kyo.
It was you, wasn't it? The one behind the seesaw homicide.
She wasn't even positioned correctly to, like, set herself up and make that jump. It was Kyo.
Why her?
Because she's the only one capable of carrying out this plan.
Why?
The only one? Why's that?
Because this seesaw homicide required its location to be prepared beforehand.
Yeah, that's fair.
By cutting the crosspiece beneath the floorboard, you mean? Then the culprit would need to lure their victim into the prepared room. That is why you chose that room for the seance. Is it not, Himiko?
Himiko didn't know the requirements for the seance, though. She wouldn't know that Tenko would be bowed in that position in the center of the room. Also, we didn't get a chance to investigate the other two rooms because our protagonists are dipshits and the worst detectives in the world. For all we know, there could have been crosspieces cut out from the center of both of the other rooms, too. But Shuichi decided it wasn't important enough to investigate those rooms because ultimate detective. However, there are 3 empty rooms. Which one should we use? The middle room. The middle room's always the best for stuff like this. Ooh.
Himiko was the one who chose the site for the seance.
She likely found out about my plans for the seance somehow.
Oh, somehow. Well, if it's somehow, then I guess that explains everything.
You even had instructions for it in your lab. Our culprit, Himiko, prepared her seesaw trap ahead of time. Then she waited for me to host the seance and suggested the middle room.
How did she even know you were going to suggest the seance? It's just like, I bet you that bastard. I bet you that Kyo's just itching to try out one of those seances after the next murder. I'm gonna set up a floorboard in the middle of the room to propel Tenko to the top of a sickle on the top of a cage that we still haven't explained how it got. What is this?
She led us all into holding the seance right where she wanted it. Then, she killed Tenko. All according to plan.
That's a lie, right? Himiko did such a thing?
I'm so glad I bought this vodka yesterday.
Himiko, who Tenko cherished and loved, tragically killed her.
Wait! We don't know that, right? He's wrong, right, Himiko? Himiko would never kill Tenko, right?
Kill Tinko? I killed Tinko?
Himiko?
Did you?
What's wrong, Himiko?
That's an excellent point, Deep Fry. That is an excellent point. Even if she did kill Tenko, it doesn't matter. Because, yeah, the Blackened is the one who killed Angie, not Tenko. This is all a sideshow, a red herring, a diversion. It is true that using the middle room was Himiko's idea. But does that mean that Himiko really killed Tenko? Would something like that really happen? Something so cruel. Intermission! It's been 4 hours. Normally I would cut the stream here, but I like the idea of doing one chapter a week, even if we have to kind of rush it, and I think it would be a shame to waste a good buzz, and luckily, I don't have work tomorrow, so yeah, we're just gonna push through to the end of this one. Yeah, we're gonna go for as long as it takes here. This is a long trial, too, like, frick. Oh, trials average about 4 hours or so. We are, like, almost 4 hours into this one already, and we just reached halftime.
Well, now.
Oh, fuck, I've got to read. Looks like we've reached the intermission segment, which means it's time for our Guess the Victim quiz. A victim quiz, not a culprit quiz. The only victims are the people who are still watching this long, drawn-out, boring crap. Yeah. That's cool, Mr. Geckos. I'm glad you're enjoying this. I actually legitimately am too. This is batshit. Why are you being such a downer all of a sudden?
It's okay.
It is okay. I am sure everyone is happy. How do you know? They could be skipping this entire conversation for all you know. I can't take it. I can't take it anymore. I'm the real victim here. Me! Why are you getting upset? If anything, I'm the real victim. I gotta put up with this nonsense all the time. I actually agree. I am the real victim here, putting up with all this nonsense all the time. That's the right answer, Monodam. Monodam said ... I didn't bother to read it out. What? Eh? He hasn't said anything. Exactly, because there are no victims. Yep, even if you're killed in this killing game, you're a winner. Cool, even the murdered get participation trophies. Because then everyone mourns you, and you get tons of posthumous popularity. The best kind. Oh, Daddy, you don't need to reveal these kind of behind-the-scenes details. Dying makes you popular, then we gotta die soon too. Oh, I haven't made my prediction for who's the next Mono Kid to die. I'm guessing it's gonna be Mono Fanny, just because, like, Monodam seems kind of like he's running the show, and Red is also like kind of the leader. So I guess Monofani's got to be the next one to go. Class trial resume.
This is my impression of a spooky, scary ghost.
I'm kind of disappointed that the whole resurrection thing never went anywhere.
I'm fine with real ghosts, but impressions of them are too.
Same way I was disappointed with the way that the freebie never went anywhere.
Did you hear something?
No, I didn't hear.
You are on the threshold of amazing adventure. You're on the threshold of an amazing adventure.
Too scary? Sweet buns. Yep. Tasty, tasty.
2.
sweet buns. So round, so sweet, so delicious.
2.
Doesn't sound scary at all.
I'm scared too. Scared of losing my friends.
Did you hear something?
Huh, Monodam's kind of being sidelined right now. Maybe he's gonna be the next one to be murdered after all. Maybe 3 with Danganronpa. Okay, so Himiko. What is even going on right now? What are we converging towards? What's... I don't know, let's just continue.
Answer us, Himiko.
I completely forget what we were talking about before intermission. Oh, Korekiyo was accusing Himiko because she was the only one who could possibly have done it because she chose the room that we did it in.
You chose the middle room to lure us into your trap, did you not? Then you used that trap to kill Tenko, yes?
Nah, it was Kiyo.
Well, Donkey Lips, did you kill that twat?
Another apt nickname. She does have donkey lips when she makes that one expression. Himiko's...
Must be some mistake.
Huh.
No way Himiko is culprit.
Then she needs to defend herself. Otherwise, this debate
I mean,
is
she's
deadlocked.
not defending herself, so
I
maybe.
don't care if you gotta use magic to do it, but say something already.
Are you even listening?
No, I'm not. You caught me, Maki. I'm not. What?
I don't care anymore. I'm too tired.
Oh wow. I identify with Himiko right now more than I have at any other point throughout the whole game.
Angie died. Tenko died. Why did I have to survive? And now, you're all saying I killed them? I just don't care anymore.
I mean, we don't have to care because even if she did kill them, she's not the Blackened.
Himiko.
Do whatever. If you want to vote for me, then just go ahead.
What's wrong with her face right there?
The suspect isn't into it.
That's not the problem.
Damn it. Don't tell me you've given up.
Himiko, don't give up.
Actually, I'm gonna update the stream
Don't
title
you understand? My life is riding on the outcome of this trial.
since we're trialing instead of investigating.
Shut up. I told you, I'm too tired. It's all just a big pain. I can't put up with it anymore.
What are you talking about? If you give up here,
You needn't worry. Himiko
Oh?
was the one who chose that room. Therefore, she is
Oh, Kiyo
unmistakably
is so
right.
sus here. Yeah, it's him for sure.
Impossible! Himiko would never kill Tenko! Himiko not that kind of person. Gonta can tell.
Oops. Let's hear that again.
Not that kind of person. Gonta can tell by Himiko's face.
Yeah, those donkey lips wouldn't lie to you.
Slow, so I don't think she's capable of handling a complicated crime.
I also think Himiko's not the culprit.
Somehow.
Okay, that thing Maki just said is actually really funny. Because I just commented before the trial about how all the smart people are getting picked off. Like, all of the most intelligent people in the class who are actually making useful contribution to class trials have all been murderers and murdered along the way. Which makes sense. Like, it's the intelligent people who are getting killed and who are doing the killing.
Either way, we gotta look for more possibilities.
Which is what you would expect in, like, a real-life version of this game.
That does seem like rather a...
Like, the smart people kill off the other smart people so that they can manipulate the dumb people during the trial.
No, it's not. We gotta be strong. Gotta keep thinking. Then we might find new truth.
Or make up our own truth.
So don't give up, Himiko.
Himiko, I know how you feel. I felt the same way after Kaede died. But we can't give up. We survived. We can't give up for the sake of everyone who died. After all of this shit, too, I am no closer whatsoever to knowing who the murderer is.
Performing the seance.
If anything, I understand less about this case than I did before we started the class trial.
Of the 3 empty rooms, why did you select the middle one? Because you laid your trap there.
Oh,
Only in that room?
while Kokichi was investigating the neighboring room where the seance was held, he had stepped through one of the floorboards. That room also had a crossbeam. This is actually relevant. This actually came into the trial. Good job, Kokichi. You solved the murder for us. Bloody Kokichi.
Other rooms may be trapped too.
Yes, I concur. I concur. Whee! I didn't even play to the end of the scene. I was so excited that I figured that out. Things are making sense again. A debate that I can actually follow and know the solution for.
What? Is that true?
For once, the thing that I said is actually coming true. I've got this figured out.
He was way too careless. Wait, what are you talking about?
I kind of feel bad now about skipping half that debate. I guess there was no crosspiece supporting this floorboard, so I kind of stepped through. Ahaha, what bad luck.
While you were in the room next to the crime scene, you found a loose floorboard, right?
And how?
Well, I didn't find it so much as I stepped through it and tripped.
Good times, good times.
Hold on! There was also a loose floorboard.
That was like the highlight of the whole game for me, too.
So the culprit prepared a trap in all 3 empty rooms, not just the middle one.
If the culprit set traps in all the rooms, then they wouldn't need to select a room themselves.
So the real trap was for someone else to pick a room and take the blame.
Who could have set a trap like that?
We were caught in the culprit's trap all along.
Smooth, Kyo. Very smooth. Even Miyu sees through
There's
you.
no reason to suspect Himiko, right?
Himiko, do you remember what Tenko told you?
I don't. Keep your chin up and live life facing forward. Survive with me and everyone else. Please.
Live life facing forward. She said that to you, right? If you give up on living, you'd be betraying her memory.
Bah.
We're all trying to keep our promises to the dead.
Oh yeah, cutting to all the dead faces there. Did they skip?
Kyle,
Oh, there's Angie.
not just for our lives. It's for everyone who's died as well. That's why we can't give up. This is our responsibility. We live on.
You're right. Yeah, that's right. If I gave up here, I wouldn't be able to
So,
help Angie or
and we'll let this play out first.
That's right. So let's do our best.
Yay.
Alright, I'm not gonna say it's a pain anymore.
Wait, she's giving up her catchphrase?
I won't give up. I'll fight alongside everyone and survive.
What's her character now? I'm so
Say
confused.
everyone. After all, the Blackened is still among us.
So it's Korekiyo, right? That's what I was gonna say. It's Korekiyo. There's like no... It's been pretty obvious from a long time ago.
That's what I'd expect for my soul, bro.
He's the only one who knew the ritual details. He's the only one who could have set it up that specifically.
Anyway, do you think the Blackened this time has some sort of superpower?
What are you talking about?
Well, as a self-proclaimed expert of stepping through floorboards, isn't it weird that no one stepped through that floorboard before the culprit used it?
Ooh.
That is a good point.
Is it though? Did anyone have any reason to go into those empty rooms? I think that's a safe bet that you could just cut those floorboards and assume that no one would wander in there.
It must have been barrier magic. Well, that's one possibility, but I think it might have been something else.
Why did no one else step on the floorboard until it was used for the murder? Because we were busy investigating Angie's murder? So now that we've basically got Kiyo pegged as the culprit for Tenko's murder, I also had him as one of my main suspects for Angie's murder as well. So I'm thinking this might just be a Kiyo double murder, where he does the second murder to cover for his first, and he does the first murder to basically set up his second. It's an evil genius. Ah, that's it. That must be the reason. Oh no. Why did no one step on the floorboard until the culprit used it for the murder? I don't actually know what they want here. I think it's because we were busy investigating Angie's murder, but I don't know what piece of evidence actually supports that. Monokuma file? Forehead injury? Why did no one step on the floorboard until the culprit used it in the murder? Fuck, I don't get it again. Because of the magic circle? Oops. It's kind of hard to imagine if you didn't participate in the seance. You were part of the seance, right, Shuichi? Do you remember anything?
Damn it!
Everyone's staring at me. They think I screwed up. They think I'm a fraud. Anyways, I timed out there. I might as well have picked something. I mean, the magic circle would have prevented them from stepping on the one in the ritual room. And, I mean, the only reason we could have... The only thing keeping them out of the other empty rooms is the fact that why the fuck would anyone just wander into the center of an empty room? I don't know. No. Ah.
I was wrong!
I don't get it. Why did no one step on the floorboard? Okay, so like in terms of the ritual, maybe that's all they mean. Maybe they mean just during the ritual. Because of the magic circle, because they weren't allowed inside the magic circle.
This is it!
Okay, so they mean just inside the ritual room.
It's because of the magic circle at the scene of the crime.
There wasn't a magic circle inside the other two rooms, so they could have wandered inside the other two rooms and stepped on them in there, but like Kokichi did, but whatever. What they meant was, why did no one step in it in the ritual room? It's because of the magic circle at the scene of the crime. It's so dark and it's dark in here, so make sure you watch your step. If the magic circle is broken, not only will the seance fail, but it may also unleash a curse.
Before we began the seance, we were warned not to step on the circle.
Like, I kind of misunderstood what they were asking for there. But yeah, if, like you say, why did no one step on it during the ritual, then that makes it clear. Why no one stepped on it during, like, inside the other rooms... Yeah, who knows? I guess he just got lucky.
The floorboard in question was within the circle. That's why no one stepped on it.
So the magic circle's purpose was to keep us away from the whole trick.
That was part of the culprit's plans too?
The culprit. Who? This mysterious culprit. Who could it be? That's right. If that's the case, then the culprit. There's no doubt in my mind. There's only... They're the one who killed Tenko. Only one person had the opportunity and the motive. I actually don't see the motive. I actually don't see the motive for Kyo to kill Tenko at all. You could even just do it based on facial expressions. Gonta, what the fuck is Gonta even paying attention right now? Why the fuck does he have that expression? Anyways. Or is he confessing? Is he like, yeah, it was me! Anyways, yeah.
It has to be you!
Des-eyed.
Kyo. Was it you?
Whatever are you talking about?
Why is he trying to keep it a secret? Why is he trying to keep it a secret if this murder doesn't matter and the Blackened is only the person who killed Angie? I think Korekiyo did them both. Or murdered them both. Just to fix the phrasing there.
I'm talking about Tenko's murder.
Kyo?
Why do you suspect me?
Because you were the one who drew the magic circle.
And, you know, like a million other reasons.
Kept us from discovering the seesaw trick.
You were standing on the side of the room that the seesaw was initiated from. You set up the seance and were the only person who knew all the rules.
To make the murder succeed. Variables like Tenko's position.
You were the one who initiated the whole seance idea in the first place.
And those variables were defined by using the magic circle.
They still haven't explained that fucking scythe. How did it get there without us seeing? I don't understand that at all.
In short, the circle itself was the most important tool in this murder.
Like, if it was stuck on the bottom of the statue, we would have seen it. If it was stuck on the top of the cage, we would have seen it. Oh! The blanket! Kyo! Kyo was the one who set up the blanket. He could have hid the side underneath and slipped it in. There we go. There we go. Okay. However, the kids in the trial don't know that. They should have been asking him that question all along. It's stupid that they went along with the whole, someone just seesaw affected her up to the scythe without asking how the hell did the scythe even get there when we had like 4 people putting stuff in the center of the ritual. How did a scythe get there without anyone seeing it? It was Kyo. He slipped it in there when he was putting the blanket over the cage. Yeah.
Knowing that, the person who drew the magic circle has to be the culprit.
Well, Kyo,
Answer already! Did you do it?
I mean, yeah, he might as well fess up. There's no consequences for him. Unless he killed Angie too, which I think he did.
What is so funny? I was just thinking. So this is how each blackened must have felt.
Ooh.
What an intriguing.
He's just coming up with it.
What? An intriguing experience?
But if I am the culprit as you claim, then I stomped on the floorboard, yes?
Okay.
So, do tell.
Okay, I
How
tell
could
that...
I have stomped on the floorboard during that darkened seance?
That's not difficult.
That is problem.
No, it's not. It was a specific floorboard. And the positions of the floorboard and your position in the ritual were fixed beforehand. You could have practiced it when you were setting up the room for the ritual. It's not difficult at all.
Unless that is made clear, you cannot be certain I am the culprit.
How can you be so calm when you're backed into a corner like this?
Although I don't know what evidence they want us to present to...
Please answer my question first.
Like, if the murderer were anyone else but Kiyo, I could understand it. Like, Kaede kind of didn't want to get outed as the murderer because she didn't... Like, that was the idea, is Kaede did her murder because she wanted to kind of secretly murder the mastermind and not have anyone know about it because she thought her friends would think less of her if they knew she was a murderer. So, like, if the murderer were, like, say, Himiko, she might be afraid of consequences like that. Like, Korei Kiyo is afraid that his friends will think less of him if they know that he murdered someone and got away with it without consequences. Because he's such good friends with everyone and cares deeply about our opinions of him. The culprit stepped on that exact floorboard even in the darkness. But how? How did they move around in total darkness? In a room that dark, it's hard to imagine the culprit found the right board. Although even after I put out the candle, I could move along the wall with my hand.
Wait a minute.
Wait. Oh,
Did you figure it out?
I haven't. That's it. The culprit didn't even have to see it all. They used... intuition, muscle memory. What?
That's it.
Touch is the only one that makes sense. Magic.
They didn't see. They felt.
I don't know exactly what he means here, but
Dark, like
yeah.
how I got to the candle.
Yeah.
Wasn't Seesaw in middle of room? Gonta doesn't think it was near wall.
So they probably used something besides the wall to move then, right?
Like, you could even just use a reference point. It's just like, okay, the floorboard is this far from the candle, so I follow the wall up to the candle, and then I hop this distance from the wall, and then go back to where I came from.
Were there any other markers within reach?
The candle.
Of course, the answer to that is there was nothing of the sort.
No, there was the candle. No, I'm sure there was something. A landmark they could have used to determine where the floorboard was. It must have been at the scene, I know it. What? Okay. I think I know the answer, but I have no idea what minigame we're gonna play to figure it out. Hangman's Gambit! So that's too long to be the candle. Buh. Oh no. Is it not the candle? C-A-N-D-L-E. So candle could be the second word. What's the first word? Well, G. Candle effect. Effect candle. E-F-F-E-C. Ah, it's too long. Magic candle? Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! Why is it a magic candle? I was just memeing. What was magic about the candle? It's not candle, right? Magic! What was magic about the candle? The candle had nothing to do with the... Oh, okay, it's not candle. It's not... Magic circle, magic circle. Magic circle. Okay. Okay, that's... Okay. So it was magic. I don't know how that makes any sense, though. Maybe he used his hands. Maybe he used his hands to feel for the salt then.
That's it. The magic circle. They used the magic circle.
That makes a bit more sense.
Remember? The magic circle was drawn with salt.
Shit, I'm being loud again. It's after midnight.
Feel their way through the dark.
I see. So Kyo traced the magic circle with his
Just a
hands
sec.
to get to the...
Oops, shit.
I see.
Just a second.
You drew the magic circle with salt.
Haven't paid attention to the last 40 minutes or so. Me too. What was I gonna do though?
Use it as a guide.
I see. So Kyo traced the magic circle with his hands.
I'm just
to get
gonna
to the
leave
floorboard.
a note for myself. I'm just gonna have it in big letters in the corner here, just for my own benefit, to shut the fuck up. I mean, not shut up, but quiet the fuck down. Let's phrase it like that. Just a mental note. Just a mental note to quiet the fuck down.
So Kyo
Oh, I see. You drew the magic circle with salt to use it as a guide.
Got him.
An interesting thought. It is unfortunate that it is so wrong.
Nani?
Recall the document. What did the magic circle look like?
I don't know. You were the one who memorized
Based
it.
on the document, the magic circle wouldn't reach the corners of the room.
So what?
Yeah.
When the room was darkened, each of us was in a corner of the room, yes?
I mean, you know where the center of the room is, right? Just feel along the floor till you... Just walk straight to the center of the room until your fingers touch the salt.
The magic circle didn't reach us, so I could not have followed it, yes?
And that's when he used the magic candle.
The magic circle in the document. That doesn't mean the circle you drew was the same.
No, I most definitely drew it exactly the same. I have it perfectly memorized.
Yeah, but no one else does, so how can we confirm that?
So which is it? Is there any way to check?
No, because everyone fucked up the magic circle.
The magic circle is a complete mess from being trampled on.
I see. Another piece of the puzzle. Drawing the circle with salt all but guaranteed it would be temporary. The investigation itself would have gotten rid of the evidence. Clever girl.
May I have your attention, please?
No.
What a pain. I don't have any way to check.
Yes, he just ignores him.
Excuse me, everyone. May I have your attention, please?
Well, I guess there's no point in discussing the magic circle anymore.
Hey, may I have your attention?
Japanese gentlemen, stand up now.
I said cut that out! It's too bright!
So apparently Kaito's the only one who's sensitive to bright
I wanted
light.
everyone to listen to me.
About what?
I had Miu add another function to my body, in addition to the flashlight.
No comment.
What the? No way! Did you really? Stop! You can't! I didn't install it for that purpose!
Please, let me use it. With it, I might be able to save everyone.
So I've been waiting for an opportunity to insert a joke about how Miyu installed a Robocock on Kibo this whole time, but it never really came up. But is that actually what we're getting at here?
Alright, so what is this function?
Alright, let's hear it.
It's an image recording function.
Oh, okay, okay. That's pretty normal.
Image recording?
Specifically, this function allows me to dispense a printout of my own memory. I'll give it a try. Ready?
So is this going to be like a hologram projected out of his... Oh, from his mouth, yeah.
Also used magic like that before.
This printout is my memory of being kicked out of the seance.
He's burned it into his memory.
Confirm that the floor of the empty room is clearly visible. Go on, take the picture and see for yourself.
Ugh.
Okay, got it.
Kaito, you take it. I reluctantly took the paper from Kibo's mouth. Wait a second. So this is the magic circle used for the seance. What the? No way. Did you really? Stop. You can't. I didn't install it for that So what purpose did Miyu install it for? Why is she so distraught by him using his image recording function to record evidence? It's like, what? Recording evidence for a trial? I didn't give you creeper shot powers for that purpose. This is the magic circle used for the seance.
Do you notice anything?
Ah. There!
This helped a lot, Kibo. Without you, I never would have seen through Kyo's lie.
My lie.
My lie.
You just said that you drew the magic circle exactly as it appears in the document.
My lie. My lie. My lie. My lie.
I don't know why his delivery of that line
My lie. My lie.
just sounds hilarious to me. My lie.
It's a lie, isn't it?
My lie.
The magic circle at the scene had lines that stretched to the room's corners. Which means that you would be able to find a floorboard from anywhere in the room.
So it was different from the document after all.
Liar.
All because Himiko noticed. And because of Kibo, too.
Kibo? What did Kibo?
Where's my things? I'm the one who installed that function into Kibo.
What did Kibo do? This is all Himiko's doing.
Yeah, what was it you were saying about its purpose?
Oh, to be honest, the purpose of that image recording function is to monitor my health. Specifically, I make Kibo use that function every day.
Oh.
to analyze my turds.
Okay, that is even more degenerate than I had imagined. Good stuff, Miyu. You're exceeding expectations as usual.
You're what? Why? Shit is a great indicator of intestinal health and gut bacteria quality.
This there was a guy. Yeah, this is what I'm about to say. She's not wrong. There is a guy on shit. What's his name? On Eric Weinstein's podcast, the Dark Horse podcast, which I heard an episode of, and there was a guy who was like all about this shit, literally all about this shit, where he's like, oh yeah, I like take a dump every day and like freeze my turds in the fridge and take them into labs to test my biological functions and shit, and like this should be this is like revolutionary, and we should like roll this out to everyone. Like he was all about like freezing turds and using them to like keep track of people's health and stuff. He was a big proponent of that. It was like 2 hours of him talking, or he talked about other stuff, but the main part I remember is about keeping turds in the fridge. And yeah, apparently it's a long diatribe about, yeah, this is basically accurate. This is basically accurate.
Plus, taking a satisfying shit does wonders for a woman's natural beauty, so...
Is that how she grew them that big?
See? You're all grossed out! This is why I didn't want to tell you about my plan!
Quit talking about your poop. No one cares.
I mean, I think I care more about her poop
You
than I
killed
do
Tenko, didn't you?
about this trial right
Give
now.
up and admit it already.
Like, I don't know.
So, Kyo, if you have any objections, you can...
Your deductions are fiction.
So are we just gonna go to the final battle now?
Well, since you've given me the option, I will most certainly object. To be honest, it's unimportant, but it may be an amusing diversion.
Okay, let's debate for some reason. Like, it's so obviously Kyo at this point. No, the problem is, if he killed Angie too, that's just boring. This is just a boring trial if he killed Angie too. But, like, we spent so much time on this trial. I don't see that there's much time.
Claim I am the culprit.
Oh, what?
Then what of the murder weapon? It was set up in the cage. The only people capable of that.
Is the guy who put the blanket down.
Kokichi and Shuichi, who carried the cage. So suspicion should fall on them.
No, it's the guy who carried the blanket, you
The
idiot.
sickle there, but we could not have removed it later. Because we weren't the ones who lifted the cage.
Oh, I didn't even consider that. Yeah, he was the only one who could have removed it secretly too, because he lifted the blanket.
Collected the sickle as he did. But the only people who could have placed the sickle are Kokichi and Shuichi. But in regards to that dilemma, I did not carry the cage, nor did I lift
No,
it.
you carried the
opportunity to touch
blanket. That's wrong!
Your words.
I will cut through your words!
The only person who could have set up the sickle and retrieved it afterward is Kyo.
Yeah, for once, finally, I'm way ahead of him.
Cage with a white cloth. He could have secretly placed the sickle when you draped
There
the
we
cloth.
go. Seesaw effect.
Afterward, when you remove the cloth.
That's a
While everyone was distracted, you discreetly dropped the sickle.
that's a good meme. I'm gonna have
Wonderful.
oh,
That's exactly
I'm gonna have to look for those after this. That is such a nonsensical hangman's gambit. What?
It's correct. Then why don't you give up already?
The trick I put so much work into is just wasted effort.
Like, this is gonna be really boring if he killed Angie too.
So, it was you?
This is gonna be really interesting if he only killed
Let me
Tenko.
guess, you'll never forgive me. Himiko, you must hate me so
And if he
very
gets to
much.
walk free after this trial.
Maybe you'd feel better if I was executed by Monokuma.
Oh, here it is, here it is.
But unfortunately for you, that won't happen. Because if you vote for me, every spotless, including myself, will die.
What you talking about, Kyo?
What you talking about, Kyo?
You still don't understand? I killed Tenko, that is the truth. But it is meaningless in this class trial.
Shuichi had that comment earlier, though, like, this is the only person who had the opportunity and the motive. What is Kyo's motive here? Why did he do it? I don't understand. Unless it was to somehow cover the way he murdered Angie.
Meaningless?
You mean Monokuma's extra rule, right?
Ah, that's right. What happens to your votes if there are two blackened candidates? Well, I have an answer for that. It's first come, first served.
You see, I killed Tenko, but not Angie. For us, Tenko's death is nothing but a trivial issue. Because the blackened in this trial is the culprit who killed Angie.
Trivial issue? No, that's gotta be a lie. You probably killed Angie too.
He might have.
That is simply not possible. Recall that I was unable to enter Angie's lab.
Ah.
Oh, only student council members and Kokichi could enter research lab.
Yeah, I don't see an obvious way that he could
I
have...
possibly killed Angie when I couldn't even enter her lab.
I don't see an obvious way he could have gotten around that.
Can figure that out. No one else could have done it besides you. If you're the one who killed Tenko, you gotta be the one who killed Angie.
I understand how you feel, Himiko, but maybe we can discuss this rationally.
Tenko is still in play as a...
There's a non-zero possibility that Kyo is telling the truth.
Yeah, Tenko could have killed Angie.
So you understand how she feels. I see. Wait, robots can understand human feelings?
What?
Of course I understand. I work really hard to understand.
I empathize with Kyo now.
Why are you getting all worked up, Kibo?
Or Akibo, more than anyone else.
That's enough! It's voting time! I'm gonna vote for him!
Voting for me will only help the one who murdered Angie.
Isn't Kyo culprit?
Since we caught you anyways...
This case was an error on my part.
Oh, you know what? He didn't know the rule. Monokuma didn't explain the rule about double murders until after the second murder. So Kyo might have been trying to, like, piggyback on the first murder. Like, oh, someone else did a murder. I guess I'll do one too and try to free myself also. And then he got screwed over by the new rule that Monokuma introduced.
Monokuma added that rule after both
Yeah.
murders were found, yes? How was I to know that the trial would only be for Angie's killer?
Oh yeah, so
Had I known, I certainly wouldn't have killed Tenko.
one idea that I had, which I don't think I've had a chance to talk about, is that maybe someone asked... Oh, maybe someone asked the Mono Kids about the rules. Like in the last trial, it came up that one of the Mono Cubs revealed that someone had asked them about... I can't remember, but someone asked them about like a particular rule about... like what the specifics are about the rules about being allowed in the pool or something like that. And like the Mono Cub revealing that someone asked about that kind of revealed that they were planning to execute a murder using that rule. So I was wondering if maybe the Mono Cubs got asked in advance about the rule for double murders, but that's actually not a possibility here because the Mono Cubs didn't know the rule about double murders. Monokuma introduced that rule after he came back, and he wasn't available to be asked questions until after the murder occurred. So basically that's my long-winded explanation for why what Korekiyo's saying here is exactly right.
You're lying! You killed Tenko and Angie!
So who killed Angie?
Now hold on. Jumping to conclusions here is dangerous.
We should talk it out more. This case might have juicy plot twists waiting to happen.
Maybe we're getting this trial back on track.
To that, any way you look at this case, Kyo is obviously the culprit.
He is still my number one suspect.
There's sort of no other way to look at it.
No, it's too dangerous to vote before we arrive at a logical decision.
Culprits, one of you! Wowee! This argument is getting intense!
Oh, is Monokuma gonna help us out?
The Ultimate Academy is proud to present its very own
Oh.
phenomenal
Okay, so I guess it's morphin' time.
Yippee! I've been waiting for this!
Oh, good for you, Kokichi.
What were you waiting for?
This is kind of the lamest minigame, I think. Kyo confessed to killing Tenko, but insists he didn't kill Angie. We won't forgive Kyo for what he did, but we can't vote until we know the facts. I have to pin down the evidence and convince everyone. I really hope Kyo didn't kill Angie. This is going to be so interesting if Kyo sticks around for the next chapter. Can we free time with him? Is Shuichi even willing to free time with Kyo after all of this? So basically we just need to pick the... Wait, Maki's against us? Oh, we got a lot of dead people on our side.
Kyo killed Tenko and Angie.
He forced his way into Angie's research lab and killed her!
Kyo! Anyone could have entered my lab.
There's not really much to this one. You just pick... Well, that's wrong.
So Kyo did kill Tenko, but he not blackened?
Kokichi! Perhaps there's a second blackened we need to find.
He was planning to use
Oh, was that wrong?
protect himself all along.
We solved the mystery of Tenko's death. Can't we just vote now? Kyo killed Tenko and Angie.
When we aren't consistent, our position looks weak. We have to work together. If we vote now, we'll never know the truth. We have to defend that point.
Kyo killed Tenko and Angie.
He forced his way into Angie's research lab and killed her!
The katana was found in Kyo's lab.
Kyo! Anyone could have entered my lab.
That makes sense.
So Kyo did kill Tenko, but he not blackened?
He was planning to use the new rule to
I have
protect
no
himself
health
all along.
left.
Kyo! Not possible. That rule was added after both murders.
We solved the mystery of Tenko's death. Can't we just vote now?
I got this! Not yet. There's still another mystery to solve.
So, like, that's
Kyo killed Tenko and
a
Angie.
logical flow to the conversation. I don't know why these aren't working.
Kyo killed Tenko and Angie.
I got this! But he couldn't get into Angie's research lab.
Oh, that was wrong. Okay. Tag, you're rich. Wait, what? Remember when I said anyone who didn't vote would receive death? What kind of bear would I be if I didn't keep my promises? Bye-bye, Shuichi. This is like my 10th game over on this chapter.
We can't...
Like, in the past, these debate sections have been as easy as just pick the sword that has the word that the last person said on it. Like, I can't know what the person... Like, I pick a word... I pick a blade on my side, but I don't know what they're gonna say until I pick it. Like, I don't know what the line is. Vote now. Don't vote yet. Debate scrum. Start.
Kyo killed Tenko and Angie.
Kibo! We don't know for certain that Kyo killed Angie.
Okay, that seems about right.
He forced his way into Angie's research lab and killed her!
Kyo!
Oh, that's wrong.
Could have entered my lab.
That's wrong.
The katana was found.
Yeah. Anyone could have entered my lab.
So Kyo did kill Tenko, but he not blackened?
Kokichi! Perhaps there's a second blackened we need to find.
That makes sense.
Planning to use the new rule to
I got this
protect himself.
wrong last time.
We solved the mystery of Tenko's death. Can't we just vote now?
I got this! Not yet.
Actually, I think I got
There's still another
this.
mystery.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. Okay, mystery.
Forced his way into Angie's research lab and killed her!
I still don't have the right answer for this one.
Kyo killed Tenko and Angie.
Or do I? No, that's Kyo. There we go.
Don't know for certain that Kyo
Okay, so it's not lab, blackened, or mystery. Those are used up already.
Forced his way into Angie's research lab and killed her!
I got this! But he couldn't get into Angie's research lab.
There we go. There we go.
The katana was found in Kyo's lab.
What's left?
Kyo! anyone could have entered.
So it's not blackened or mystery. Rule. Oh, blackened. Rule.
Perhaps there's a second blackened we need to find.
He was planning to use the new rule to protect himself all along.
Oh, did I not try this already? Yeah, it's obviously rule.
That rule was added after both murders.
We solved the mystery of Tenko's death. Can't we just vote now?
I've got this! Not yet. There's still another mystery to solve.
Crotch bind. Oh, oh shit! I forgot how this works. There we go. Full counter.
It would be a mistake to vote before we've completely solved Angie's murder.
Yeah, like vote on the murder. That doesn't matter. You guys are a bunch of idiots, as usual.
Mystery? What kind of mystery?
Well, Kyo's confession derailed our conversation a bit.
Dig into Kyo's confession. Why did he do it? He has no reason to hide anything from us now that he's been outed. Anything he can tell us would help us with the first mystery, unless he doesn't want to help us with the first murder, because he did it too.
But we still have to go over one of the clues found at Tenko's crime scene.
I don't actually know what he's talking about here.
I believe it might even have something to do with Angie's murder.
Yes, the outlying piece of evidence, the dried blood at Tenko's murder scene. Dried blood.
This is it!
This is it!
The blood stain found under the floor. Maki and I found it during the investigation. It was beneath the floorboard that the culprit stomped on.
Is that Tenko's blood?
That bloodstain was too far from Tenko's corpse to have been hers.
Like, is there any way that Angie's
Also,
blood
the bloodstain was already dry when
gets mixed with the crime scene without
the blood from Tenko's body hadn't even
without
been
Kyo
dry.
being the culprit?
Well, that's weird. Why was that bloodstain the only dry one?
The blood stain under the floorboard was dry because it was there before Tenko was killed? The blood was spilled before the seance when Tenko was killed. It dried faster because the stain was smaller. But that blood stain was rather far from Tenko's body, wasn't it?
Oh no!
Everyone's staring at me. They screwed up. They think I'm a fraud. Huh?
That's it!
How is that any different from saying it was before 10? From.
It was there before we started the seance.
You mean before Tenko was killed? You mean before the seance, before Tenko was killed, before both of those things happened? Okay. Gee, I guess I got it completely wrong then.
Or the seance?
That should make it clear whose blood it was. The blood stain before the seance. It had to be them.
That's it!
It was Angie.
That bloodstain wasn't Tenko's. It was Angie's.
Why was blood from Angie at the scene of Tenko's murder?
Yeah, wasn't Angie killed in the research lab?
That's a good question, was she?
Because we found her body there doesn't mean she was killed.
Why would they move it there, though?
Ah, I guess that's possible.
And how would anyone not have seen
If
it?
she wasn't killed in her lab, then that opens up a lot more possibilities.
Weren't the student council patrolling the hallways, though?
That only council members could have killed Angie since her body was in her lab. But if she died somewhere else, then we can't suspect just the council members anymore.
So the culprit didn't enter her lab, but waited for her to come out of it?
I'm not sure if the culprit waited for her, but they probably killed her when she came out. Well, I thought that was more likely from the start. So I went to places Angie might have gone and checked all 3 empty rooms.
Hey, Kokichi, being useful.
She might have gone? Why did you check the empty rooms then?
The empty rooms were the only places I could think of that Angie would go.
But why?
Dude, Angie have business in rooms?
It seems Kokichi's up to his usual
Shut up,
tricks
Kyo.
and
Nobody
nonsense.
cares about what you have to say at this point.
I do lie a lot, and I could be lying right now too. But I'm pretty sure someone's panicking right now because of my lie.
Angie left her lab on her own and was headed to the room where she killed. Is Kokichi's statement true or? Okay, debate time. I have no idea what Kokichi's getting at or who he says is panicking. Effigies, Gold Leaf Katana, Necronomicon, Cage Child.
Is not where Angie was killed.
Okay.
She was killed in the empty room instead.
She left her lab on her own?
Why?
Why would she go into an empty room?
Yeah,
There shouldn't have been anything in there.
that's right.
Except for candles.
That's it! She wanted a candle!
Why?
Keep herself awake at night.
Does the resurrection ritual require a candle? Oh, yes. Yes, it does. You have to burn the Necronomicon after the ritual. Where else would she get the fire? Yeah. Okay, so Necronomicon, probably.
Hot wax on her body.
That sounds like something only you would do, Mia.
What did Kokichi see? Something Angie did. There has to be a clue there.
The art research lab is not where Angie was killed. She was killed in the empty room instead.
She left her lab on her own?
But why would she go into an empty room? There shouldn't have been anything in there. Except for candles.
Why candles? Agree! Hey, I consent with Miyu.
That's it. Angie went to that room to get a candle.
Yeah, her kinky wax play.
Exactly, good idea, Miyu.
No, Angie was going to use it for the
Oh, right,
ritual.
yeah, that.
According to the Necronomicon, to resurrect the dead,
After preparing the effigy, burn this Necronomicon to ashes. Use caution, be mindful of carbon monoxide poisoning.
then did she seek out a candle so she could burn the book?
That's right. There's nothing to start a fire with in Angie's lab. So she went to go get a candle from one of the empty rooms.
I think this is the first time we've seen Angie from behind. I don't know, it just seems weird seeing her with, like, her raincoat on from behind.
Why there was dried blood underfloor.
Usually we see a lot more skin when we're looking at Angie.
Which means Angie was attacked in the same room the seance was held.
Ooh.
Bravo, Himiko. Well done for choosing that room for the seance.
Yeah?
If we hadn't done the seance in that room, then Tenko's murder would have been in another room. If that happened, no one would have discovered Angie's bloodstain under the floorboards.
Right, because we're all a bunch of fucking idiots who didn't think to...
Michi and I only checked under the floorboards where Tenko died.
That's right, because we're a couple of fucking idiots.
Thanks to Himiko for choosing the same room as Angie. This must be a Tua's will. Or maybe the power of magic.
You mean magic.
Hold on. You're all acting as though you've proven that is fact.
Ooh, Kyo's in denial for some reason.
You claim Angie was murdered in the empty room, and then moved to the lab?
Yep. We don't have any evidence, but it's a
Then how do you
possibility.
explain the large amount of blood in the lab?
Mmm.
It may be possible to carry a body, but blood cannot be moved.
Oh, that's easy, though. That's easy.
I think she was still alive after the attack.
Yeah,
in the-
knocked her out with a club on the head with the plank, and then stab her in the neck after dragging her to the art lab.
She was killed after she was carried to her lab.
That means the culprit attacked her twice. I have evidence of that.
This is it!
Forehead injury.
The fatal wound was a cut to the back of her neck from a katana. But she also showed signs of blunt force trauma, and I think I know why. After Angie was knocked unconscious in the empty room, she was killed in her lab.
I see. So that puddle of blood is from the killing blow. Ah, it's all clear now. Angie was attacked in the empty room, carried to her lab.
Is anyone but Kyo
And it was there that the
crazy enough to come up with that bullshit with the spinning katana to close the lock?
All clear. This is all clear.
Also, he's still in denial. Like, he's still stonewalling us here.
All talking about.
I think it was him for both
All
of them.
clear. What is all clear? What are you? All clear? What are you all? You what? What are? I will not fear. I will not.
What? Whoa!
Their words are all hollow. There is no meaning to any of them.
I don't know why I'm so shocked that Kyo wears lipstick under his mask.
You must teach these ignorant children a lesson.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Okay, so that's how it is.
What the hell are you mumbling about? You're giving me the goddamn willies!
Not yet. Nothing is clear at all. It's full of doubts, of mysteries, of a dense, impenetrable.
I mean, what's clear is that I don't want Kyo on my island anymore. Just vote him out. Vote him out. Oh, we're doing the blade thing again. I thought this might be the final showdown. What about the duct tape? I have no idea about the duct tape.
And then carried into the research lab? Impossible! Impossible! That's nothing but a delusion! You intend to poison our minds with your delusions?
It's no delusion. Angie's 2 external wounds tell the story.
Yeah, straightforward.
After she was struck in the empty room, she was carried to the art research lab and then killed.
Yep.
You say the culprit carried Angie's body?
Yep.
And not a single drop of blood fell? The hallway and empty room had no blood stains.
Ah.
Even if you wipe them down later, there'd still be traces of evidence left behind. But there was no evidence anywhere, was there, Shuichi?
The culprit carried Angie in such a way that wouldn't leave any blood behind. I'm sure there's a clue on this. I feel like it's the duct tape somehow, but I have no idea why. I need to confront Kyo with that evidence. I can't be thrown off by his pleas.
Angie's body, and not a single drop of blood fell. The hallway and empty room.
Oh yeah, the duct tape. The duct tape was used as like a bandage.
There'd still be traces of evidence left behind. But there was no evidence anywhere, was there, Shuichi?
I'll cut through your words.
Where did he find duct tape? From the warehouse, I guess.
There was evidence left at the scene. The bloody tape.
Right, so he figured, before I stab Angie through the back of the neck and then stick the sword and then hang a wax effigy upside down using rope from a beam from the ceiling and then spin the effigy around to bump the lock shut after I make my exit. Before I do all of that, I'm gonna get duct tape from the warehouse so I can bandage Angie's head wound from after I club her in the head with a piece of floorboard, which I will later use to stomp on to seesaw effect a random person, because he didn't know it was Tenko, into a sickle that I'll put on top of a cage during a seance to randomly murder only Kyo. only Kyo could have come up with all of this shit.
What? It was wrapped around her head to stop the bleeding while she was being carried.
I don't know why I'm stuck on that. I don't know why I'm stuck on the idea that he decided to use duct tape from the warehouse to stop the bleeding, which he must have premeditated. He must have premeditated this. He must have had that duct tape on hand ahead of time. He's like, after I bonk her on the head with this floorboard, she's gonna be bleeding all over the floor. That'll be a problem when I carry her to the art room so I can spin a strung upside down wax sculpture around to bolt a door shut. So I better get some duct tape from the warehouse to hide all of that.
Bloody tape?
It was under the bed.
Bloody tape? Gonta didn't notice at all.
It was under the... It's most likely evidence the culprit should have gotten rid of. But since it was hidden, the culprit didn't notice and failed to dispose of it.
It
Lucky.
must have fallen as the fatal blow was dealt and ended up under her body.
Must have been Atua who did that for us.
Oh god, they're still on about that.
What? Atua? How long are you going to keep that up?
So that's Kyo's motive. That's the thing. Is Kyo had a strong motive, I thought, for killing Angie. For the random Tenko murder afterwards, not so much. But, yeah, he seemed to be strongly against Angie's whole cult thing she had going on.
Now we know most of the mystery behind Angie's murder.
I'm convinced there's only one person who could have killed Angie.
Leon! Seriously? This just feels patronizing at this point. Who could it be? Who could it be? You know, Gonta acting a bit sus. He's been really quiet this whole time. Who could it be? Surely not this guy. He's got a very innocent looking face. I'm gonna pick the wrong answer here just for lulz.
It has to be
What? Kyo? No way. It can't possibly have been Kyo.
you, Kyo.
Oh wait, no. It
You killed Angie.
can't possibly have been anyone but Kyo.
What the fuck?
So it's true.
Well, that was obvious. Such a boring, obvious answer.
I agree with Kokichi again. I don't care about this trial at all. There is no human drama to speak of here. It's like Kyo hates religion, so he killed the cult leader and then killed Tenko for some random fucking reason. I don't know. I hate everything about this case. Or this trial, mostly, yeah.
Killed both of them. Why did you kill them?
In terms of pure logic, only one victim was necessary to win.
Why? Why you killed them both?
I think one of the murders was an accident.
An accident?
That's right. It wasn't part of
Like he accidentally stomped on the floorboard and Seesaw affected Tenko up to the scythe that he's stuck under the cage. The murder that was an accident was Tenko. Oh, no, the way Tenko was killed required meticulous preparations. Okay. Shuichi, please tell me. I want to know everything I can. Everyone's staring at me. They think I'm a fraud. I mean, okay. I mean, Tenko was a obviously stupid answer, but I thought it was the right answer. How was the murder of Angie an accident?
That's it. Angie's murder was an accident.
I guess by process of elimination, because
Tenko wasn't accident.
Tenko's was so
That's
deliberate,
right. Kyo originally planned to kill someone with a seesaw trick.
but then he clubbed someone in the
He was
head
making
with a
preparations in an
floorboard.
empty room. Angie walked in.
Oh, I have a bad feeling about this. Oh, I see.
Decided to kill her in order to keep her from talking.
Okay, so he was
She just happened to walk in on the culprit setting up and was killed.
setting up for a seance? He was gonna seance with Angie. Like, who did he think we were gonna seance with? Or I guess he could have been like, oh, I'm gonna help you talk to Kaide. I guess that kind of makes sense. I guess it kind of makes sense that if Angie hadn't wandered in and he hadn't ended up having to kill her, he would have been like, hey guys, I can do a seance with Kaede or someone you actually care about.
Ren should have just stopped there. He killed Angie. There was no reason for him to kill Tenko.
Is that
You
true?
only needed to kill one for this game. Killing two is pointless.
Is that true?
If you get bonus points for killing more, then sure. Otherwise, it leaves more clues behind.
Is that true?
Why, Kyo? Why you kill two of our friends?
Because he has a split personality?
What on earth are you talking about? No, I'm not the culprit.
No, it's Lipstick Kyo.
Why is everyone looking at me like
Lipstick Kyo is the real culprit.
Why? Why are they? Why is it?
Calm yourself, Korekio.
Yes.
You mustn't raise your voice. You mustn't stutter. You mustn't lose composure.
Don't zoom in on it anymore, please.
You mustn't waver. Look at their horrid faces. This sorry lot is not worth agonizing over.
You're right. Yeah, you're right.
Do we even want to know?
What the
Do we
hell
even
was
want to know what his deal with is? He's obviously the murderer.
He's talking with someone. Someone?
It's party
Talking
time.
to himself. And why the hell is he wearing lipstick?
Hey, for once, yeah, again, Miyu. For once, the only person talking sense here.
No matter how loudly you protest, this is a trivial matter. I will never acknowledge your allegations. Not a single one of them. So you see, there is no evidence that I killed Angie. No, I will not acknowledge it.
I mean, if it wasn't him, do we have
I will
any?
only acknowledge facts, true events. I will acknowledge.
Do we have any other suspects?
I won't acknowledge your deductions or guesses.
I mean, you can. Okay, fine. You can.
Said. Good job, Korekio.
Then fine. Just
Thanks.
okay.
Creeps me the fuck out!
Then fine. Just don't vote for yourself, and we'll all vote for you. There's no evidence that he killed Angie.
You're wrong. There is evidence.
Is there?
What? You do realize bluffs like that won't work.
They do. They totally do. I can say whatever the fuck I want, and you idiots will believe it.
That weapon tells us the whole story, Kyo.
That's not possible. I think you may have misunderstood. Apologize. Come on, apologize.
Apologize. Apologize. Apologize.
Apologize.
Apologize. Apologize. Apologize. Apologize.
Okay, just please stop vibrating and showing your lipstick. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I have no idea what's happening with Kyo. But I know what weapon he used on Angie. I have to prove it to him. Oh, here we go. Here we go.
I have nothing to admit. You are simply wrong.
Oh, I think I accidentally hit a button here.
So I have nothing to confess. I have nothing to admit. You are simply wrong.
Yes, I'm not the culprit.
Why must you
force your delusions on us. Your love? That's merely a delusion. Well said, Correcchio. To continue this debate is meaningless. Why must you force your delusions on us? Your love?
I forgot to look into getting PlayStation button prompts.
I told you I am not the culprit. So why are you looking at me like that? You're all wrong, not me. Correcchio
Oh, whoops.
speaks the truth. Such a sorry lot. Apologize. 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 I told you I am not the culprit. So why are you looking at me like that? You're all wrong, not me. Correcchio speaks the truth.
Oh.
Such a sorry lot. Apologize. Apologize.
What?
Apologize.
What?
Apologize. I told you I am not the culprit. So why are you looking at me like that? You're all wrong, not me. Correcchio speaks the truth. Such a sorry lot. Apologize. 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 Apologize.
Noise. I forget what.
You have no proof
Move
that
floorboard.
Correcchio is the killer.
Remove floorboard.
It ends here.
Okay. I forget what the question was. Okay, I briefly saw that.
Angie with the same floorboard used in the seesaw trick.
I've been saying that since the very beginning of this case. That's no big revelation.
I see. And how do you know the floorboard was a murder weapon?
There was a small patch of dried blood on the underside of the
I
floorboard.
said that the instant I saw the dried blood. Oh, he clubbed Angie with that.
Blood that spattered there when the culprit struck Angie with the
What a disappointing climax that was.
That's not the only evidence that she was hit with that floorboard.
Oh?
There's also the blood stain under the floor to consider.
Ah, that is a good point. That is a good
The
point.
floorboard must not have been in place at the time of the attack.
That means that she was murdered. That the
Had the floorboard been in place, her blood wouldn't have splattered beneath it.
I mean, apart from that, it also means that the clubbing, not the murder, but the clubbing with the floorboard took place in this room.
Keo's earlier confession is further evidence.
Oh
that the
shit,
floorboard
Miu's
was used.
getting off on all of this. I mean, I guess that's not surprising at all.
How?
If the weapon used to hit Angie is the floorboard from the seesaw trick,
It means the culprit knew about the seesaw, so the same person killed Tenko and Angie.
Well, that's disappointing.
I believe that while Keo was setting up the seesaw, he was holding the board.
Oh, we gotta do comic panels at the end of all this too.
Cold copter with a floorboard.
Yep.
all we can do now is accept it. You even confessed to Tenko's murder already. That's true. This is the truth.
Looks like we're almost at the end.
Uh,
All right, Shuichi. I'll leave the finale to you. Bring down
I mean,
the
so
house.
I guess Corey Keogh was kind of
Put an end to this
on our list of suspects
for Angie and Tenko's sake. End this class trial.
in that, like, he has a new ultimate lab and the katana came from his lab.
Time. Keo, I want you to confess. No, I will force you to confess.
Didn't we do that already? Isn't that what the rhythm game was all about? Closing argument. So I think what I said at the outset was that, like, Keo is unlikely to be a murderer because he's such just a clearly, just like an obvious psychopath that it would be totally boring for him to be the culprit of a murder. And it's just whatever case he's a part of, it's just going to be like, oh, some random psychopath did the murder. Okay, whatever. We didn't give a shit about him anyways. Like, that's exactly what's going on here. thought the killer did it from under the floorboard. I mean, me too. That's the sensible answer. Yeah, I don't know how many people would have guessed seesaw effect from the outset of this whole case. Anyways, we're on a timer, so I guess I should actually... Oh, we've only got like 3 pieces. Hit the sliding lock. So that's gonna be way down the line, like after he moves the body. The handle of the spinning katana, hit the sliding lock. I guess I got this one fundamentally wrong too. Like, frankly, I think I mean, I guess it's the same thing with the first case. Maybe I'm just too attached to my pet theories. I think any of the ideas I had about, like, going into this, all of my theories that I had about what might be going on with this murder would all have made for more interesting trials than what actually happened here. Like Kibo getting fed up with being bullied and everything. Some kind of intrigue between Tenko and Himiko and Angie. Like, any of that would have been way more interesting than whatever the fuck we just witnessed here. Before this trying to kill was my favorite character. Interesting. That's really interesting. That's kind of something to keep in mind with most games. Like when you have such a diversity of personalities on display in a game like this, like pretty much every character is gonna be someone's favorite. Like, I personally find it hard to fathom that Kyo would be someone's favorite, but it's plausible, you know. With just so much, like all the characters are in these games are given like loads of personality, and I guess maybe I never hung out with Kyo, so maybe he has an interesting backstory that I was missing out on as well. I don't know what's going on with the gold leaf katana. This is going to be when he clubbed Angie on the head. Who was the culprit? What weapon? The removed floorboard. Anyways, in denial halfway through, which led to game over. It says you thought Tenko killed Angie. Like, I also think that would have been the more interesting. Like, all of the possibilities of like a murderer among us for future chapters is just closed off. They went with the most boring outcome here of just, oh, it was just the same guy for both murders. No murderer among us for future chapters or anything. It's just, yeah, same guy did both murders. The small stone Himiko brought. So now I've got to removed the gold leaf katana. Whose effigy? What weapon? The gold leaf katana. Okay, apparently. Stuck duct tape. That was what, yeah. What was compressing the injury? Duct tape. But yeah, this case was entertaining, but mostly because I've had 2 glasses of vodka already. Yeah, this is probably the worst case in the entire series. I'm just flabbergasted at how stupid this entire trial has been. Anyways, what's our evidence here? Oh, path made with salt. What weapon? Who besides Coach Kichi extinguishing? How was the culprit able to move around with candles? Oh, we're gonna get a lot of evidence open to us after this. Sickle placed to kill. Enjoyed learning from SCs. Actually, I kind of like, I don't know, I have a bit of prejudice against the soft sciences myself. just based on, I don't know. I'm prejudiced against the soft sciences like anthropology, and we'll leave it at that. So I was kind of inclined to dislike Kokichi from the beginning. Cut crosspiece from under the floor. Cut crosspiece. Who besides Kokichi? When culprit approached the cage. Okay, so we cut the crosspiece. That was like at the very beginning. Who was the culprit with? Who was the culprit with the saw in the empty room? What? Who was the culprit with the saw in the empty room? Kyo. But that's not an option here. Yeah, that's the only thing that fits. Who was the culprit? Cut crosspiece. Cut crosspiece was the real culprit. Holy shit. We've got all the evidence. So whose effigy was stabbed? Kaede. Just for, like, creepazoid. And yeah, so Angie didn't hang the effigies. Korekiyo did it. Like, if I had just been thinking in those terms at the very beginning, like, who's enough of a fucking creepazoid to hang up effigies for no reason? Or, like, you know, just to concoct some bizarre escape plan to get out of the room? Like, who would think of all of this bullshit? Like, Korekiyo is the only culprit that fits. When Angie's body was found, who unlocked the door? Kokichi unlocked the door. Oh, what do we got? Who, besides Kokichi, extinguished the flames? That's Shuichi. When the culprit approached the cage. Frankly, in retrospect, even Kokichi not being murdered was a bit of a disappointment. When the culprit approached the cage, stomp hard on the floorboard. That would have been crazy. This is such a promising case at the outset, like between the intrigue with the between the cult and the like non-conformists, and like Himiko being pulled in two directions by Tenko and Angie, and Tenko's loyalties kind of being split as well, and just like all of that stuff was a great setup to this case, and they just like, oh, it's just some random psychopath, just some random fucking psychopath was responsible for everything.
This is the truth of the case.
And he did it in the stupidest way possible. And the way they present that stupid way to you in trial is also the stupidest way possible. Ugh. Ugh. Okay. Okay, Shuichi. Walk us through this shit show again.
On the 4th floor. The culprit was preparing the seance murder they had planned. To use the floorboard as a seesaw, they had to cut the crosspiece supporting it. The plan was to make the same preparations for all 3 empty rooms.
So this is gonna need a hell of a good explanation at the end of this. Like, there's no way Kokichi could have known who he was going to murder at the end of this. Like, who's gonna be the volunteer to be the medium? He must have just wanted to commit a random murder to escape for himself, but I don't know what would have motivated him to do that. Like, the motive for this chapter was the resurrection ritual, which he had nothing to do with. He had no part of. Wasn't even interested, I don't think. Whatever. Whatever. We'll see what he has to say at the end of all this.
This would divert suspicion away from the culprit and whoever picked a room. To cut the cross pieces, they needed a saw. I imagine they got one from the warehouse. They were planning to cut the cross pieces.
Yeah, sure. Murderers can get any fucking thing they want out of that warehouse. Ah, so cute.
However,
Do,
when the
do, do,
culprit was
do,
working
do,
on
do,
the
do,
middle
do.
room, the unexpected happened.
Why did she go into the middle room?
Angie walked into that room and saw the culprit.
Why didn't she just go into the nearest room if she needed just a random candle?
And had gone to the room for a candle. At that point, the culprit had not finished the setup and was just cutting cross pieces. Angie might not have concluded that it was tied to something.
Yeah, that's a good point.
But now that Angie had seen it, the culprit couldn't use the seesaw.
It's like, oh no, you have witnessed me sawing pieces of the floorboards. You must die now.
Any other person might have just given up, but not her.
Right, because he's a fucking psychopath. Yeah. This even looks stupid in the comic book summary at the end.
The culprit took the floorboard they loosened and struck the unsuspecting Angie in the head. The culprit did not want to give up on the
Derpy.
plan and had to improvise.
Dr. P.I.
They wrapped duct tape around Angie's injury to stop the bleeding. Then they picked up her unconscious body and carried her to a research lab.
Oh? Oh yeah, the art research lab, yeah.
While she was unconscious, the culprit hurried to tie up this loose end.
I just thought of this too. Like this was like a spur of the moment type thing. Like he didn't even plan to kill Angie. And he thought of the tie the wax effigies upside down and spin the katana plot on the spur of the moment to make sure that the room was still locked after he... Oh my god, this is such a fucking bad case. Oh my god.
But because they were in a hurry, they made a crucial oversight.
Also, Angie's murder wasn't premeditated. Why did he have the duct tape? Where did he get the duct tape from? Oh my god. Like,
Noticed the duct tape had peeled off and was under Angie's body.
like this case looked completely stupid from the outset, like at every step during the trial. And the more I think about it, the stupider it gets. Oh my god.
Without that evidence, we may never have figured out the culprit's trick.
Well, that's lucky.
Carrying the supplies they needed, the culprit returned to the ultimate art lab.
I'm just picturing the scene.
Door from inside.
Like Kyo's just dumped the body in the art lab and like, oh shit, how do I cover this up?
Took out the katana
I've got it.
from their own lab.
He gets some rope and the katana, strings him up on the ceiling.
He then stabbed Angie in the back of the neck, finally killing her. Then, to further confuse us, the culprit attempted to make a locked room mystery. First, they used rope from the warehouse.
We spent,
Tied 4
like,
effigies upside down.
almost all of our time that trial on the Tenko mystery.
There were 2 reasons for this.
Like, we solved the locked room mystery with Angie in like 10 minutes compared to like the 5 hours it took us.
The key to locking the
6
room.
hours almost at this point. Solving the Angie murder.
Stuck the katana into
Or solving the
Gabriel's
Tenko
effigy
murder.
through the rear entrance. And spun the effigy around to twist up the rope.
Okay, I want to see
After
this.
enough turns,
Come on,
the
spin it.
culprit let go and headed for the
Try
room
this
door.
trick and spin it. Yeah. Here she goes. Spin, spin, kaede. Yep, there she goes. Oh, yeah, upskirt shot.
Once released, the effigy began spinning, and the gold leaf
Downskirt
katana
shot, I guess, since she's upside down.
The handle of the katana then hit the sliding lock, locking the door. A difficult trick, but remember that the lock was so loose it moved at the slightest touch. The culprit also would have had the opportunity to attempt it many times.
Would they, though? Were the student council not looking after Angie on the top floor this whole time that night?
But the duct tape was left behind. Perhaps the culprit noticed it, but by that point, it was too late. The room was sealed. There was no way for them to get back inside.
What's the timeline of this sequence of events? Didn't we go to talk to Angie during the night with Maki and Tenko?
Angie's body. But the culprit wasn't finished. They wanted.
Yeah, this would have all happened in like the dead of night.
To do that, they manipulated us into performing.
Which I guess makes sense that there would have been no witnesses to all of this.
Of the 3 empty rooms, the middle one was chosen for the seance. I was invited by Kokichi to take Kibo's place in the seance. Tenko volunteered to be the medium, but she never imagined it would get her killed. To perform the seance, the culprit claimed they needed something for Tenko. A small stone that Himiko had brought from the courtyard.
The stone was basically irrelevant to the whole
Bowed her
case.
head until it was touching the stone.
I don't see how that stone was
position
even
was instrumental
evidence.
in making sure the murder went as planned. Next, Kokichi and I placed the iron cage over Tenko in the middle of the magic circle. The culprit then volunteered to drape the white cloth over the iron cage. We didn't realize it at the time, but that was a deliberate decision by the culprit.
Oh.
They needed to set up the murder weapon that was used to kill Tenko.
That's like the one part of this whole case that I like.
Placed the sickle.
That's an interesting detail.
Finally, 4 of us placed the wooden statue on top of the cage.
That's like the one big question I had in the whole case, where it's like, what? How did he get the scythe there? How did he get the scythe there? And the explanation actually makes perfect sense. I actually liked that detail quite a bit.
After the preparations were complete, we began the seance. In complete darkness, we each stood in one corner and sang the Cage Child song.
I liked that creepy song too. Also, yeah, that's Kokichi's singing face. He sings with his eyes closed.
The soul of the dead was supposed to enter
That's
the
so
maid.
cute.
But our culprit had another plan, to commit a murder in the darkness.
He was a good singer too. Himiko was awful, but yeah, Shuichi and
Right after we
Kokichi were
started
good.
Singing, the culprit began making their way toward Tenko. It would have been quite difficult to do in total darkness, but our culprit had a guide. They used the lines of the magic circle drawn with salt.
Is this a series
Culprit felt
tradition
for the salt and used it to
of
guide
the
along.
third case just being completely fucked up nonsense? Because I think the double murders
The center of the
in the
circle.
first 2 games were also case number 3.
they found the floorboard that had its crosspiece cut off the night before. Then lifted up their foot and stomped down hard on the floorboard.
Yeah, I guess they're just carrying on a series tradition then. Yeah.
And pushed Tenko's body up toward the ceiling of the cage. Tenko was stabbed in the back of the neck. by
This
a
looks
stick
even
from
dumber,
the
just seeing it play out.
She was killed right before our eyes.
Don't underestimate the power of the seesaw effect, I guess.
After committing the crime, the culprit followed the Salt back to their corner. Finished the ritual and had us light the candles.
Culprit followed their salt.
We followed
That
the
sounds like that
culprit's
should be like
directions
some
and
kind
made
of
the equipment
saying.
used for the seance.
Just follow your salt. Also, Himiko looks adorable in that panel down there.
And discovered Tenko's
She's
body.
like 3 feet tall.
And while we were all focused on the body,
Oh, wait a second.
the culprit picked up the sickle.
Wait a second.
Dropped it under the floor through the hole in the corner of the room. Ironically, the final step of the murder was unwittingly carried out by us.
Yeah, we never did establish how Korekiyo got rid of the murder weapon. I guess he just wandered off to that corner of the room and dropped the sickle down there. And I guess no one was paying attention? It didn't look to me like the sickle had been dropped down the hole. I thought it was, if anything, dropped in the opposite corner. It wasn't really clear what the orientation of the area under the floorboards was when we went down there, but you know,
The culprit had planned the murder so that we would unintentionally
wouldn't be the first
destroy
time this
some
game
evidence.
obscured details like that from us for the sake of preserving the mystery.
However, the culprit didn't know that Kibo had taken a picture. He really saved us. Without that, we wouldn't know what changes were made to the circle.
Seriously, nobody noticed
Now we
that there
know
were
for certain
diagonal
the
lines
culprit
leading
drew
to
the magic
each
circle.
corner? Also, yeah, super lucky that Kibo decided to do that for no reason.
The ultimate anthropologist.
That's another stupid detail about this murder. It's like, yeah, I was super pissed off at being kicked out of the seance, and so I decided to photograph the magic circle before I left. For some fucking reason. God, this case gets stupider and stupider the more I think about it.
That's where my detective work leads us. It all fits.
Sweet Korekio. There are times when it's necessary to admit defeat.
Okay, good. So he's not gonna
Admit?
resist.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
So you finally admit you did it.
Unfortunately. Yes. Yes.
I don't think I even care about his explanation.
Very unfortunate.
Is there anything he could possibly say here
Friend
to make me give a shit about any of this?
Was not being able to make 100 friends.
Oh, is that a reference to Key, the metal idol?
Friends?
That might redeem him as a character.
It was my dream to make 100 friends.
Oh, it's so unfortunate! I was so close to 100!
Oh no.
What are you talking about? I do not understand a word of this.
So Key, the metal idol is an anime that I don't exactly recommend. It's actually kind of boring and dumb the way it plays out, but it had an interesting premise and it had a lot of really interesting visuals. The premise is that it's kind of a Pinocchio story where you've got like an android, like a little android girl who wants to become human, and her creator says that in order to do that she needs to make like 100,000 friends or something like that. So to do that she decides that the path to making 100,000 friends or whatever is to become like a pop idol, and then so she goes down that journey in spite of being an emotionless android with no human feeling. The anime's kind of shit, but it has a cool premise and some really, really good visuals. I recommend looking up AMVs for Key, the Metal Idol. It's like one of those shows where the like some of the specific scenes are like better than the anime itself, kind of like Akira, whereas like the animation is spectacular and there's some great memorable scenes, but the story itself is kind of boring and shit. It's kind of like that. It's kind of like that. Anyways, maybe that's what they're referencing here. I don't know.
Who gives a fuck? Let's vote for this kooky bastard and be done with
Okay,
this
cool.
already.
Miyu's come up with her third, I think, idea for this trial. Third good idea. I think Monodam might be the next one to be killed here. Dot 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 dot.
The heart-racing excitement!
As the blackened and the spotless finally face off.
It's voting time!
Also, Key the Metal Idol, like one of the most spectacular soundtracks in all of anime. Good stuff. Yeah, get the fuck out of here, Korekiyo. No one will mourn your passing.
Now then, it seems the voting has finished. Let's see the result.
Wait. There are no votes against this time. Korekiyo voted for himself.
Who'll be chosen as the blackened? Will you make the right choice or
Oh.
the dreadfully wrong one?
I think I'm gonna have to read right away. I don't know if I'm in any condition for that. Verdict! Yeah, actually, what I really miss in this game are the animations of, like, 8-bit Monokuma dragging away the 8-bit culprit. Yeah, hopefully we'll be coming to the end here. 6 hours. We're coming on 6 hours now. I think this is the longest. All right, I didn't see. Oh, cool. What kind of rank did we end up with here? I lost 10,000 points from retries and misses. But I got A ranks on everything except for closing? What? Closing was the comic panels, right? I thought I did fine on that. What was wrong with the closing? Anyways, we still got our requisite 300 coins, so I'm fine with that. I want to see this execution. Wow, seriously? You're correct again. Amazing. This is the third correct verdict in a row. If you manage to get 12 correct verdicts in a row, you'll proceed to the bonus round. That would mean like 12 murders, which is more than we have students. How's this gonna last that long? ...
For now.
It's finally over.
No.
No, not yet. I haven't heard his answer yet. Kyo, why? Why did you kill Angie and Tenko?
Right.
Yeah, he no need to kill both them. He no need to kill them both, no matter what motive he had.
Oh.
Motive? Hey. Did your motive have something to do with the transfer student who was resurrected? Even if it did, though, how did that trigger a murder? Don't tell me. Were you actually scared of the resurrection ritual, Kaito? Shut up! I never said I was scared. The resurrection ritual had nothing to do with it. Okay, so the motive had nothing to do with the trial again, just like the freebie in the first one. Cool. Because we're friends, I'll tell you, I never once believed in the ritual. I would never kill someone over such a silly thing as that.
What?
So it has nothing to do with the motive? Then why?
Yes.
For the one that I love.
There is someone
that
I love.
Oh, well, there it is. From the bottom of my heart, someone so dear, someone I long for. Whoa!
With all my heart, and she loves me with all her heart. Yes, we vowed an endless love to each other, forever bound by fate.
In love with that Butte. Is that just him? Is that just him naked, turned the other direction? Is he in love with his own ass here?
None can come between us. We are bound by an intense love, no matter what anyone says.
What?
Bragging about your perfect love life? Fuck you! Some of us aren't that lucky. So to see this lover of yours, you had to escape.
Don't tell me.
That's why you killed Angie and Tenko? But why did you need to kill both? If you asked if I did it to escape this place, my answer would be no.
Wonderful.
Because I have no need to escape this place. The one I love is inside. Inside. Don't look at me. I'm not his lover.
Yeah.
Calm down. No one would want a disgusting shit-stuffed bitch like you anyway. What the what? Also, Kersploosh. Kyo, who is it? Who's this person you love?
Hey.
Is it really one of us? When I say inside, I do not mean inside this academy. I mean inside me.
Sister.
Yes, the one I love lives inside me. My dearest sister. Sister? Don't look at me! I'm not his sister!
Right?
Well, duh. If you were his sister, he would have killed himself already. Your sister? But didn't you say she was your lover? Whoa. Bruh.
Whatever is the matter?
It is not that difficult. I'd go get more. This would be the perfect time to get more vodka, but we're almost at the end, so let's just stick through it. I don't even want to read this because this will get like quoted out of context. My sister is my lover, says Korekiyo Shinguji. Professional weirdo psychopath.
I loved her so deeply. And she loved me so deeply. The fact that we were siblings meant nothing to us. They called it forbidden love. But none could stop the love we shared.
Right, and she's inside you for some reason.
Oh, how I long for my sister's warmth. The only time I felt at peace was when I was enveloped in my sister's warmth.
Gross.
For my beloved sister.
That is why, for my beloved sister, I had to.
Always messing around.
You had to escape from here, right? No, I had to kill for her.
Huh?
What?
Sister.
Sister was very sickly. She was always in and out of the hospital ever since she was a child. Because of that, she didn't have many friends. She always seemed lonely. Even if I could be her little brother and her lover, I couldn't be her friend. So I thought I'd find her some friends, Friends for my dear deceased sister. Deceased.
Do you understand?
My sister is now a ghost, so her friends should be ghosts too, right?
For my beloved
For sister's sake, I've killed many to send her 100 friends. They were all wonderful people, worthy of being sister's friends. What?
Incomprehensible.
This is too impossible to understand. Too impossible.
Sister.
Kehehe. Sister is very happy.
Yes.
I was kind of intrigued by the personality switching gimmick and the mask slipping away to reveal the lipstick. This is just kind of silly though. Yes, Korikiyo, I am very happy. Thanks to you, I am not lonely. Could it be that the lipstick version of Kiyo is...
Korekio's older sister.
I am... Oh! This is the big reveal of the whole chapter right here. I've been mispronouncing Korekiyo's name this whole time. It's Korekio. I'm so sorry. Korekio. I am Korekio's older sister. Thank you for looking after my little brother.
What?
What the hell? Okay, quiet the fuck down. Quiet the fuck down. It's like just about 2 o'clock now. Jesus Christ. After I lost my beloved sister, I was so distraught I nearly went mad. He nearly went mad. Went mad. He's not quite there. He's on the verge of madness, but not quite mad just yet. But sister came to save me.
I am pleased.
She visited me during one of my seances and stayed inside me.
Sister.
Kehehe. Now I can see her whenever I want. I'm never lonely.
Korekio.
That's wonderful, Korekiyo. Your love made the impossible possible.
Are you serious?
Are you serious? Is this really a spirit?
I told you.
He's just delusional. What a sad girl who can't even believe in the power of love. That offended her.
Ew.
Don't worry, Maki. I'll make you believe. Either way, he's totally out of his mind. I mean, he killed for a dead chick. You said you killed a lot already, right? So it wasn't just the 2 you killed here.
What was that?
What? Seems like he was already crazy before he got here.
Because
You didn't kill to escape from here. That wasn't your purpose from the get-go. You just wanted to slaughter a bunch, huh?
Unacceptable.
I will speed through this just for you, Vasil, and also for myself. Do not make me out to be some bloodthirsty, indiscriminate killer. I only kill girls who I think are worthy of being sister's friends. Only girls. I see. So when are we deciding on who should be the medium? Before that, let's choose a spiritual medium. It would work best with a girl. You said it would work best with a girl. I spent my time evaluating all the girls here, and besides Maki and Miyu, they were all worthy. How dare you talk shit about Maki was totally worthy. All worthy of being sister's friends. All worthy. Hey, how come I'm not included? I mean, not like I care. Then the second victim could have been me? Tenko died in place of me? Yada yada yada. Flashback. Tenko becomes the medium in place of Himiko.
Excellent.
Himiko would have been great, but Tenko volunteering made me so happy. Her noble, earnest heart made her a perfect friend for sister. She even infiltrated the student council to protect Himiko. Huh? Infiltrate? Really? But how did you... Kihi, it was obvious to me. I have studied so many people. Yes, she stood up against the darkness of this school by herself. All for her beloved friend. I was so touched by that. Wonderful. She was the perfect friend for sister. Kihi, I can't understand why you didn't like her, Himiko. I can't understand why you didn't like her, Himiko. ... Oh, why Himiko didn't like Tenko? Calling her out. Though I was planning on having you become Sister's friend too, eventually.
No way!
Well, what? You do all that for? Wow, you did all that just to kill. For you to go that far, that's pretty impressive. You were interested in the caged child, so you could use it to kill someone, right?
Let's see.
It interested me as an anthropologist, of course, but more than that,
For my
I wanted
beloved
to
sister.
kill for my beloved sister. I cannot deny that overpowering feeling. ...
Are you okay?
Kaito, are you okay? You look kind of pale. Don't worry about it. Let's focus on Kyo right now. Allow me to explain, though. I did not plan to kill both of them. I knew I would have plenty of chances after escaping this place. But Angie walked in on me preparing, and I ended up killing her a different way, so I figured I may as well kill someone else, too. After all, it would be a shame to just waste the seance trick I had prepared. You're talking like you killed her just because you could. No, not just because I could. I was sending another friend to Sister. Korekiyo, you're such a thoughtful little brother, but it was bad to get greedy. You're right, because of that, I can't send 100 friends to Sister. Do you understand now? Those were the circumstances of Korekiyo's crime. I do not understand. This is all too impossible for me to understand. That right, killing 2 friends for your dead sister? That wrong. That's so wrong. Kihihi. Oh, don't get so worked up. There's something I learned after Sister's death. Death only changes a person's form. The soul lives on as a ghost.
That's right.
That's right. Even though I'm a ghost now, I'm always by Korekiyo's side.
Sister.
Thank you, Sister. I love you. Cut it out already.
What was that?
I don't understand anything you're saying. Nothing's making sense. That's right. Just kill this fucker. Just off with his head. Off with his fucking head already. It's not fair. Why did Angie and Tengo have to die for something so unfair? Because death is unfair. Yeah? Yeah! All deaths are unfair deaths. Why do you think news stations get such high ratings when they're reporting about death? Because everyone likes unfair deaths. Well, if you look at it like that, this whole killing game embodies that philosophy, right? Gifted high school students forced to play a killing game. Man, if people were watching this, they would get a kick out of it. Call back to Danganronpa 1 again, where the whole killing game was being broadcast to the world. If people were watching this... Knock off the bullshit. Only sick fucks like me would enjoy watching this. Hell yeah, if I wasn't in this killing game, I would have so much fun watching.
So then,
Kehehe. So the nature of this killing game is yet shrouded in mystery, but my role in it is over. I have finished my explanation to you, friends.
sister.
I think I shall go and see her now, my beloved sister. I was unable to send her 100 friends, but at least I can see her again now.
Korekio.
It is all right, sweet Korekio. Come to see me. Looks like you're already prepared. Now then, let's get started. It's the moment you've all been waiting for. It's punishment time. Punishment time.
Sister.
My beloved sister, at long last, I finally get to see you again. Yes, from now on, no one will try to stop us. We can be together without having to hide our love from others. But wait, I can't accept this. Like I said, there's no such thing as a death that can be accepted.
From an anthropological.
Why do you think so many different cultures have funeral rites? Why do you think rumors of ways to resurrect the dead never cease? The living must find a reason, however forced, to accept death when it happens. How you come to terms with death also determines how you live, yes?
What was that?
Yeah? That was the answer I reached. How about you? How will you live after a life? How will you live a life that faces death? I prepared a
Very special punishment.
for the ultimate anthropologist, Korekiyo Shinguji.
I shall observe.
I will watch over you all as a ghost. As your friend, I will watch over you.
That's right.
It won't be just me and Korekiyo. All those who died will be watching. I'll be watching to see how you face the death of your friends. I'll be watching forever and ever.
It's punishment time.
Let's give it everything we got. It's punishment time. I don't even care. This is the worst case in the series. No drama. Don't give a shit. Stupid case. Stupid trial. Fuck everything about this. Oh my god. I just want to go to bed and play Faxanadu tomorrow. Oh! Cultural melting pot. Oh, so who's the mono kid? Who's the mono cub that's gonna die? I think it's gonna be Monodam. That would be a big twist, because he seems to be like the foremost among the mono cubs. Thank you, Mojavagekos. I'm glad you found it too. Oh, we're getting boiled alive here. Whoa. Oh, Monodam's thinking of something. Who's he gonna be? Whoa! That is the most shocking twist of this entire chapter. The Mono Cub murderer gets murdered himself. Like, for real, though? Oh, they're gonna murder his spirit, too? Okay. Whoa! Oh, nice. Okay, I was about to make a comment on how that's, like, also the lamest execution in Danganronpa history, but yeah, they killed his fucking soul too, so that was pretty hardcore. I'm a fan of that. What? No, Monodam, why? Well, what the? To think my cute child would commit suicide? I thought it looked more like the other two tossed him in. Ah, it's so cute. So freaking cute that he would kill himself because he couldn't get along. Monodam committed suicide. Had I known this would happen, I would have been nicer to him. Yeah, I'm pretty sure nothing else interesting is going to happen tonight, Vasil, so yeah, have a good night. We'll catch you later. The only reason Monodam was obsessed over getting along was because everyone but me bullied him.
That's right.
Yes, the other Monocubs drove him to suicide, but not me. Hey, who's Monodam? Huh? You already forgot? That's kinda scary. ... Well, looks like another class trial is wrapped up without incident, so... I'm gonna take back this here Necronomicon. I speculated inside my head that the resurrection ritual might still come into play for the next chapter, but... Nope, I guess they're just taking it back. That's another motive that had nothing to do with anything. Cool. Not cool. Well, seems like a waste, though. You guys sure you don't want to use it? Poo-hoo-hoo, you guys should have brought someone back to life and added them to your roster. Shut up! How long are you gonna keep talking about that? Ignore him. The whole resurrection ritual is obviously a lie. He's just trying to shake us mentally to get us to panic. I'm assuming you'll think another murder will happen if you do that, right? Who can say? What a waste. If none of you were gonna use it, you should have let me have it. Then I could have resurrected one of my dead siblings. Which one? Well, I don't know. They were all pretty terrible, actually. Wait, did one of us die? I could have sworn it's been just the two of us this whole time. It's too bad you missed your chance to raise the dead. That's what you get for doubting me. Poo-hoo-hoo-hoo-hoo. Too bad.
So long. Farewell.
Everyone's got their shocked face on except for Kokichi. Even now, he still talks about raising the dead. Man, this is stupid. This might be the first correct thing that Kaito's said this chapter. What people believe in is up to them, but living people shouldn't have to suffer because of the dead. The living are more precious than the dead, no matter what. That's not something a coward like you should say. Shut up, leave me alone. But there's one thing this case taught me. I thought there was a god watching over us, but there isn't after all. Not in this academy. Yeah, you right.
You're right.
Well, that's why we have to work together, right? Face it together. Our ultimate talents are the best weapons we have.
Gonta, do his
Then
best.
Gonta do his best to keep everyone safe. Gonta want to protect everyone. But your talent is entomology. I don't want Shuichi to use his ultimate talent anymore. I'm getting sick of class trials.
You're right.
Yeah, you're right. Hey, your talent as an assassin is way more trouble. When are you gonna use that, huh? ... I'll work hard until everyone trusts my ultimate talent. Huh?
That's right.
It may not be possible now, but I'll put in the effort so everyone can trust me. I won't run away anymore. I want to survive and escape this place with everyone. Man, I hope Maki survives and escapes this place with everyone. I'm gonna be so sad if she dies. Maki. I see. I wonder how long that'll last. What if your true calling as a killer shows? Don't underestimate her. Maki Roll's one of my sidekicks.
Got a minute?
I don't remember being your sidekick. Also, didn't I tell you to stop calling me Maki Roll? Oh, you guys are close now. This must be the powerful bond of friendship. But I would have preferred it to happen sooner, especially not after losing 7 people. You right, only 9 people left now. Well, what do you know? The dumbass can do basic math. That's right, 7 pieces of shit that have been flushed away, and only 9 remain.
Actually,
By that calculation, doesn't that make you one of the pieces?
But
Just 9 of us. Humans are like weeds, too numerous to count. 7 of us dead doesn't mean much in the end. That's... whoa. Kokichi bringing out the 4-letter words here, or S-H-I-T, yeah. That's totally what the Heartless Robot is thinking. Right? Right? No, I am not thinking that. Your blatant robophobia is simply inexcusable.
But you know,
But hey, none of us gave up, right? I know we're all going to escape. I'm not going to rely on a god, spirits, or the dead.
I believe in you.
Just you guys. I believe in all of you.
Okay.
Kaito.
Well, of course.
You're right. Those of us who remain can start over. Hold up. Keyboy needs to apologize to everyone for the whole student council thing. And there's only one kind of apology that I'm willing to accept.
How exciting!
Yank your head off and smash it onto the ground with all your strength. Got that?
No way!
I have never heard of such an intense form of apology. It seems like everything is settled for now, even though we're missing her.
You all right?
Himiko, you okay? Anything Gonta can do to help? You can tell Gonta.
Hey,
I think we should let her have some space for now. That might be best for her.
okay.
I remember how I felt. Oh, Gonta, understand. ...
You're so dumb.
God, Himiko is such a liar.
Huh?
Huh?
Because I'm a liar.
Personally, I don't think lies are exactly a bad thing. Let's face it, you wouldn't have any free will if the world was comprised with just the truth. That's an interesting philosophical statement there. I don't think he's correct, but that's an interesting thing to say. I like Kokichi so much. He's such an interesting guy. But even then, I don't think it's good to lie to yourself, you know? ...
right?
What are you saying? Think about Himiko's feelings a little bit.
Nuh-uh.
I only said this because I thought about it.
Because?
Himiko has been lying to herself about her own feelings, so she's been holding back.
Hey!
Hey, what are you repressing? Why are you trying so hard to hold back? What? Hold back? ... Expressing your feelings is perfectly natural. You shouldn't feel ashamed at all. So if you feel like crying while you're talking to Angie, go ahead and cry your eyes out. You'll feel better when you do. Well, I mean, laughing makes you feel better too. And venting your anger on something can really cheer you up. Train your heart by crying, laughing, and venting your anger, Himiko. I think I called that Tenko was gonna die, like, right after she gave this speech. This is, like, such obvious final words right here. Dot, dot, dot. Yeah. Tenko, Angie, I'm so lonely. I'm so lonely without you two. But I gotta survive. I still can't go to where you are. But I'm lonely. I'm so lonely without the both of you. This is pretty sad. This is pretty much exactly what I said, that it would be so sad if both of them died and Himiko had nothing to do with either of the murders. Himiko.
Damn it.
Himiko cried for a long time. She cried as if she was releasing all the emotions she had bottled up inside. Before we knew it, as if lured by her doing so, we began crying. The tears were shed. I can't even describe it. We were crying about what we had been through and what was to come. Sadness, hatred, frustration, discord, anger, love, tears filled with emotion. But at the very least, they weren't tears of submission. They were tears to push us forward. After a while, Himiko finally calmed down. However... Ah! Just a sec. Oh my god, she's tiny. She's so tiny and Gonta is so huge.
No, she fine.
She's sleeping very peacefully.
She's all tuckered out after crying. Robots sleep well after leaking their oils too, right?
I have told you many times that I do not use oil as my fuel source.
But wow, that really surprised me. She passed out as soon as she stopped crying.
Yeah, but she looks so peaceful sleeping like that.
She probably felt better after letting it all out, don't you think?
Yeah, I hope so.
So, like, according to the narration, according to Shuichi's narration, they all started crying, right? Like, including Maki and Kokichi.
Then Gonta carry Himiko to her room.
Make sure you focus real good on your back, you hear me?
I don't even know what she means by that.
You'll need that focus if you want to feel her littleness.
Ah.
Yeah?
Okay, yeah, that required some explanation.
There's no way he'd do such a thing. Gonta is a gentleman after all.
While we were heading back to the dorms, I suddenly noticed Kaito had stopped in his tracks. ... Kaito, what's wrong? Oh, nothing. I just wanted to get some night air. Don't worry about me. Go on ahead. You sure?
Well...
Anyway, don't do something like this again, okay? If you dislike scary things, then you should have said so earlier. I thought you were sick. You worried about me? Yeah, worried about your stupidity. Ha, still haven't warmed up to me, huh?
But
Maybe not, but I feel like the walls we had are coming down a little, you know? Perhaps those walls were her enemies. It seems like she doesn't want to wait anymore.
Got it.
Yeah, 'cause of me!
Okay.
Yeah, maybe, but you sound like you're bragging, Kaito. But like I said, I'm gonna get some air before I go back. You can go on ahead.
okay.
Sure, got it. See you tomorrow.
Got it.
Yeah, see you tomorrow. After our goodbyes, I returned to my dorm room. I didn't notice what was going on with Kaito. ... cough. Is he? Oh shit! Is he still sick? Ugh. Whoa.
Damn it. I don't have time to be dying. I still haven't gone into space yet. Damn it. No way am I gonna die here.
Hmm.
No way.
Transfer student from beyond the grave. Three down. What did they say? 9 remaining? 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Yes. To be continued. Well, I'm glad I got drunk and pushed through that. Holy fuck, that was the worst trial in the entire series. How did I enjoy the trial outcome? Well, they kind of brought it back in the end a little bit. Like, Himiko was super sad, as I predicted, and it's pretty tragic for her. So we had a nice dramatic ending at the very least. But yeah, I don't give a fuck about Korekiyo and his sister. It's like the solution was just like, yeah, some random psychopath did it. And the motive had nothing to do with anything. And the intrigue between the cult. Like, there was such an interesting setup for this case. And none of it meant anything. It was just like, yeah, some random psychopath did it in the stupidest way imaginable. I went over this like a dozen times, like all the things I hate about this case. Anyways, it's like 2 o'clock in the AM, and I actually kind of wanted to get an early start on tomorrow's stream so we can do some Facts Xanadu. So I'm just going to go to bed and think about all the things I hated about this case and probably rant about them when I'm playing Facts Xanadu tomorrow. So y'all can look forward to that. But on the plus side, I guess a bunch of you guys have been enjoying this because, yeah, we had a lot of new followers on today's stream, which is pretty cool. So I'm glad that, you know, I mean, I've kind of been enjoying it too, in that, like it's been good up to this point. It's like, I think every previous Danganronpa game has had, like, that one case that's just complete bullshit. And it's usually trial number 3, isn't it? Like the double hammer murder case in Danganronpa 1. It's usually the double murder cases that are completely stupid. Anyways, I'm zonked out. I just want to go to bed. Thank you all for watching. We'll be back with more Danganronpa next Sunday, and we're going to be doing the Facts Xanadu and the Chrono Cross on Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. So, yeah, Catsbox, thank you for tuning in. Thank you all out there for tuning in. I'll catch you next time. Have a good night, and, yeah.